Let's rock. Let's rock.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. It is week number 3 of the North American Tournament, Path to $100,000. My name is Hi-Rez Bart. Joining me is Dry Bear, and we are going to be moving into our first game shortly. Dry Bear, why don't you tell us a little bit about, well, I guess this match, we don't know too much about the teams. We've seen them for a couple weeks. But yeah, Armada Gaming versus Payback. I'm sorry, they're not Payback. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's right. So it's going to be Armada Gaming here up against Breaking News, and it's going to be a strange matchup in the beginning. We haven't really seen a whole lot of Armada. We haven't seen a whole lot of Breaking News, although we have seen them before. So they're not completely new teams, but it's certainly not the 100% veteran teams that we've seen going forward. So I think that that's the biggest benefit of this path to 100K is the fact that these newer teams are coming up and have their opportunity to get in. Now, one thing that's interesting as well is in NA, we haven't had any reciprocation at all. It's 100% first place for COG, so they're all the way up the chart. But on the other side, we have the Europe, where it was first place C9 week 1, first place TSM week 2, and of course they flopped there. So they're both at 160. They're tied up. So as things start going forward, teams are going to look to start shutting down COG early, because if they get too far ahead, they're going to sit back and think, we don't have to do anything. We're 100% set for that 100K, so we're going to sit down and just relax because we have the seeding points necessary. Whereas there's more of a competition in the Europe scene right now. So depending on how things end today, I'm really excited to see the progression of the tournament and how the seeding points go forward. Now, it's only the top 4 teams that get invited, so that's important to think about. And it looks like we are in picks and bans starting up here. We're going to see these start out. On the left side of your screen, you will see, of course, Armada Gaming. On the right side, you will see Breaking News, and at this point the bans are coming out. Jung Kwei at first ban, and honestly not all that surprising. He doesn't see a whole lot of play recently, but people are trying to figure out that not only is he very safe with that demon bag, his damage output is just mind-blowing. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's the blink gem of isolation play that really we see being, I think, the primary reason why you see this god being so potent. And outside of course points you mentioned, right, he's very, very safe in the lane, gets the added protections from the demon bag, has a pretty safe way to farm the lane. His primary way of kind of building those stacks also heals him quite a bit, so he's a fairly safe choice for that mid lane mage. But then it's really in the mid game, that blink initiation with Gem of Isolation, it pulses that slow with the ghosts coming out of the demon bag there, and it lasts quite a long time. So we do have the bans finishing up here. Agni Zhonghui banned by Armada. Breaking News going to take Tyr and Zeus out of the pool. Tyr becoming a very favorite ban here in North America. I'm sorry. Now that Mercury is considered no longer quite as top tier as he was in the last couple of weeks. Also important to note that Chalk is available once again this weekend and is not banned. So we'll see if anyone is willing to pick him up after a first pick Athena.
And there again, we have the On-Her pick. Now, strange thing as well, On-Her, after going through the stats this last week, sitting down and just going through the picks that have been going through the 100K, surprisingly enough, On-Her is actually the number 1 picked character in the Europe area. They just prefer to have On-Her over anyone else. So at this point, it's surprising to see him picked up this early in the North American scene. Tyr is a very highly valued character in North America as well. Honestly, he's 3rd place actually as the stats go forward in the tournament that has been played so far. Guan Yu and Chalk selected here on the left side of your screen. Ao Guang, I'm sorry. Wow. It is a G. It is a G. So he's going to be picked up first on the other side. And, with Agni gone, with Zhang Kui gone, it's not all that surprising.
Yeah, so it's really, really surprising here to me that Breaking News didn't pick Guan Yu in that first round of drafting, like to let him go through in favor of Ao Guang and On-Her. I can see the reasoning behind Ao Guang. You really want to get that, maybe the next kind of best mid lane mage out of Agni and Zhang Kui are out of the situation here. That's going to force an enemy team to do an Isis or a Hebo or Hubwa, I'm sorry, or even kind of a very non-standard pick, but it does leave such a strong bruiser team available for Armada here. Now between Athena, Guan Yu, and Chalk, it's going to be really hard for Breaking News to stay in these team fights.
I'm curious to see what their mage selection is going to be here because it's going to tie everything together. They have a couple selections on the board. Hubwa is certainly available, and honestly would add a lot of damage to the mix here. With Chalk, Guan Yu, Athena, like you said, very bruiser-esque and kind of limited on the damage output. Anubis also a high damage mage here. Now they have to be careful about this because Anubis runs a very thin line in the late stages of the game. You want to be safe enough where you don't get pulled down, but if you're picking Anubis and you stray too far away from damage, your team fight is severely weakened. They're going to hover on Nuwa here and lock this in. Now, as much as I like this character, I don't like the pick here. Nuwa, as well as Anubis, can fall off hard if not built correctly. Nuwa is a very strong early game, but Nuwa just doesn't have the power that you have with their selection. I mean, with Hubwa available, I'm surprised to see these picks coming out.
Yeah, Nuwa interesting here. So, I mean, she's going to be likely going into that solo role where she'll be dealing with Chalk. And I think Chalk's harass is going to just crush Nuwa here. Nuwa, as you mentioned, very strong early game, falls off incredibly falls off in the mid game. Like, in the mid game, she is basically a walking tower pusher, doesn't bring much to the table in a range stun that's very moderate in damage. And then in kind of the super late game, she has, I think, probably the highest carry potential maybe of any god. 200% scaling on in-hand attacks with AoE splash and the range stun. She is an absolute late game monster. If you get her there with an advantage, she can definitely take the game over.
Sure.
But the team they put together here, basically Breaking News is going to be 100% reliant on Hun bots roaming and getting ganks and controlling the pace of the game. If they don't get that, I think Armada is going to steamroll them with all these bruisers.
Yeah, one thing about Nuwa, and anyone who is listening that's a fan of my stream or my channel, take this with a grain of salt. Nuwa, certainly a character I love. I absolutely love this character. But in a competitive setting, she's just not really all that potent. If played properly to a high level, Nuwa is around the effectiveness of Chronos, but has much more punishing aspects. You can't miss that Flame Strike. You can't miss the Pillars of Heaven. You can't miss these abilities, otherwise you're just next to nothing as far as effectiveness goes. Her damage output is okay. Now, as far as the transitions go, Nuwa's transitions aren't that great. Like we mentioned, she has a good early game, and she has a fairly decent late game as well. Her mid game is very awkward because she has that transitionary period where she goes from laning phase into the mid stage where she just doesn't have the damage that other mages do. Now keep in mind, they still have Sun Wukong, Honor, Hoonbots, and Ao Guang, all these characters very high damage, as well as the fact they combo the Fear No Evil into the Spirit's Tempest, Honor getting some good impales there, and Sun Wukong can run interference, probably one of the most mobile and versatile gods we have in the game currently. So they have a good front line for Nuwa to sit behind, but at the same time, if you're going to play Nuwa, you better be an just mind-blowing, effective Nuwa. Otherwise, it's just not going to be worth the pick.
And you're going to land all those auto attacks. She is an in-hand base mage, basically, but does not do well against other in-hand base mages. So she's definitely a challenging goddess to play. We'll see how it all shakes out here between Armada and Breaking News in just about 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. As we wait for the spectator timer to count us down. We'll be right back. Enjoy the clouds. For Dry Bear, I'm Hi-Rez Barton. We'll be back with game number 1 in the round of 32, Armada versus Breaking News. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first game out of the round of 32 here on the path to $100,000. Your casters today are myself, High Risk Bart, and I'm being joined by Dry Bear on co-commentary. We have our production team and admin team as well standing by to make sure this all goes nice and purdy for you. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams. The blue team fighting out of the bottom of the minimap in the left side of your spectator UI. They are Armada Gaming. It's going to be Rithis in the mid lane as that Anubis. You're going to have Swisdom as the Athena in the Guardian role, matching up with Virgil, which is what we're going to call the Apollo today. XOXO on Guan Yu going to be what looks like your jungler, and it's going to be Chalk in the solo lane, starting out Mystical Mark, playing by Lucier. The red team is Breaking News, fighting out at the top of the minimap in the right side of your spectator UI. It's Rex Ruther on the Anhur, who will be pairing up with, wow, it's going to be Support Nua on Babe Ruham. Wow, that's definitely something new. Garmnir in the jungle as Hunbot's mid lane Alguang for last Elric, and Rainbow Dash God is going to be your solo lane Wukong. Definitely a surprise there. I would have certainly expected to see your son Wukong in the Guardian role, Dry Bear, not the Nua.
Yeah, certainly enough. And like we were talking about, Nuwa would have been abused heavily by Chalk in the solo lane, especially once that rain dance comes down, not going to be able to keep herself alive or even get any harassment in on the Chalk. So Wukong going to be able to fit that role very easily. Now at the same time, the same corner where you see Nuwa going to the support lane, and Nuwa is infamous for being known just not very effective in the 2v2 lane, just not doing enough damage or getting pushed out. And generally, this is the kind of situation where we saw prior about 3 months ago, the fact that Emir stopped getting picked up in the 2v2 lane because he was abused too much, and Nuwa, even less so, can easily just be grabbed up, pushed down, killed off, and then just ignored the rest of the time. Left side, we're going to see the blue buff start up here. Looks like Guan Yu's going to start movement speed first instead of helping out the solo lane. Hoonbots and Sun Wukong double monkey on the right side going to push up against Chalk here. I know this is for the jungle. Looks like we might have initiation. However, Guan Yu coming out. Does he have Warrior's Will? Talisol is up here. The dash comes out slow. Nuwa going to give you as they spot it out immediately. There goes the Talisol to start up here, turning it down. Protection's being lowered up. There goes the burst. Guan Yu taking a lot of harassment here. Apollo's going in. There's the so beautiful no shot on top of it. Nuwa escapes. But I like the predict and pick there from Armada, recognizing the Nuwa support.
Yeah, but this is going to be a very, very hard game now for Breaking News to win. Like, unfortunately, this itemization on this has to be a misclick to go meditation on Nuwa instead of Aya Providence. I think that's got to be a misclick. There's no way that he would be going to this lane thinking, hey, I really need a meditation. But now, they kind of have to collect themselves and figure out a way to put that to work. Like, they need to get that. The range harass from Nuwa needs to really pay dividends for this item to be worth it, because they're going to be down in Aya Providence, which means that Nuwa is going to be investing a lot into wards. In fact, you see Lucier here on the Chalk loading out with 2 wards. Smart stuff here from him. It's going to go Mystical Mark, Hand the Gods, 2 blue wards, and 3 green pots. A very nice kind of solo lane loadout for him. But again, back to this left side lane. I think this is where we're going to be looking at most of our action here. In fact, as a blue buff invade is about to come out, you have the rotation come out from Rithis, and that is going to be a free kill on to Babe Ruham. And that blue buff is down on the ground, unable to be secured by Breaking News. So this is a very, very tough start for them. In fact, they're already going to be down nearly 1,000 gold at this point, Dry Bear.
I love the vision here from Armada Gaming. Again, like we were talking about, actually Al Guang in the mid lane going to be forced back here by the Anubis. There goes that Plague Lotus to clear out the wave. But again, like we were talking about, at the same point, I mean, Nuwa is just not defensible. She just doesn't have the durability to sit in a 2v2 lane, and Armada just picks on that immediately. They recognize the fact that Nuwa is over there. Let's just go kill her a bunch, get farmed up. We'll put on her in an awkward position where he can't keep himself alive, and certainly can't farm up. We saw the rotation from the Anubis, good ward placement coming out there on the left side from the Athena. To the same point, we're going to see some Wukong getting just abused by Chalk as well, sitting far back from the wave. Doesn't have the distance.
Hunbot's in the mid lane. He's going to get wrapped in.
Yeah. Boom. That laser beam.
That's the way it goes, man. That's what happens, And this is, it's really good game to have a
right side. Some Wukong's going to live, just barely.
Yeah, Lucier has actually been harassing him really well. I've peeked over at this Sol Lane a few times, and he's definitely winning this matchup. It's going to be another... Ooh, is that enough for the lightning beam? No, it's not. In comes Guan Yu, though, but it's going to force out the ultimate from Wukong. Looks like he was trying to save it. XOXO going to take a lot of damage from that. Actually surprised that we didn't see Wukong go in there and try to pick up a kill with that somersault cloud, I guess, activation on the end of that ultimate. But I do want to go back to kind of the mid lane matchup here. We have Al Guang going up against Anubis, but it's essentially free farm Anubis, because Anubis can position himself so aggressively in that lane to use his Plague of Locusts to clear that wave, because there is just no punish going to come out from the other side. Hunbots is going to be forced to babysit the side lanes because they're both losing at this point in the game, and Al Guang should be able to stall it, which is going to be basically free farm for that Anubis in the mid.
No, it's unfortunate to see Al Guang rotate over to the left side and honestly get nothing for it as they've spotted out and rotate back. Nuwa popping the fog there, trying to get away. There goes a reach from the Athena, force back the on her. Again, we see right side Chalk forcing back the Sun Wukong here. So at this point, I mean, it's tough because, he has Storm Call. He has an ability to avoid damage and silence them at mid lane. Rotation coming out. Guan Yu, Anubis, does it land the Mummify? Mummify lands, grasping hands. There goes the Guan Yu ultimate. He's going to miss it. Does he have the stun? He's not going to get the stun in time. Looks like the cavalry charge was there, but just didn't slow himself down or get the positioning proper. So Al Guang's going to be able to get out there with level 1 Mummify. Not going to keep him in place long enough, but they're going to take this opportunity to take the damage off. Athena and Apollo joining up on the action on her. Nuwa on the backside. Hoonbot's forced to retreat. Al Guang rotating over to the same side. We're going to see Sun Wukong go down yet again. Anubis ultimate! Al Guang's going to go down a 2-for-0 exchange on either sides of the map, and now Onher's in trouble. So beautiful force him out. Does he have the taunt? The taunt comes out, hitting the Nuwa. She's level 4, Bart. Where does she go? Grasp me hands in the ground. There goes the Plague of Locust activation. Does it come out? Flame striking at the Athena, not going to do anything else. Honor by himself, no disperse. Pops Desert Fury, trying to get the kill, not getting Pillars of Heaven on the ground. There goes the Guan Yu dash. Nuwa by herself. She has Snake Form activation. Towel Assault's going to shred right through her. And the Fear No Evil comes out as Hoonbots is backpedaling, kind of taking meaning out of that phrase.
Yeah, having full mana bar doesn't do you too much when you just have no damage output, and that's what we're seeing out of this Nuwa here, that unfortunate meditation pickup. She's going to be trying to build on those Boots of Celerity as well. I'm sorry, the Midas Boots with the Watch Skiff and get that gold per 5 up, but Alcohol Ultimate coming through the wall, not going to hit anybody. Apollo in the air now on the Chariot. There's going to be, that's a very, very nice taunt into Wrap with the Apollo crashing down as well. Al Guang kept completely out of this game now. It's a level 8 Anubis, a level 6 mid lane Al Guang. The experience advantage is enormous. 5,000 experience going the way of Armada Gaming at 5 minutes into the game is just absurd. They're sitting on, what is 3,500 gold now, soon to be about another 5,000 gold, as well as 7,000 experience after this Gold Fury goes down. We'll see an update just like that. Yes, 5,000 gold, 6,200 experience going the way of Armada. And they are just crushing this game. I mean, Breaking News did get outdrafted pretty hard, I think. You could really point to that Al Guang and on her first round pickup there. I think on her was probably not the right god to choose at that round of the drafting stage. Just left way too much open, and now they're even here on Armada have put Guan Yu into the jungle role, which is certainly not his strongest role, but he is just wrecking with it just because Talu Assault is so strong against this lineup that basically has no innate tankiness.
Honestly, I'm not 100% against the on her pick so early. Here comes the Torrent. Does he have the Rain Dance? Storm Call comes down. Looks like the Fear No Evil will buy some time here. Chalk taking a lot of harassment. Rain Dance on the ground, and one last hit from Thunderstrike. The Somersault's not going to get the slow off. We see Nuwa going down left side as well. Hoomba's getting low. Does he have another Thunderstrike available? Possibly their Torrent's not going to land there. Of course, in the recent patch, that little projectile doesn't show, so not going to be able to follow that one up there. Hoomba's taking harassment from the main. He's going to back off Anubis. He's lying in wait. As a legendary Anubis, you got to know this is happening here, Bart. This is something that I'm sure you've seen time and time again. He's lying in wait. He's looking for dinner. Does he find the noodle?
That is a very, very dead noodle. There's the play of Logan Cinder Grassman's combination. Not going to go for the ultimate. I think I would have there just, because hey, I'm a pub player. What can I tell you?
He forced the beads.
But yeah, he forces the beads out, which means that, and he's going to, of course, know that those are rank 2 beads, meaning that they have a 135-second cooldown. The ultimate for Anubis sitting on 60 seconds. Is he sitting on cooldown reduction? Yes, so that's going to be up here fairly shortly. Swisdom diving the tower, but a little bit too aggressive there so far. I'm going to rethink that one in and bounce out of there. But I have Providence on one team and not on the other is going to lead to a lot of problems. In fact, looking at the ward coverage around the map, I mean, you see that the red team is actually invested pretty heavily in towards your 3 on the left side of the map here. Nuwa tired of being ganked, but she's been left alone in a 1v1 against Apollo, and that's going to be a free kill. Mid lane, however, Garmir in a little bit of trouble, forced to leap out of there, and Armada just continuing, I really like what they're doing here, continuing to roam this map and keep map control up and staying very, very deep in the enemy's jungle and making it so this Alquan can't leave his tower and keeping Nuwa really, really pinned back.
This is the worst feeling in the world to be Alquang, and you realize that you can't run even save under a tower. Blink, Anubis, ultimate. There goes the death gaze. Alquang will come through. Could they get a kill here on the Anubis? He just inside a tower range. One more shot. Actually bought enough time. In the meantime, Nuwa goes down to a solo Apollo on the left side on her. Is going to find the Apollo here as Anubis does go down to Humbot's ultimate there. Diving in, disperse, impale. No opportunity. Actually, the Serenade stops him out. Sun Wukong goes down on the right side as well. Spring activation, impale comes out. Desert Fury. Athena ultimate not going to be in time there. As Apollo goes down, it's going to turn out to be a 3-for-2 so far in this exchange. Actually, a 2-for-2. I apologize. So that's going to be a good engagement across the way. Honestly, for Armada, when you're trading evenly when you're ahead like this, it's going to keep them ahead. They're not really in that bad of a situation, considering the fact that they shut down Sun Wukong as well as the Ao Guang in the mid lane, a large positioning control there. I mean, if Ao Guang does not have enough damage and Sun Wukong doesn't have enough tankiness to go into the team fight, their team fight just slows down so much. Oh,
Guan Yu going to steal that red buff right in front of Hunbots there in the left side jungle and find himself a free kill. That's why you don't use your leap to farm, Dry Bear.
That's exactly right. At that point, I mean, he wasn't even paying attention. In fact, he had a ward there in the mid lane, so couldn't see it. There goes a cavalry charge. Pillars of Heaven coming out. No stun possibility. Does he have? She's sitting inside of it. Athena doesn't care a whole lot, though. It's Owl Assault, and that's a dead Nuwa.
Just like that, Baby Ruam going to go down again. XOXO finding himself yet another kill. Guan Yu sitting at 6-0-2. He's going to have Jotun's Wrath up and running here shortly with Warrior Tabi. That's a lot of flat pen. That means that these gods that don't have any physical tankiness at this point are going to start being hit by true damage by the Guan Yu, especially after Talu Assault. And it's going to get really, really hairy if Virgil's there as well. As you see, this one of the few times that I'm going to say I like this rush to Malice here on the Apollo, because they have this so advanced Guan Yu with so much flat pen in the Talu Assault, he's going to be able to basically get everyone down to 0 armor, and that's going to mean that when Virgil comes through and starts hitting those, about 190 to 250 damage crits, depending on where his boots are, kind of in the progression, it's going to really, really chunk people.
Yeah, it certainly will, and it's something they have to look out for. But speaking of looking out, there goes a Mummified. Death Gaze coming through. Towel Assault is not even used there. Pillars of Heaven comes out. It's going to damage on top of the Nuwa getting slowed out. Pops the fog, but just gets pushed down into the dirt. Now rotation comes out from Ao Guang. He's level 9 right now. Does he have an ultimate available? Looks like he does indeed. Comes out, doesn't hit the Apollo. Mummified, Grasping Hands, Plague of Locusts. Humbots comes through. Does he have enough damage here? Apollo's going to start the blue buff. Humbots getting greedy. Fear no evil. Overhand smash. Gets a kill. Can he jump out in time? And that's just clean textbook play, but it's not going to get him out of the hole they're in right now.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, Anubis basically, if you get him to the point where he is drawn even with the enemy mid laner and also has his defensive active up and running at rank 3, he's pretty much won the entire early and mid game. He should be able to control the rest of this portion of the game pretty easily. Big time defensive Aegis Amulet there. We've seen him use it twice to great effect now, and is ahead still of Last Electric, who's still working on getting his rank 1 Void set up, and has been forced into Shield of Teleport 3, so that he is invested a lot into a non-defensive style active, has Beads 2 up and running as well, and is just sitting, right now 2,000 individually, 2,000 gold behind Rithus on that Anubis in the mid lane. And if a snowball god ever there was one, it is Anubis, and that, of course, is going to lead to the fatal heart attack of the Chaos Titan. Armada takes the round of 32, just like that, Driver.
Yep, so the Titan's going to evaporate, and strangely enough, let's go ahead and look at the builds. And one criticism I would like to have if you're going to go with the Nuwa support is Watcher's Gift into the boots is just not going to cut it, because she is so weak in the early stages of the laning phase and so abusable. And you see Armada just immediately pick this off. They see exactly what's going on. They go for an early gank, and Guan Yu starts movement speed just for the opportunity to think, hey, Sun Wukong, we spot this out with the ward. They know Sun Wukong's going solo. Why not just go pick on Nuwa, who's sitting by herself in the 2v2 lane and just free meat? And then they picked it off perfectly. You look at On Her, Hoonbots, and Sun Wukong, characters that generally are very difficult to kill with their movement, their high mobility. You look at Nuwa and Ao Guang, much easier considering the fact that you do have a Guan Yu in the jungle. You have a rotation from the Apollo Athena ultimate and Anubis with high amounts of damage on the back end. Those two characters are very easy to control, very easy to pick off, and they're going to get that. To add insult to injury there, Chalk also beat out Sun Wukong in the solo lane. So I think there's just a lot for Breaking News to just gather from this game and really try to build on.
Yeah, I would expect that. Just kind of going back to the meditation Nuwa here. I mean, like that we suspect that's likely a misclick there. Probably intended to get Eye of Providence, but ended up with meditation here. And like we're saying, unfortunately, there wasn't much they could do with the meditation. Right? They can't even really play hyper aggressive and have Nuwa really poke effectively with it, just because of the lane that they were up against. I mean, Apollo and Athena just bring so much to the table in terms of burst damage. Very hard for Nuwa to get in there and really try to use her abilities and, maybe use the fog for a little bit of that AoE dot damage, just trying to harass them down with that meditation. They just weren't able to really get it together. And as you mentioned, I think what ultimately was the big turning point in this game, outside of how much the left and mid lane were dominated, was the fact that Chalk beat Sun Wukong so badly in the solo lane, meant that Wukong couldn't really rotate with the Hun bots to set up those kills with Cat Form and Fear No Evil. And so they weren't able to shut down what should have been free kills on the Anubis. With a Hun bots and a Sun Wukong, you should be able to just wreck Anubis's day. But they weren't able to really get those rotations effectively. And as I mentioned earlier, because the side lanes were not doing so well, we're getting beat,
Sure.
that forced Hun bots into being forced to babysit that left side lane, where he was just getting wrecked as the jungle positioning was so aggressive there. A really, really, really tough hole that they dug themselves, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think a combination of picks, itemization, and of course placement early on, and also you could add in the other factors. The fact that Armada Gaming was very adept at picking out the weak points of Breaking News and just putting pressure onto the wound there. And that's just, beautiful play by Armada, and Breaking News really didn't come out in a situation where they're ready to compete at a level that's comfortable, because if you're going to run these kind of different lineups, and you've seen people, I know Anatoly also really likes Nuwa and playing on the solo lane, but you're never going to see him picking her in a tournament because she's just not as effective as other picks available. So Nuwa going into the 2v2 lane, I think, was a highlight for this game is in both aspects. Number one, it's new because we haven't really seen Nuwa there being picked up as often. But at the same time, there's a reason for that, and I think Nuwa is something that if you're going to run it, you have to play a lot more tanky. And I would like to see instead of the Watcher's Gift into Boots, maybe Greaves and Mark the Vanguard with Higher Providence, Creeping Curse, something like that, just to keep yourself safe. Because if you have Watcher's Gift into Boots, you have certainly a lot of gold gain, but just not enough defensiveness. And you saw them just putting pressure after pressure after pressure. Anubis rotated at level 3 just to come get a kill there because he knows that that's a weak point for that match. But that's the end of this matchup, guys. Armada Gaming versus Breaking News is completed. We'll be heading into the next round of the tournament, so we refresh this to see exactly what has gone on. It looks like SMITE has moved on from their bye, and High Guy Express has defeated Everlasting Ones, and they're going to be moving on to round of 2. COG has moved on to face off against Gamer Gloves here in round 2, as the Gamer Gloves beat out QX God Squad XP in that first round matchup there. Still Jamie versus Team Kustos. We saw Team Kustos in that interview earlier on in the pre-show. They are still going head-to-head. In fact, they're the last round 1 to still be remaining. Dignitas is going to be facing off against Clash and Slash in round 2 so early on in the tournament, and that's probably going to be our next round matchup.
It will indeed, yeah. We're going to be taking a look at Clash and Slash versus Team Dignitas coming up next, guys. One final point before we leave this game's analysis is, imagine if that lane had gone really well and how dirty On Her Nuwa could have been, right? The Impale pushing them through both sides of that Nuwa ultimate. If they want to stay in it, you have the Desert Fury from On Her. I mean, there is some synergy there. It would have been really neat to see it work out. Unfortunately, Nuwa, probably not going to be seeing much more of her in the Guardian role this week, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and get our next game ready to go. It's going to be Clash and Slash versus Team Dignitas. Will Jerby get those that ultimate working today, or will it be more of the classic Jerby ult style? We will find out in just a few moments, guys. For Dry Bear, I am High Res Bart. For all the production team and admin staff, thank you guys so much for tuning in today, and we'll be right back with a round of 16 from the Path to $100,000 week number 3 tournament.
Stick around.
is but the one thing Geb longs for. In his eye, she is glorious sapphire, an unreachable object, but it was not always so. Once the earth and sky were as one, Geb and Nut, goddess of the sky, locked in a lover's embrace. Ra deemed their union unfit and sent Shu, god of wind, between them. In his rage, Geb thundered and broke the earth, but for naught, Nut was now forever out of reach. Though his desire has not weathered with the ages, Geb has rested peacefully for time memorial, nurturing mankind through bountiful harvest and stable ground for pyramids and palaces. It is the clash of gods upon his surface that stirs him. He has risen to war, though his motives are unclear. Does he fight to prevent the destruction of his realm, or will he seize the chance to shatter the wind and reunite the earth and sky? Whatever the outcome, the earth will always remain. Geb's passive is called Hard as Rock. Crits only do a percentage of damage to Geb rather than the normal plus 100%. His first ability is called Whirlwind. Geb turns into a massive rolling earth, damaging and slowing enemies he encounters, stopping at the first god he hits. He increases speed as he travels, and his damage scales. Once at his top speed, Geb becomes CC immune and will also knock back enemy gods. His second ability is called Shockwave. Geb creates a shockwave causing damage and knock-up to all enemies. Enemies closer to Geb take full damage. Enemies at the furthest edge take less. Geb's third ability is called Stone Shield. Geb targets himself or an ally to put a shield around. The shield blocks all damage and knockback effects, and lasts until its time expires or takes enough damage to be destroyed. The shield also cleanses any CC when applied. Geb's ultimate is called Cataclysm. Geb pulls apart the earth, dealing magical damage to all enemy gods based on a percent of their current health and stunning them. In this first fight, Geb and Apollo come in from the jungle. Initiating the whirlwind, Geb's knockback fails as Fenrir takes off with Apollo. Cleansing his ally with shield, Geb takes the kill with a deadly shockwave. In the second fight, Geb places Stone Shield on himself as he dives the Phoenix, knocking out Muzan and Sun Wukong with Shockwave. Geb gets an assist from Muzan as he takes down Wukong. In this final fight, Geb and his allies push the middle Phoenix, stunning all nearby enemies with Cataclysm. Geb continues with the Shockwave and battles and sees the enemies. As the god of Earth, Geb controls the terrain around him to shield his allies and rip his enemies. Starting him off with Shockwave is an excellent idea for its wave, clear, and knock-out protection. Next, picking up Stone Shield can aid Geb's laning partner and counter any crowd control threats. From there, the priorities shift to Cataclysm, Stone Shield, Shockwave, Rollout. Hell and Amuzan Khan make their golden debut. Also introduced in this patch is the addition of a brand new arena map. Matches will randomly rotate between the traditional arena map and the newly updated nighttime arena. The traditional map's gameplay rules will remain the same, while in the newly updated map, the Manticore will spawn after every 10-player kills on a side. If your side can escort the Manticore through the other team's portal, you gain extra points. Thanks for watching the SMITE God reveal for Geb, God of Earth.
Yeah.
Thanks for Shadow Q. I was on Lassus, but he decided to joust.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the round of 16. My name is Hi-Rez Bard, and joining me once again, of course, is Dry Bear. And we are ready to go with our next game. Dry Bear, why don't you go ahead and introduce this one?
So, everyone knows Team Dignitas. We're watching them coming up in this round 2 matchup. But at the same time, Clash and Slash is a newer team by name. Now, certainly the roster is not something that will shock you a whole lot. There's a lot of players that have been scrapped from other teams coming together, and they certainly have a lot of talent. I mean, they have Jerby, you have Heckies. There's a lot of talent there, and I think, after watching some of the scrims yesterday, I was watching a lot of the scrims between Dignitas and Clash and Slash. They certainly have a very strong matchup together. They've been playing back and forth. Early on, it seems like Clash and Slash's early game is much, much better, though colloquially, we've seen Team Dignitas have a comparatively weaker early game than other teams,
Sure.
but a very strong mid and late game. So certainly something that we're looking to get into here. Looks like the picks are going to be coming up quite shortly, and we'll have that up on screen for you. But one thing I'm really excited about, throughout the last week, we've seen experimentation from Dignitas with Kali, and I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they feel comfortable enough to run her against a team like Clash and Slash. Clash and Slash notably knocked out Denial of last week's tournament. Well, really, that's something we kind of did gloss over in the kind of the tournament introduction kind of portion of the show today, where in week 1 we had Denial knock out Team Dignitas in the round of 8, and then last week we had Clash and Slash knock out Denial in the round of
That's
8.
right.
So today we're going to have either Dignitas or Clash and Slash gone in the round of 16. So big teams are getting knocked out of this tournament early on, and that, of course, is going to drastically upset your points rankings, I guess, at the end of the tournament season. If you guys are unfamiliar kind of with the format here, we play 8 weeks of weekly tournaments. At the end of those 8 weeks, we will identify the top 8 teams, 4 from each region, that are invited to come to Atlanta at the end of March to compete for $100,000.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of money on the line, and not only that, there's money every single week that you're still going for. We still have a $1,000 prize pool every single Saturday and Sunday separately for each of those regions. So, there's something that's just always looking to be gained here. You look at the way the seating is now, you're going to see Dignitas at 100 versus the kind of gaming at 200, of course, Denial at 60, Snipe at 50 currently. But at the same time, you're looking at these teams getting knocked out, Dig being in second place as they are now. If they get knocked out this early on, now obviously for those of you who don't know, 5th through 8th still get seeding points, but it's very, very minimal. It's 10 versus first place, which is 100, so 10 times more for first place than it would be for 5th through 8th. So Dig looking to move forward here, but Clash and Slash certainly looking to get themselves on the charts. Looks like we are in the picking stage, getting ready to go. The bans are going to be really important here. You're going to see on the right side of your screen Clash and Slash, the left side, Team Dignitas. Certainly, a lot of very, very talented players in one game, and to have this in the round of 16 so early on is very, very devastating to the rest of the bracket.
Zhang Kui and Agni once again banned out of this game. I get a feeling we're not going to be seeing much of either of them until probably game 2 of the finals, where we'll see a respect ban come out for something that dominates game 1. That's usually the way things go around here. Zhang Kui, Agni, I would expect Tyr to be banned out here as well, potentially Guan. Wow, it's going to be Freya taken out of the pool. Haven't seen the Queen of the Valkyries banned in some time. Tyr available.
Tyr a fantastic jungle, 0 guards at the same time. So I mean, there's just something there. Tyr absolutely available. Zhang Kui not that surprisingly taken out. So many mids. Guan Yu gets locked in here, so it looks like that. Okay. I like these picks early on, Bart, because they're so ambiguous. You can play Guan Yu jungle, you can play Guan Yu solo, you can play Guan Yu support. So you pick Guan Yu Athena, someone calling. These characters can go anywhere, all over the map, and at that point you're thinking, okay, what are they going to do? I can put Guan Yu support. We know Anatoly loves his Guan Yu solo, possibly going into the support lane, maybe even in the jungle, we don't know. Over to Cyclone Spin and Peck to see what they want to pick up here. They have 2 selections available, and with so many mids banned out, they may look to pick one of those up.
So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by any stretch of the imagination to see Ao Guang taken here. Yeah. So it's going to be Tyr Ao Guang, and I think those are the 2 strongest picks still available on the board. Of course, this leaves Athena open if they don't want to run Guan Yu in that Guardian role, or put Lassus in the jungle as Athena. And that's almost guaranteed as you see her being hovered over now. It would not surprise me at all to see her be locked in. Now, the question is, what do they take here? Will they take on her? It's going to be Thor. Yeah, Thor. So this means that you're going to see likely Guan Yu soloing, Athena in that support role, and Thor in the jungle, although they could swap the roles of Athena and Guan Yu, certainly. But very similar to actually last game, where we saw kind of that triple bruiser draft. However, in this game, it isn't going to be breaking news drafting Ao Guang and on her. It will be the gentleman of Clash and Slash taking Tyr Ao Guang, which I think is a little bit stronger of an opening.
Sure. I would love to see some big burst picks coming out from Dignitas here. Because of the Thor pick, they're going to force Alguang into selections like Purification Beads and Blink, because Thor just puts so much pressure on immobile characters like Alguang. He's going to be in a tough spot. And of course, that most likely be played by Jerby. Apollo hovered on here. Zero Guards has an opportunity to pick something up. Most likely go with a jungler, or just go with a support tank here. I mean, obviously with Guan Yu and Athena and Thor selected, they know what's going on, but they could swap it up. We'll see what goes on here. Vamana going to be hovered on. Now, Vamana will be able to move through a lot of the pressure and front line provided by Dignitas, but again, Vamana's an interesting character, right? Because if he gets picked up in the early stages and starts getting lots of farm, lots of experience, we saw last weekend Pentakill coming out from Xaylia in a tournament game with Vamana. So obviously there's merit there, but it doesn't seem like they have as much cohesion here on Clash of Slash as Dignitas does. 2 more selections to go. What are they going to go with?
And also, Divios, big-time Vamana player, really, really likes this god. Divios also factoid for you. I think it's like 12, maybe 13 years old, and is a very, very, very strong solo lane player. So, with youth comes, I guess he synergizes well with the baby. Okay, Cupid going to be selected potentially here as your range carry. Looks like they're going to let this one time out, and yes, it is going to be Cupid and Habwa selected. So Habwa in the mid lane going up against that Alguang. Best generally fairly hit or miss with Hebo here. Honestly, I don't think he has the strongest Habwa. Out of all of the gods he could have selected here, I probably would have preferred to see him play Isis. I think it really kind of suits him better. Habwa, I think, considered the stronger pick in NA right now, but I just don't know. Like I think that there's obviously a tremendous amount of synergy for Habwa with this team. You have the Cripple Ultimate Fields of Love from Cupid, keep them in place. Followed up with the kind of Athena Thor double dunk and then a wave on through, or even Athena to kind of get Hebo out of trouble after he ults through. But oh man, it's going to be very, very tough to execute. Dignitas certainly has drafted a very execution high team. We see Clash and Slash rounding out their roster with Bacchus to pair up with that Apollo, and I think Clash and Slash ultimately has the much safer team here.
I really like Dignitas's lineup here. You have Thor,
Whoa.
That must have been a swap error there. Must have been a swap error there. Thor is not going to be the support, although it has been tried before. Not certainly something we're looking to pick up here. So, Guan Yu, Athena, you also have the Cupid Ultimate Fields of Love, Habwa coming through lots of damage. And I really, really liked it because if you look at the start for Dignitas, way their picking stage went, they went with Thor, Guan Yu, Athena. A very stable, CC-heavy, pick-heavy lineup there. And then they rounded off with a AoE-based Hunter, and then a hard damage mage. And that's what I was looking at, is that their damage was a little bit low. They needed something that would just push it over the edge. Agni was gone. Zhonghui was gone. Zeus was gone. And of course, Alguang gone as well. And they go with Habwa there. And I really like the Habwa pick because it's going to put that extra element of damage on the back end, that catalyst that's going to make their team fights that much stronger. And honestly, I'm going to have to disagree with you here. The best historically has been very poor at Habwa. But watching him last week, the way he played Habwa, beautiful textbook. The rotations was there, and I think Dig is really starting to transition into more of a smart team. I think historically they've had more reliance on their individual skill, and now they're starting to pull it together. I saw last week, and of course in the scrims this week, they're just picking out tons and tons of wards. And last week when they had those wards down, every single time the jungle rotated in, the best was like water spout, water spout, water spout. The second
That's
they
true.
come to lane, the
That's true.
damage
That was
amazing.
really funny. And so for those of you that didn't catch last week, what Trevor's talking about is basically that's not this ward that was like just off the right side of the mid lane, and every time that the jungler tried to rotate in or the mid laner tried to get an angle on him, he would just water spout him and run away. Definitely brings that kind of that thumbing his nose kind of neener style of Pablo play. Very strong with the pokes. I mean, he is a very, very competent player, of course. I just don't particularly always really like his positioning in team fights and the way he uses that Hubba ultimate. I think I just prefer him on gods like Alquang and Isis, where he has really, really strong side mid lane camp contest. Not that Hubba doesn't have it, but I think the best tends to overextend out of the mid lane position and makes up for it with strong kind of skill shot play. And obviously, in all these things I'm saying, they really lend themselves to Hubba's style of play, but for me, I just don't really see it coming together as effectively for Dignitas when Best is on Hubba. But we'll see how it all shakes out here, guys. In just about 3 minutes, it's going to be Team Dignitas going up against Clash and Slash in the round of 16. My name is Hi-Rez Bart, and for Dry Bear, we will see you guys in just about 3 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live with the round of 16 matchup. Team Dignitas going up against Clash and Slash, and we are underway. Let's go ahead and introduce your teams. The blue team fighting out of the bottom of the minimap in the left side of the spectator UI. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Team Dignitas. They are Zapman on the Cupid, who will be pairing up with Mr. Shadow Q on the Athena for that Cupid-Athena duo lane. You'll have Lassus in the jungle as Thor, the best in the mid lane as Habwa, and Anatoly will be holding down your solo lane as Guan Yu. Their opponents on the other side of the minimap, on the red team and fighting out of the right side of your spectator UI, they are Clash and Slash. Pekkies and Cyclone Spin will be combining for that Apollo and Bacchus duo lane. Jerby in the mid lane is Ao Guang. You'll have Zero Gars in the jungle as Tyr, and in the solo lane, as Momana, it is Divios. And we have some nice variants here of starting items, Driver. Why don't you go ahead and roll through these?
Before we jump into that really quickly, we saw Box getting shut out there by Cupid. Now they know where they were as a ward towards the blue side of that. Now, one thing I do want to highlight here, which actually makes me very excited, for those of you who didn't watch the last patch, boots, as far as their costs go, have been changed very, very much. You look at the mid lane, generally you'll see a start where you'd see Vampiric Shroud, shoes into one of each potion there for the mid start, but because the boots have been reduced by 300 gold, that fits in one extra active. So Jerby here on Ao Guang is going to pick up a purification beast. Now this is the one I wanted to highlight. The one I wanted to highlight was the start from Pekkies here on Apollo. You're going to see a Death's Toll, Sprint 3, and one of each potion. Absolutely fantastic. Sprint 3 is now 600 gold instead of 900 gold, and has a 1-minute cooldown. It's 6 seconds of 40% increased movement speed. Absolutely mind-blowing, and it's a fantastic item to start. Not only that, we're going to see a lot of solo laners replacing the newer teleport, which has a longer cooldown on it, with that 60-second sprint, just to sprint back to the lane instead of teleporting there. I think there's a lot of synergy there, and I really like the start here from Pekkies. That Boots 1 generally doesn't do anything. Boots 1, as you can see, 6% movement speed just on that first start, so really it doesn't give you any stats as it did prior. So we're going to see a lot of people foregoing the Boots 1 and going straight into active items or going to other items, and I really like the start here from Pekkies.
Yeah, Death's Toll and Sprint 3 up against Heartseek. I mean, like, such an unconventional start. Really great to see that coming out from these teams. Taking a look around the map right now, you see that the jungler of Tyr has elected to leave this lane a bit early, and Divios is going to take a lot of harass from the two level 3 bruisers over here between Lassus and Anatoly. Guan Yu and Thor doing a nice job of putting that pain out. Zero Gars hopefully can transition this kind of early kind of leaving of that solo laner into some more farm or even some pressure on in the mid lane. But, looking around the map, he only has that red buff available, orange buff already sitting on him. He's not really getting much out of that kind of early rotation. So unfortunately, that's not going to work out great for Clash and Slash at this juncture. Taking a look over at the duo lane here, do you give the edge? I think I give the edge here to Athena and Cupid. Just burst damage and lockdown a little bit stronger than Apollo Bacchus. What do you think about that, Drive Bear?
There's a lot of aggressive actions they can take here on the solo and the 2v2 lane. I think Bacchus, if he plays properly, can get some damage out. But like you said, the combo there is definitely available for Cupid and the Athena. Rotation coming out on the backside. Thor's going to go back to the jungle and clear that one out and going through. Damage buff picked up here. It looks like it's going to go to the Tyr, who goes in. No, actually, no, goes to, it's just on the ground. Ao Guang needs to go back and pick this one up if he wants to grab that. Left side, some aggression coming out here. Looks like they're forcing it away. Bacchus getting hit pretty hard. Cyclone Spin on the back end, forced into the jungle, rotate over. Now, one thing to keep in mind as well, the mid camps now have a 2-minute respawn time. They're going to come up quite shortly here. There goes the right side mid camp coming up. Box makes his way over. Tectonic Rift comes through. Who's going to get it? Hand of the Gods comes out. And looks like they did end up with Clash of Slash jumping over on the tornado, into the tornado. Purification Beast is going to buy some time, but not going to buy his life as the shark comes down and removes Habwa from the game. Left side did end up going to Dignitas, it looks like, so a split there on the mid camps, but a great rotation from Clash and Slash. And once it went down, the positioning was perfect, and I loved the call there from Clash and Slash, recognizing where Habwa was, what abilities they had active, and right then, when that mid camp went down bar, Tyr hit level 5 and jumped in immediately. I love it.
And now look at this. He's hit level 6 on the back of that with the experience he then soaked up in the mid lane with the wave. He's quite a bit ahead of Lassus now. Ultimate just becoming available onto the Thor. I think you're absolutely right. Right side lane. Divio's getting quite low here. Has the ultimate activated. Is going on Anatoly. Anatoly has to wait for those cooldowns to come back up to try to aggress this, but he's been forced under tower by the big baby. Of course, more aggression in the left side lane. We have a shield wall coming out. Pecky's just used his sprint already, and I think it's going to be out. Oh, no, he's going to dash out of that Fields of Love. And that is why that sprint pickup is so sexy, as you mentioned earlier in your analysis there. Now, taking a look around the map, Best is really the one that's in a lot of trouble here. Sitting at level 4 versus a level 6 Algong. That means that Algong has such superior clear to what Hubba is going to be able to bring to the table. Just now getting his ultimate as well. Take a look at Tyr on the rotation to the left side. Algong's here as well. They definitely want to fight this one. Dignitas into trouble. Knockup coming onto the Athena. In comes the shield wall and the taunt, but it's not enough. And now she's being knocked up by the Fearless combination. Do they have enough damage here? Knock up again by the blue side Fearless. Intoxicate use, not enough. Dry Bear. A big rotation from Clash and Slash. No kills found. There should be some nice farm opportunities around the map now for Dignitas. Will they look to re-aggress? I don't think so. I think Thor just a little bit too under-farmed to try to go in.
He was just too far away for that one there, and I think, we really have to highlight the wonderful play from ShadowQ, and this is why he's one of the best supports in the North American region. If he didn't land that confound taunt when he did, he would have died absolutely, no doubt in my mind. He gets the taunt off as the Fearless was about to come out from the Tyr, went for the blink here. I'm going to stop this analysis. The right side looks like a dunk coming out from the Thor. Dunk's on top. There goes Berserker Barrage, and Divios has been removed. A beautiful play by Lassus. They're going to put them up on the board 1-1 right now. Algong rotating over Tyr, looking for it. Blinks right over. Beautiful play by both Athena and the Thor. Of course, the Athena ultimate, Defender of Olympus, was coming down on top of Guan Yu's Warhorse. That cavalry charge, but wasn't able to do anything with it. But Thor was able to clean it up there. So, I mean, just wonderful play coming out from Dignitas at the start here. But that's going to put the game pretty much tied here. Both charts have been leveled out. And at this point, we're waiting for those mid-camps to respawn.
Yeah, you have to be a very confident player to throw a Thor ult into a tower against Vamana there. And had Lassus missed that could have very easily been turned around. Armored Umbrella doing a lot of damage at this point in the game. I think sitting at probably level 3 or 4, looking at, near 300 damage is going to be coming out from that thing. And Thor, certainly not the most resilient of all the gods in the game here. He's going to be rushing boots, it looks like, here with Thor. That's something we haven't really mentioned, that this is the new boots patch, where boots 1 are really, really ineffective in terms of the stats they give you. Just a little bit of movement speed. Boots 2 going to be the likely pickup here. As you can see, Lassus the best. Actually, all around the map, everyone's sitting on Boots 2. Boots 1 definitely not going to be favored. Zapman, the Zapman build here is going to be Heartseeker into an Aussie. So really reaching back here to when Aussie was first introduced and before Chinsblade's got the lifesteal on it. This was the build that we saw primarily for Hunters.
Yeah, I do like the initiation here from Zadman picking up that Aussie. I think he could have rotated it over to something a little bit more, a little bit more oomph. Now, the Aussie does have penetration on it, flat pen, which does complement well with the Heartseeker, as well as a little bit of attack speed and lifesteal. Now, keep in mind, Cupid's passive allows him to stack up stuns with that passive. 10 hits total once he has that. So attack speed benefits him in a way that gives him more CC opportunities, allowing his Fields of Love and Heart Bomb to stun. And that's something he's going to look to start building up on. Cupid looking for opportunity. He's staying outside of the ward. I like this placement from Zapman. The mid camps are respawning here. Guan Yu rotating over, going to find Tyr in the jungle. Tell us all. The Fearless going to miss there as Bacchus wastes the belly flop and the belch of the gods, actually, as the mid camps are being pushed out. Tyr looking forward. Is he going to find the right camp? Will go down to the hand of the gods. Left camp does go down to Dignitas. Possible engagement here if they want to go in. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and back off. Almana's going to find Guan Yu in the jungle, though. Divios is forced to use clear the path to get out of that one. Hand of the gods. Actually, I really like that play from Anatoly. He aggroes Divios just to pull the melee minions to himself, waits for them to group up, hand of the gods, and that's it.
Classic Toly.
So
that's the old Anatoly Okidoke right there. So looking around the map, what's really interesting so far here in this game is it seems like Clash and Slash has really secured this early game, and these mid lane contests, every time Dignitas trades, right, and they're able to get a mid lane camp and Clash able to get the other, it feels like a trade that Dignitas is winning. Like, they are really unable, it seems like, at this point in the game to aggress onto Clash and Slash at all. Zapman actually on the left sideline here has been mezzed out. Forced to dash away. Sprint has been activated on to the Apollo as well. A Fields of Love only going to hit Cyclone Spin here. A stun going to hit Pecky's, and that's going to keep him out of this fight for the moment, but it's going to be a Lawbringer over the top onto ShadowQ. ShadowQ is indeed going to fall here. Zapman in some trouble as well as the sun comes through. They have the knockup. They do indeed. And a blue stance number 2 coming out from Tyr. That's going to be enough to wipe the dual lane off the map. Rotation's a little bit late from Dignitas there.
Clash is coming in here, getting spotted out by Clash and Slash, forces to teleport with that Mjolnir's attunement. I really am impressed with the play coming out from Clash and Slash right now. They're leveraging that CC chain so well. For those of you who don't know, Preemptive Strike, Athena's 1 is a dash, but it does have a build-up on Alcoholism coming through. There goes a crushing wave, getting a kill. Does he get the Gold Fury, though? The Gold Fury looks like it was not stolen away there. So, did he get it?
He got it. Yeah, no, look at the graph. Dignitas picks up that Gold Fury with the Habwa ultimate coming through and the Athena ult coming in on top of it. A 3-man wipe, and Dignitas has just opened this game wide open. What a play by the best. They're such a player.
Wow, that great rotation. My graph messed up there. Didn't actually show any changes at all. It kind of just messed up and didn't show anything. So beautiful play from the best coming through, stealing the Gold Fury as well as picking off the Bacchus. It looked like a kill went down on Pecky's as well as Zergo's dropping the stacks on the Heartseeker. Wonderful play, and now they're going to be sitting at currently 1,500 gold ahead. It looks like the right side, Vamana is sitting currently at 4,800 gold versus Guan Yu's 4,900. So Guan Yu a little bit ahead in the solo lane as well. So everything is in Dignitas' favor.
Yeah, with that, they now are rolling. They get both the mid camps on that 8-minute respawn. They got the Gold Fury out of that steal with 3 kills on top of it. They've built themselves over a 2,000 and 3,000 gold lead, 3,000 experience lead. It's going to be a Bancroft's Talon for the best here coming out as his damage item. Definitely like this one. Does very well against Guang, who is a dot-based mage. It'll allow Best to, occasionally will be able to kind of re-aggress at low health as Guang without the ultimate's not so bursty.
Right side lane. Taking out Guan Yu, shut down in that lane. Divios just kind of pecking him down there, and I think Anatoly just wasn't prepared for that. His cavalry charge was available. He had the ability to get out there. Divios just whittled them down to the point where the decision no longer was valid. He just kind of forced him out. Burst damage came through. Umbrella Rain to slow him out. Didn't even have to pop his ultimate. Just clean kill by Divios.
Yeah, I think, Anatoly, in the solo lane, especially between this style of matchup where you have Vamana going up against a bruiser, it's very hard, I think, for that bruiser to really accurately estimate how much damage Vamana's going to do once that Ankh is finished. Similarly, if he had gone Mystical Mark, once that item gets up and running for Vamana, he just really can turn the lane and do so much damage. Best is going to find the tower in mid. Really, really nice crushing wave will secure that. And looks like Best is going to make me eat my words today, playing a really lights-out Habwa.
Jumping out the left side, looks like Peck's going to be hit by Defender of Limits. There goes the taunt. Shield wall, and one shot from little baby Cupid. And Apollo goes down there. Wonderful play. Dignitas coming out strong here. Clash and Slash still a little bit behind. Now, something that I was seeing, and something we've seen before, is Dignitas definitely doesn't have the early game that they have been known for. They're kind of like slacking a little bit. But this game, 6-4, 10 minutes, 35 seconds into this match, they're ahead. And that doesn't bode too well for Clash and Slash. I think that Dignitas is just really picking this up here. Like you mentioned, Habwa being played perfectly by the best. Coming out, good rotation from Zapman. That Aussie is now done. And as far as his next item goes, he can go into Fatalis for extra move speed. He can honestly get some extra damage there. But with the pen and hard stacking from the Heartseeker, he's in a great place. And honestly, he could even go for Witchstone. Witchstone would actually be a beautiful pickup here, giving him a little bit more movement speed, a little bit physical protection against Tyr, Vamana, and Apollo, and slowing the passive from that Apollo as well. I think that'd be a good matchup for him, and honestly, just make him a little more durable.
I think you're spot on. Great pickup would be the Witchstone here. Could transition that into an Ankh or even a Bulwark and just really get nice and tanky. Left side of the mid camp here. Last is in some trouble, forced to disengage. That Outgoing ultimate going to hit only the best, but he was pretty healthy when it hit him, so still going to be able to kind of stay in the lane here. Bancroft's taloning. A few water cannons will get him back up to full health. 0 Gars. At best, basically, just need to make sure that Gars isn't able to really get a nice field chain on him. Uh-oh, the positioning here from Best is just no good. It looks like it was a bait, though. There's an Athena ultimate coming in, and there's the ultimate coming up from Best as well. They're going to turn that around. Dignitas with the plays.
There's Alice on the ground. The minions are flying away. The Best looking for it. Thor going to miss his ultimate. Titanic missed as well. Water Spout. Squall not going to land. It's the game of throws here as people are missing all their skill shots. Looks like Guang is going to survive. But that right there, this is what I'm talking about. The Best is so good at Habwa now. His play after watching the scrims, the way he played last week, he's doing so phenomenally well. And honestly, if you're watching this tournament thinking to yourself, okay, that's not that impressive, would you have gone for that kill on Tyr? If you're going to jump down and focus like that, would you have gone for that? I don't think you would have. I certainly would have. But the Best goes in and thinks, I got this. Don't worry. Water Spout into Water Cannon, waits for the jump. Crushing wave comes through, and as he lands down, picks it off immediately. He knew, you gotta think that in their voice communication, they're thinking, Shadowkey's like, I got you. Here comes the defender. It's coming down. You're protected. Look out. Go. Ultimate's on you. Comes on top of that. Boom. That's it. That's all I need. Tyr goes down here. 7-4, 2,500 gold in the lead. Dignitas is looking sharp.
Yeah, what a bait there. So beautiful. And here's the thing, is that it seems like Clash and Slash is really struggling to get their feet back under him in this game. It's been all Dignitas. They've really dominated the pace of this game since that first blood. These rotations around the map with Defender of Olympus, I mean, that play in the mid lane kind of sums it all up. They've really just been one step ahead of Cyclone and the rest of Clash and Slash so far in this game. Last is going to aggress the right side camps here. There's the hand being used. Best is going to rotate around. He's going to have an opportunity to do some damage here. Knocked up by Bacchus, and I think this is going to be enough for Cyclone Spin to disengage. No, he's going to go back in. Intoxicate is out. Shield Wall going to do a lot of damage there. There comes the ultimate as well. Down he will fall. Zergar's now is overextended. Apollo's in as well. Thor is in the air. He's going to come crashing down. Best uses the beats. Only finds one. Divius has a good opportunity to put the damage onto the Best. Aegis Amulet as Athena comes crashing in, and now Best trying to disengage. Goes at the end of the water cannon. Will fall to that Jerby tornado, and Atoli is quite deep. Dashing back out. Dignitas looks like they want to disengage. Yes, there is a Tectonic Rift. Oh no, Fields of Love. Zapman wants to stay in. They're going to try to burst down the tanky Vamana here. I'm not sure if they have enough damage. Of course they do. Berserker Barrage is there, and now Dignitas is holding this choke, and they are ready for what Clash and Slash has to throw at them.
I am shocked at the way they pulled that out there. It wasn't a great engagement. Obviously, Hubwall put into a bad situation, forced away, but the way that progressed was honestly so confident. Tectonic Rift to block off the rest of the team, forcing Vamana to be just caught out there, and the combination of damage between all four of their players just forced everything out. We're going to see Zapman go directly into a full executioner for extra pan damage and attack speed, of course getting those as passive stuns coming out every single time he gets the opportunity to do so. Last is in the right lane, going to take out this right side tower. Bach is going to be the one rotated over, so he should be okay with this one. Tectonic Rift coming out, not going to hit. Belly flop might be enough. He misses the belly flop, and the teleport is going to get him out of dodge, make sure he is safe. Now, the tower situation has evened up, which honestly is, it doesn't bode well for Clash and Slash right now, considering the fact that Dignitas was ahead when they were down one tower. Mid lane, Zapman getting jumped on here. There goes the guard stance, Fearless. The Squall's not going to land. Tornado will, however, damage output. Belch the God, Zapman's not getting out of this one. Or is he? Does he have it? No, one basic attack. Their air balls are being thrown here by Ao Guang, and he gets picked off on that one. 9-6 now. It's a little bit better, but certainly not going to help them get out of this hole.
Yeah, I do want to highlight a small play there that if you are an aspiring Cupid player, if you notice where Zapman positions that the hearts when he casts them, he does it in such a way that the leftmost two are up against the wall and they actually stack up, allowing him to get 2 hearts for the price of 1 basically as he moves through them. That's definitely, if you're watching from home and looking for ways to improve your own play, that's a really good way to really maximize the effectiveness of Cupid's heal with those heart bombs, especially when you're running away from something. It allows you to really only change direction once, but get the effect of 2 hearts. So a small play, unfortunately not enough to save his life, but definitely something to take home with you if you're watching the tournament.
It's exactly right with the vectors, the way they go. If you put 2 of them at a point where they both go into a wall, they'll stack up on top of each other. One thing that's a little strange to me, Bart, we're going to see Pekkies go for the 300 gold, 6% movement speed increase on those boots, and then directly into Rage. A little bit strange. It is kind of cheap for movement speed, so maybe he wants to keep himself a little bit faster, but I think with his ultimate, the moves giving him movement speed as well, I don't know if you wanted to actually spend that 300 gold on boots 1 just to get 6% movement speed. No stats on that item, but it does go directly into Malice here. For the extra crit. Now, attack speed is the difference between Rage and Malice. The damage output is very similar, but the difference is mainly going to be that attack speed difference. Malice has less attack speed, more crit. Rage has more attack speed, less crit, but stacking up on that crit value there. So Apollo's going to leverage his passive Audacity, which, of course, every time he stacks up that hit chain, he's able to get double attack speed for 5 attacks. Right side, Divio's forced to pop his ultimate, actually. Anatoly getting a small victory there in the solo lane, forcing that away. And honestly, I'm surprised to see them still being here with both towers down. The mid tower is available to take it out about half HP. Dignitas needs to start looking to push that down, but looking at the vision coming out from Clash and Slash, you gotta love it. We're gonna see a double hit coming out from Shadowcube coming out towards the Gold Fury and get some wards.
So it's, in looking at the difference between those Hunters builds, as you were mentioning, I mean, it's Heartseeker, Boots 1, that does combine for 14%, added movement speed, which is enough to really tighten most of the gods in this game. As you see, especially at the dual or the solo lane, no boots really being prioritized there. And then the Malice going up against Zapman's build, though, I think Zapman's build is putting out just way more damage. 2 shred items, a Heartseeker, and building into Deathbringer 1. I mean, he is a full damage build here. Taking a look at the physical power, 112 sitting on Cupid, Apollo sitting on 116. So the edge there barely in favor of Pekki's Apollo. But, those low damage crits probably won't be as effective as the basic attack into Heart Bomb combination from Zapman with all that shred.
Finally getting jumped on here. Goes Thor going up and then look for the Thor dunk. It's coming down soon. Athena ultimate coming out with 0. Force that ult out. That dunk comes but doesn't hit on Cyclone Spin. Ultimate coming through. Going to do some damage but not enough. The tornadoes come out and looks like it's going to be a 2-for-0 exchange in the mid lane. Apollo is split pushing. Keep this in mind. This might be 1,000 gold for his team, but if they lose the Gold Fury, it may not be worth it. Tornado on the ground forcing Anatoly as well as Hobble to stand in the mid lane. There goes a heart pickup. Alquan coming through with the tornadoes going to put on the ground but not going to land as a free Gold Fury. Apollo still pushing the left side and ends up going home. Now, he was out of positioning and couldn't help his team at all. They're going for the mid lane. Tectonic Rift gonna hit, and actually he's caught up in the air here. The wall's on the ground. There goes the Fearless. Fields of Love coming through. Does it pop? It looks like it's not gonna get in time. And Zero Guards is on the back foot, forced out. There's the water spout. The dash from Warrior's Will get the kill. Tyr goes down there, and now not only do they get 3 kills, they get the mid tower and the Gold Fury. 5,600 gold in the lead.
So, one thing, Drybear, that I'd really like to get your opinion on here from a kind of theory perspective is why do you, looking at Shadowq and Cyclone Spin, both have opted away from the Midas boots for the cooldown reduction shoes of focus.
Yes.
Why do you think this is the shift here, and why are these boots being prioritized over the Midas boots?
I really, really like it. Honestly, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. The big thing here is Watcher's Gift into Boots, Boots of Midas was the build we had prior, and this is before we had the gold spooling change from 2 to 3. So now 3 is going up. You have the opportunity to just start wiggling in more Mark of the Vanguard. Now, the decision here is if you go for Watcher's Gift, combined with the fact that the gold spooling is now 3, you don't need that extra gold as much, and you're going to either want tankiness or you're going to want a little bit extra damage and a little bit of CDR on the back end. So having the extra CDR, especially on characters like Bacchus, characters like Athena, I think it pays out more than just building up that gold, considering the fact that you also have Eye of Providence, and more ward commitment from your team. I really like this shift here. It's going to give him more abilities. It's going to give him a little bit more damage. We know characters like Athena that can go into the jungle and do tons of burst damage. Getting that extra little damage there from Shoes of Focus is going to be 50 magical power and a little bit more mana plus CDR. It just makes them more well-rounded and more useful rather than just building up that gold. Because once you finish Sovereignty, you're pretty much done.
Shadowq going for the Shadowq build, too, is going to go Winged One, which means that he's likely going to go Winged One into Witchstone, which is just such a lovely build for your Guardian to actually achieve so much utility. And it really crushes his team as well. A lot of slows here. It's going to make it so the Shadowq is just a nightmare to deal with in the team fights. He's going to have so much mobility once that Winged One is done, especially if he builds into Witchstone, as we surmise he might. A lot of movement speed and a lot of kind of escapability between those two items, as well as debuffing the in-hand damage from Pekkies, who's actually reaching back now for an Aussie in this build. I'm not sure that I really like the kind of late mid-game Aussie.
Well, it's going to allow him to use his passive a little bit more, so if you have any mechanics that interact with attack speed or damage, it generally is useful. Characters like Artemis, who already have crit, will generally go for Rage instead of the Malice, or kind of leverage their Malice instead of Rage, just extra crit, because they don't need the attack speed. Vengeful Assault is there, so you'll see characters kind of leverage their skill set a little bit more. One thing that's also really important, you look across the way, Clash and Slash, you'll have a slow from Vamana. Vamana relies on that umbrella ring slow a lot. A slow from Bacchus, the slow from Ao Guang, notably one of the best in the game. That Squall 50% slow is absolutely devastating, and it can slow a little bit. I guess slow, not the right word here. It's gonna just kind of shut down the initiation potential coming out from Shadowq, and once he has that slow, not only that, it also gives him a bunch of HP. Winged One, 375 HP, and that cooldown reduction combined with the shoes puts him almost at cap, 25%. Total across the board. So I really like the build coming out here from Shadowq. Across the way, we're going to see Aussie being picked up by Pekkies. Now, it doesn't need the damage as much, but certainly would use some penetration here, as he doesn't really have a whole lot of that. There goes a Water Spout, Water Cannon combination on Ao Guang, forced away. Jerby not really getting a whole lot of protection here. Vamana's going to go for the Ankh of the Bear into the focused Void Blade combination, get some good penetration and also a lot of damage from his passive Sleeping Giant, which converts his physical protection into damage, as well as the passive from Ankh of the Bear, which converts more of his physical protection into physical damage there. Look at that.
Oh, are you looking at this left side lane?
Yes.
Zatman lands 3 auto attacks. Pekkies down to under half health is going to go down just like that. Dignitas rotation's too strong, and this is the danger of that build we were talking about on Pekkies. The Malice going up against the Deathbringer Executioner, the damage output is just not even close. It's so much in favor of Zatman's Cupid. And Cupid definitely known for having just kind of obnoxiously high burst damage for a hunter. I mean, Heart Bomb, scaling at 100% twice basically with those 2 explosions is just really, really, really filthy. And puts out so much damage that the turnaround potential of that god is just one of the highest in the game. They're going to have a little bit of initiation there by Jerby. He's going to hit a slow on to Zatman. Zatman going to dash out of there and perfectly happy to just hit this tower. Best not going to take too much damage from that ultimate. Had the damage mitigation up and running from Defender of Olympus.
Divios,
in the
though,
meantime, Divios.
He's on the right side. It's 1,500 gold for the Tier 2 tower. Now going for the Phoenix. Rotations look like Guanyi's going to go home. Tier from the backside. They're weakening their numbers here. I like the distraction from Divios. Todd comes out. Cyclone Spin. Fields of Love will cripple the belly flop. Not going to be able to get it. Tier goes in. There's the Fearless combination on top. Shadowq. There goes Pekka jumping in. Forcing them away. Do they have enough? Last is getting very low here. A few shots. Paulo wants it. Teleports away. Sprint is now off cooldown. The best by himself. Does he have an ultimate? Looks like he does. It may be forced to use it, but doesn't have the time. Armored Umbrella coming through. Last is adding insult to injury, clearing out those Harpies on the way out. Tyr, of course, does not have his blink available or his ultimate. Shadowq is just going to back there. He needs to get out of dodge. Zatman turns around by himself. Do they have the blinks coming off cooldown pretty shortly? It is a very short cooldown, 45 seconds. There it is. Just came off cooldown. Now Zatman by himself. Rotates over. Looks like Anatoly and Shadowq are here. Vamana looking to rotate over. The Gold Fury is up and available. Clash and Slash might be looking to grab this as Dignitas makes their way out. Because of that right side tower, Clash and Slash gets a little bit of gold on the back end. Pecky's tanking the Gold Fury right now. Cupid comes in. Defender of Olympus. Zero Guards taking burst damage coming out here. There's the cleave. Tries to get out of dodge. The Tornado's on the ground. And Anatoly Shadowq forcing this away. Divios going for his hand. The Gods comes out. Dignitas does get the Gold Fury. The Outquang ultimate does pick up the damage on Zatman though. Thor in the air. There goes the dunk. Looking for the opportunity. Does he have it? Jerby goes down. The dunk gets Apollo in the back end. Beautiful play. Crits coming out here. Divios pops the ultimate. Does he have it? No. There goes a few shots from Zatman, getting closer. The hearts are on the ground. Lassus, does he have a wall? Do they have a taunt? Do they have any CC of any kind? They're getting so close. The Tectonic Grip is on cooldown, and they're gonna back off.
Yeah, but a very, very nice engagement nonetheless. They pick up 3 kills and take the Gold Fury away from what would have been a fairly clever timing by Clash and Slash. I think they started just a little bit too early. Zatman hadn't really gone back to start farming again and was able to just rotate back in. And as you mentioned, you had Pecky's basically tanking that Gold Fury, relying on the lifesteal, but 2 hits from Zatman did about 400 damage to him. And at that point, he had to trade off the aggro, which was then picked up by Cupid. And then a very, very nice rotation from Anatoly and the Defender of Olympus from Shadowq, able to put out so much burst damage onto the tier. You have a Fire Giant attempt started over here by Dignitas. It's going to be broken up by Divios, but they're going to pile in on top of this Vamana, and he's not going to be able to get out of that circle of fire, and down he will go. The Fire Giant percent damage certainly lending there as well. Zatman throwing in those 500 damage crits on to Fire Giant. Down he will go, and now it's Cyclone Spin they're going to turn their attention to. Pecky's in the air on this Apollo, but he's not going to have really any hope of coming down. It's Zatman now doing damage to Jerby, gets the stun bomb out onto him, going to get tossed around by Zero Guards, but you know, Zero Guards can't eat those 500 damage crits for much longer either, and Dignitas just has full map control at this point and is going to start pressuring the final tier 2s on the map.
Dignitas picking that up very handily, actually. And you know, it's a wonderful play because they only have the Fire Giant. They didn't lose anybody. They got 2 kills there in Clash of Slash, now forcing up the mid lane. There goes Tectonic Rift after the blink, try and just get some pressure out on Jerby. Currently sitting level 17. I mean, look at the gold difference. 13.3k is where we're at right now between the two. Absolutely wonderful. So something we'll look for. Thor ultimate up in the air. Crushing wave hits Jerby. Look for the dunk. There goes the dunk. Pops up the purification beads. Is going to be enough. There goes damage to Pecky's forcing away there. Tectonic Rift comes out as well. Zero Guards forced out. Hammers on the ground. Falcons go for the belly flop here. Tyr goes into the Titan area. The Fire Giant still active, still going for the damage. Divios goes in, pops his ultimate, doesn't get out in time. The heart's over his head. Honestly looking to disengage her, possibly even pressure all the way in. Pecky's is healing back up. Are they going to go out here? They can just go for another Phoenix or possibly get that tier 2 tower on the right side. But either way, belly flop misses the Fearless. Absolute misplay from Zero Guards. Cyclone Spin goes down. Tectonic Rift, hammer on the back, and look at that back hit coming out from Mjolnir's attunement.
Whoa,
and the preemptive strike gets the kill. My God, this looks like it's game.
Yeah, 560 damage on the back end of that hammer. It's all the flat pen there just doing work between the Focus Void Blade and the Jotun's Wrath. The game is taken down by Dignitas. They just storm into the base. Clash of Slash unable to hold them off. And as we were talking about kind of in the break before the game, it really was going to come down to, could Divios win that solo lane and keep Anatoly from having those very potent rotations? We know that Guan Yu Athena combination is just really, really tough to deal with. A lot of damage from Guan Yu's ultimate and then the stun, setting up the Defender of Olympus. And it was just too much for Clash and Slash to handle.
You know, I really want to just highlight the plays here from the best and the damage output he's able to deal. And, you know, we were talking about this in the picking stage bar, the fact that you look at Athena, you look at Thor, you look at Guan Yu, these are characters that are very good at running interference, kind of getting in your face, preventing you from doing what you want to do. The CC is there, the tankiness is there, and they just needed some damage to push him over the edge, and Hubwa was a wonderful pick here. We see him doing 22,000 damage, easily the highest in the game. You look across the way, I mean, you got 12k from Thor, 14k from Cupid. Even on the losing team, Clash and Slash had 15k on Ao Guang, 10k on Tyr, 10k on Vamana. So obviously the damage was there, but you know, the fact that Hubble was there, if they ignored him or the defense was good enough from Shadowq and Anatoly, which indeed it was, Last is getting some wonderful walls as well, plus the dunk from above. I mean, they wanted to be able to focus down Cupid and Hubwa, but they couldn't get close enough. I love the picks coming out from Dignitas here. Clash and Slash had a very good early game start start, but at the same time, they just could not get it through. And I think the turning point for Dignitas was when the best came through, had that crushing wave, got a kill as well as a Gold Fury steal.
Yeah.
Then they got another kill on the back end, and from there it all went downhill because before that, Clash and Slash was ahead. They had the kills. They even got first blood, of course. So it was a big pickup for Clash and Slash. They just didn't keep an eye on the damage output and who was doing it. I think they had a really great, focus on some like Thor or Cupid. But at certain times, they were focusing down Athena and Guan Yu, with Hubwa just sitting in the back, just firing his artillery. The damage output was too much. And by the time they realized where it was coming from, it was already too late.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with the idea that it was that big-time turnaround, crushing wave, stealing the Gold Fury. They ended up picking 3 kills on the back of that as well. It transitioned into a tower mid. And I think the other kind of main thing to point out is what turned this game a lot was Clash and Slash didn't really punish Cupid, being played by Zapman, for not having boots. So when he went Heartseeker, Aussie Executioner, and Deathbringer 1 at that point, it was basically impossible for Pekis to win the 1v1, which meant that the Guardian of Bacchus, being played by Cyclonespin, had to stay in that lane a little bit longer, was unable to rotate as effectively. Ultimately, Cyclonespin goes 0-6 that game, which I think is a really important piece as well, because if Bacchus is a little bit tankier there and has, for example, maybe what Athena did and the Magi's Blessing finish on top of that Winged One, which we'll get to in just a second, may have been able to steal some of those objectives away, had a little bit more tankiness, a little bit more impact on the game. So all around, I think that Cupid build from Zapman caught them a little bit off guard, and they didn't punish it appropriately. But also, let's take just a quick second to talk about what appears to be the new high-level Guardian meta here. It's going to be the cooldown boots into Sovereignty and then Winged One. And then, what do you think about that?
We're going to have to look at this from an objective standpoint, because you look at the difference between having this build when you're ahead and having this build when you're behind. Bacchus just, he started to fall behind. Now, granted, no matter what, if you're losing the game and have a lot of deaths, you're going to be kind of troubled here. But at the same time, I mean, the Shoes of Focus allowed his Intoxicate to be higher damage. It allowed the Belly Flop to do more damage. Belch of the Gods, we even saw some damage output that was very, very, unusual for a Bacchus, I guess you could say. Thor taking some harassment from that one. And I think it really just came down to the fact that he had a lot of HP, but the protections just weren't high enough. With the Sovereignty there, I think the Winged Wand possibly not really what he wanted to go for here. Across the way, you're going to see Athena pick up Winged Wand. I love this pickup because you have the slow from Bacchus, you have the slow from Ao Guang, notably one of the best in the game, the slow from the Apollo, and the slow from the Vimana. And generally the way it works is if you have at least 3 or more slows in the enemy team, the Winged Wand becomes worth it. But in this situation, I don't think the Winged Wand was worth it for Bacchus. Now, he did get the HP, but because he had the Sovereignty, I think he had enough going for it and possibly would have wanted to go for a tankier item there and kind of just limited his potential as a tank. I mean, you saw time and time again when he got too close there, even too close to the sun. I mean, Hobwa, Thor, the Cupid damage was a little bit too much for him to deal with, and he got bursted down before the team fight was available. And I think Dignitas was just a little bit more put together here. I like the pickup Shoes of Focus. I think that's a beautiful play. You're actually going to see him go for Soul Reaper 1 after Magi's Blessing, just to add a little more damage on the back. And I think that if you're ahead, this kind of pseudo support HP protection damage build coming from Athena works wonders. But if you're behind, I don't know if it's something you're going to need, because you look at the builds from Clash and Slash here. Tyr had damage. Ao Guang, actually with the going from Shoes of Focus into Breast of Devour. This is a build that sometimes you're forced into, and if you're an Ao Guang player, I'm sure you've experienced this before, where you have to go and Shoes of Focus at Breast of Valor, your damage is just nothing. You just don't do any damage there. And if you have, Ao Guang going for defense, Vimana picking up, the Bulwark of Hope, if you start building damage, it's like you don't have a front line at all, and that's what they experienced here. I mean, everyone just had a little bit of damage, but they didn't have that Guardian that just kind of encompasses that word that there's protecting everybody because of the kind of split build.
Yeah, and another thing to kind of point out here, and to kind of close on this idea is just looking at Dignitas's builds across the board, a lot more CDR items, and you could really feel it during those fights. They seem to just have a little bit more available all the time, namely the Ninja Tabi coming out for Guan Yu here, as well as the Jotun's Wrath onto Thor, really paying dividends there against, Tyr in the jungle has Jotun's Wrath as well, but he doesn't really bring the same kind of control that Thor does. Thor really a little bit more safer with his control, where Tyr has to really get into the mix with that Fearless, and so he had to then go into Bulwark, where Lass is able to go for more of a hybrid damage item. And across the board, really, Dignitas just controlled the pace of this game after First Blood, and play of the game definitely has to go to that Beads bait by Hubwa with the Athena ultimate on top of it to secure a kill onto Tyr. Just an absolutely brilliant play. That, ladies and gentlemen, is going to close us out for game number 2 here today. That was a round of 16. We'll be moving on to the round of 8 next. I believe our next matchup is going to be Denial Esports up against Evolution Gaming. Taking a look across the map, your round of 8 is round out as Dignitas against Unknown Gaming, Snipe versus Armada, and Cognitive versus Still Dreaming. We will be bringing you the bottom side of that bracket. It is Denial Esports up against Evolution Gaming. Drybear, any final thoughts before we move on?
That's it, guys. Looking forward to the next round. Round 3 of preliminaries is underway. After that, we'll have the semifinals and, of course, the grand finals. This is the point where everyone's looking to start grabbing up those seeding points for the path to the 100K coming up. $100,000 plus coming up, depending on the sales of that skin coming up the end of the March. And, you know, we're in week 3 here. Everything's getting down to the wire, and people are starting to pull ahead. So the NA is much more competitive here. We're going to see how this works out going forward. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearly ready to go here, just waiting on the teams. Denial going up against Evolution, and we just got out of a really, really great game, actually, between Dignitas and Clash / Dig does take that one down, Dryberry, in rather spectacular fashion. I mean, it was a very, very dominant game. And then looking forward to this one, Denial, certainly the favorites coming into this, but, Evolution certainly has their work cut out for them, but I think that they have a good shot of being in high contention during this game.
It's weird too, because I think a lot of people were expecting Dignitas to be on the top of the seeding points every single week, as they had been dominating all of 2013. But Cognitive Gaming has really shown themselves as a very top team, and with Dignitas sitting at 100 points right now, that situation has changed drastically. And it seems like Dig is really trying to rally to that end and make sure they get those first place wins coming out very shortly here. But this time we're going to be watching Denial versus Evolution Gaming. Now you look at Denial Esports in third place with 60 points right now. Certainly not something that they're not writing home about. They want to get those points up as high as they possibly can. They're still in third place. They're still in contention. They're still looking to make their way to that $100,000 tournament happening in March. The Paths 100K is underway here. Evolution Gaming, a team that isn't as well known, but as far as how they've made it through the brackets right now, I mean, they did have to go through Pentablink in the beginning. We've seen Pentablink perform quite well on their stage. That was their first preliminary round. In second round, they went up against, of course, the fellas of Pure Chaos, which was 6th seed this time around. So they will be defeating them as well, and they've made their way here to the round of 8, going up against Denial Esports, a very, very strong team. We'll see how they perform. The picking stage will be getting underway quite shortly, and I think it's really important to watch these picking stages because it really lays out the foundation for the entire match itself. We saw how the new WA changed everything. Everything went to work, but we're going to start seeing how that goes forward here as Bart is just raising his hands.
I'm raising my Jeff Hindless. I'm ready. I'm ready for some steals, man. Are you raising? I mean, raise him up, baby. Let's see how he's able to do it.
We saw a crushing wave steal from the best.
We did. But
Jeff
no one
has
was
been
raising
called
the best.
out, dude. #, called out from the best. Jeff
Yeah,
Hindless,
that's
he's got to
true.
get a steal this game, otherwise he's dethroned.
So we've seen Jeff Hindless steal with Guan Yu. We've seen it with Bacchus. Will we see something new? Maybe some Athena steals today. We'll be raising our Jeff Hindless nonetheless, and hopefully we'll see exactly what Denial's able to bring to the table here against Evolution. I feel like this is going to be a game where we're going to see a first blood before the game starts. Just very standard Denial play there. Such an aggressive team. Such a joy to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they have great rotations in the jungle. They have a very, very strong lineup. I think that we might see them kind of go for that first blood there, so we'll see how it works out. The picking stage will be coming up quite shortly, and I'm excited to see what they would go with, or we'll see some new picks coming out. It seems like because of the changes from the most recent patch, things are changing for the better. We're getting different builds in the start. We saw the Tier 3 Sprint. We saw, we're wiggling in more active items from the start. We're getting some rotations come out. We saw new WA today already. Some strange picks, and I'm glad to see that people are starting to recognize Zhang Kui as a strong character, but I think there's still a lot of untapped potential with characters like Kali that have yet to make their way into the competitive scene. Certainly a character that has a lot of potential, but also a character that requires a lot more communication. You have to say, this is my target, I need this kill, this target is now shifted over. That kind of communication is an extra added element, I guess, to the kind of play that we've seen from other teams, and hopefully we just see some more interesting picks today.
Yeah, it's the kind of coordination that shouldn't be hard for teams at this level, but I think you really hit the nail on the head with the idea that it just adds that complexity, right? These types of players, they'll, if it was just like save that kill for Kali, no problem, but they're also weighing that against needing to secure the kill, also, calling out the split pushes, all the other initiations around the map, and adding that extra complexity could make the team fall apart, and I think that's why we see her not chosen so far, but I think there's really no question as to when she is ahead, that goddess snowballs like crazy, and she will do massive damage in the late game. Certainly is quite a good hyper carry. Another thing I do want to point out here, just real quick, guys, that over on the SMITE Pro Twitter, that's twitter.com/SMITEPro, SMITEPRO, you can get all the updates for these games, and that is being held down by the admin staff today, being manned by the one and only Kelly Link here from the High Res Studios admin staff. But we are pulled into the game, Dry Bear, where we have the first bands coming out. King Taco going to be the drafter and banner for the gentlemen of Superior Gaming.
Evolution.
Oh, Evolution. I'm sorry, not Superior. Why did I say
Zhang
Superior?
Kui
Evolution
first ban here. Zhang Kui coming out here as the first ban, not really all that surprising. Like I said, he's a very, very strong character that is now starting to be recognized as someone who's very defensible but also very bursty at the same time. On the right side, you're going to see Thor banned out immediately. Back over to King Taco to see what he wants to go with here. The first selection, the second ban coming out here is going to be very, very interesting. We've seen a lot of propensity for teams to ban out mid lane characters and trying to shut down that matchup. Characters like Agni, characters like Zhonghui, characters like Zeus, who are just incredibly powerful in the mid stage of the game, the late stage of the game, in the rotation stage, contention of mid camps. Now, mid camps have been pushed from 1 minute and 40 seconds up until 2 minutes, so it makes it a little more dynamic for the mid lane and gives more wiggle room, especially for the jungler, who generally just does the side camp, goes to the solo lane, hangs out for about 45 seconds, and goes right to the mid camps again. Now it gives them that extra little 20-second buffer to allow them to kind of roam around, look for opportunities, steal camps, get some kills, set up ganks, and makes things a little bit more, I guess, a little more stable in the mid stage of the game. Across the way, one more ban coming out here from Denial. Who will it be? 8-7-6. 6 seconds there, 5 seconds. What will it be? It's going to come out here. It's going to be Freya.
Wow.
Freya and Thor band together.
I'm really surprised to see them ban Freya. I would expect them to leave that on the board because not many teams play it as effectively as Denial does. You know, Jeff Hingla and Pain often combine for that kind of like Guan Yu Freya lane, and it's just so disgusting. But we are going to see Zeus get through here. So the King of the Gods is going to be making an appearance here for Evolution Gaming, and Denial happy to give that away if they can get Guan Yu and Sun Wukong. And as we've mentioned a few times throughout this tournament broadcast, these two gods, especially when picked in tandem, make it a nightmare to draft if you're the opposite team because they can really play any role, and it allows Denial to have great flexibility with their last 3 picks.
They're going to grab Athena here in response over there on Evolution. Massive a show. Has the opportunity to grab one more god here with Guan Yu Sun Wukong picked up here. They're going to go for Tyr. Not all that surprising. A very popular pick. In fact, it's the 3rd most picked character in the North American region, so not all that surprising. In response, they're going to Ao Guang and Apollo locked in immediately. No hesitation there coming out from Denial. Ao Guang, a very strong character considering the fact as well that Agni and Zhonghui both banned out here. Across the way, Evolution has the opportunity to pick up 2 more characters. Our Raven and Verbo have that opportunity in front of them. The question is, what will they go with? They have Zeus for the mid lane. Athena can be going to the jungle with the support. Chalk here is going to push Athena into the support role. Tyr can go out Hercules as well. Now,
So
Tyr probably a better jungler than Hercules, so we'll see how this goes for them.
Yeah, they're drafting their solo laner here. And the Hercules definitely gives that away, right? They're not going to put Herc in the jungle. He really doesn't bring what Tyr does out of that role. But the one thing that is really, I mean, this is a great team that Evolution's drafted here. Let's make, really no buts about it. I like Hercules maybe a little bit better than Chalk because of the stun that he brings to the table, but Fearless and Confound will lock someone down for, 5 seconds? And when you have a Zeus ultimate that's coupled on top of that, that is a lot of damage. Cupid as well, bringing his cripple to the table. Chalk with a big AoE silence. I mean, they really have the Wombo combo set up here. The question is, can they execute it against a team of the caliber of Denial? Now, we have the final member of Denial still outstanding. It's likely to be what they want for the jungler here. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see something really, really mobile here coming out for Denial. Maybe even a Fenrir. They really need some... Ooh. Okay. All right, so
Chicken.
Ra, the chicken.
We're going to see the chicken.
That's going to be a
Surprisingly
solo
enough.
lane Ra. You're going to see Guan Yu in the jungle, most likely. Sun Wukong taking up that Guardian role with the Apollo. So definitely an interesting draft coming out from Denial.
Yeah, so Ra going to round this off quite nicely, actually. They have the heals coming up from Guan Yu and Ra. I expect to see an early Pestilence, something along those lines to kind of keep down the healing potential coming out. Ra, more notably, increased healing effectiveness over Guan Yu with that Conviction activation, even with the passive coupled on top of it. Final lineup here for Denial is going to be Apollo, Sun Wukong, Ao Guang, Guan Yu, and Ra, of course. Ra going to the solo lane, Guan Yu going to be going into the jungle. Support Sun Wukong, supporting his hunter Apollo, and Ao Guang in the mid lane, played by Mace Tuta Face. No Isis pickup here just yet, but Ao Guang is so hard to pass up. That slow, the damage output, the ultimate, it's all very, very effective. Across the way, Evolution has Cupid, Athena, Tyr, Chalk, and Zeus. Zeus most likely going into the mid lane here. Looks like Chalk going to the solo lane, Tyr in the jungle, and then Cupid and Athena laning up together. Now, Evolution does have a lot of combo potential, but I feel like Denial is a much safer team with the control they have, with the amount of damage output in bursts, but also sustained bursts. It's going to keep continually coming out and coming out and coming out. They also have the heals in the back, and I think a very safe team from Denial. Evolution is more of that Wombo type team, like you were mentioning, where they just really need some great rotation, some good pickups, and I think it's going to come down to whether or not Zeus and Cupid can get their damage off. Chalk's damage is pretty much guaranteed. It's not very hard to get that damage out. Tyr, same thing. I mean, his skills are very on point, a theme of the same thing. So if Cupid or Zeus kind of fall short here, Evolution's going to be in trouble, whereas there's less weaknesses for Denial. But that's going to be it for this, guys. We're going to be cutting to a brief break, 3 minutes on the clock as we go directly into the next stage of this game, starting up very, very shortly. It's going to be Evolution versus Denial in this round of 8, going to the semifinal round. Will Evolution win or will Denial win? They're both looking for those seeding points. Any final words?
My final words are, we'll see if the mighty Jeff Hinla can find some steals on Sun Wukong, and we will see if really what I'm looking for this game is I'm looking for the Ra snipe with the Ao Kuang snipe. Like, I want them both to kind of triangulate one player and see somebody explode this game. That's what I'm looking for, guys. You should be looking forward to 3 minutes of delay and then all of the action coming to you live from the round of 8. It is Evolution versus Denial. We'll be right back after this short break. All right, welcome to another SmiteGame.com presentation. My name is Hi-Rez Barton. Joining me today for Competitive Insight is going to be the one and only Dry Bear. Dry Bear, how you doing?
I'm doing terrific today, Bar. Who do we got going on these teams?
It's going to be Evolution Gaming going up against the Nile. Shout-outs to Breaky CPK, definitely my hero in shoutcasting there. Going to give a little riff on his
legend.
The legend himself. It is going to be Evolution. They are represented by King Taco and Dermanolion. Wow, that's a tough one. They're going to be combining for that duo lane, Cupid and Athena. You have Master for Show in the jungle as the tier. It's going to be solo lane Shock, and you have Raven on the mid lane Zeus. On the other side of the map, it is Denial there. Mace of the Face, Pon Pon Rush, Pandion and Jeff Himla. It'll be Mace of the Face, Ao Guang mid, Pon Pon in the jungle as Guan Yu. Rush solo lane Ra, Pandion and Jeff Himla combining for that duo lane. And I have no items on my scoreboard. That's a new one.
Look at this 5-man engagement for both teams. Might see an opportunity to jump in here. Do we have a Confound coming out? Pon Pon in the back end could have a slow. There goes a Thunder Strike to force him out of this fight. Pon Pon going forward. Jeff Hinla gets this on Master Choke in though. The taunt doesn't hit though. Looking for opportunity. Jeff Hinla forced back. Heart Bomb on the back end. That's done. Actually does detonate. Have opportunity here. Does Zeus go in? Does he get the stacks? 3 stacks on Pon Pon. Does not detonate this one. It was on cooldown. There goes one Celestial Beam. A Tornado is going to do very minimal damage. One of the worst skills in the game at level 1 is that Tornado does about 70 to 100 damage total if you step in it for 1 second there, so not going to be able to finish things off. Surprisingly enough, we saw a full engagement from Denial. Not over yet. There's one more Thunder Strike. The Blink, the Fearless, grabs 2, Tornado activation. There goes the Detonate. Rush goes down for first blood. Pon Pon forced out here. Evolution is answering the call. Pon Pon starts the mid camp. Gets the hit there. Thunderstrike's going to do some damage, but they don't have the follow-up as they're all still level 1. So Pon Pon's last wish as he leaves the mid engagement is to steal the mid camps there. Looking at the charts, because of First Blood, 400 gold in the lead is Evolution, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Give it up in chat.
Now, that's unbelievable. I mean, we always talk about Denial being the number 1 team when it comes to early game damage and their ability to find those ganks before the timer starts. And as I said, I expect to see some kills before the game starts. I did not expect them to go the way of Evolution, and they have taken this early lead, and that kill did go the way of Raven as well. And if there's really, you know, one god on the map that you didn't want to get an early start, it's probably the Zeus, and then an assist on Tier and Shock apiece. Very, very, very good stuff for Evolution.
Yeah, I mean, that early start with the Blink there for Tier, you see him skipping actually on the potion instead of going for that Blink, and that's exactly what got them the kill, the double Fearless coming out. Hearts on the left side as King Taco gets harassed very heavily by Pain de Vion here as the basic attacks are coming out very clear, good accuracy coming out there, and just forcing him away. We're going to see Pain de Vion start with Sprint 3 as well as Devourer's Gloves 1, that extra stack and go for that potential. I think the only reason people didn't realize that Devourer's Gloves was good is because the stacks for Devourer's Gloves was increased to 60 at the same time Chin Size came out, and everyone just completely ignored Devourer's Gloves. But certainly a very strong item that previously was 40 stacks, now 60, a high amount of damage and life so that come from that. And Pain de Vion, in combination with that 1 minute cooldown sprint, as well as the fact that the moves can give him dash potential as well as movement speed, he's going to just sit here and farm, finish off the Devourer's Gloves and make sure he gets those stacks up. In the mid lane, we see Zeus pushing up here, level 4 versus Ao Guang. Even with the First Blood, Ao Guang's going to be sitting only about 200 gold behind as this wave gets cleared out.
Ooh, solo lane. Tier rotating in, finds the kill onto Ra. Rush falls again. Evolution just taking it to Denial so far in this game. Very nice rotation coming out. They combine for that kill. Now they're going to go, that of course, Tier and Chalk, and they go secure this right side mid camp. 4 members of Evolution now in the mid lane. Hopefully they'll look to set up a gank on the back of this here. They're very, very strong and aggressive positioning. However, it looks like they're not going to go for it just yet. The solo laner is going to make his way back. Massive Show going to continue his rotation through the jungle. You know, one thing I do want to point out here on Devourer's Gloves, as you mentioned, moving up to 60 stacks, but the contribution per stack did not drop with that. So it's not like it took longer to get to the same amount of power. It's that you get 20 additional stacks of power. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why that item was undervalued, was because the Chin's blades and size change as it came out. But is quite strong. But Chalk versus Ra in the solo lane. I mean, this should be really, really in favor of Chalk.
I mean, obviously you have the Rain Dance, which heals him up, gives a good slow and debuff on the back end as well. We're going to see him Thunder Strike constantly throwing out there with a 10-second cooldown, that good harassment. Torrent if he gets the opportunity, and then if Ra gets too close, that Storm Call. You know, notably Ra with the Divine Blessing coming out has a great engagement with melee, especially characters like Vamana, Sun Wukong, you know, Guan Yu can just run away from that. King Talk on the left side forced out a lane here as it gets pushed back. But again, I mean, Chalk has a great matchup against Ra. If rushed improperly, use that Divine Blessing, using an opportunity to clear out this wave. There goes one more Thunderstrike. Look at the damage he's able to do. Just one Thunderstrike coming down, and Ra drops down to about 300 HP, forced home. Does he have teleport? He has teleport 2 here, so go right back to lane if that comes off. But keep in mind, teleport cooldowns were increased, so it takes longer for him to get back, and he has to stay for longer periods of time if he does use that teleport. Tier on the left side looking for opportunity, not going to find it, but it does another good damage. Looks like he doesn't. Good ward placement coming out from Denial. Looks like they have one on top of the Gold Fury to spec out those rotations without getting counter-warded.
Reverbo here, the chalk really dictating the pace of the game on the right side of the map. No jungle rotations are really going to be able to come out over here from Denial. There's just not much that you're going to see the jungler here of Pon on Guan Yu able to do to chalk. I mean, that big silence with its damage mitigation. We have an engagement on the left side of the mid lane. That ultimate not going to hit anybody. Mesa Face gets splitting the field goals there. Master for show able to get out of this for now. A beautiful blink. Athena comes in as well. That's going to save the life of Tier. In the mid lane now, it's going to be Mesa Face aggressed by Reverbo and Raven. The rotation from Chalk comes in just in time, and they find themselves a kill just like that. Evolution Gaming is outplaying Denial in the first 5 minutes of this game. No buts about it.
Not over just yet. Towel Saw coming out there. Zeus does have an ultimate available. If they want to go for the chain lane, he coming out here. They do have some stacks. Does he not go for it? Xerath comes out, not going to get the hill, but Cupid gets a kill on Apollo on the left side as Athena comes out, gets a good rotation there. Apollo not getting the placement they would expect from a high caliber player like Pain Divion. Not only did he miss 2 shots in a row on the escaping Tier who had literally 1% HP, unable to get that last hit just to kill him off there. He stays a little bit too long as his team fully rotates to mid. The communication was separated there, and surprisingly enough, we're not seeing the Denial we're used to seeing here, as we're going to see a 4-0 start from Evolution against Denial of all teams. Now keep in mind, when you're up against a high caliber team like Denial, the kills are important, yes, but Denial has their fundamentals down. They have their basics down. So regardless of how many kills you get, they're still going to farm well. Looking at this 4-0 start, it's only a 600 gold lead and a 400 experience lead. It's very nominal. Now, it bodes well because they're getting the kills on the right people, but at the same time, Denial is not messing up in the fundamentals.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they're not building a massive lead off of that control. I think you make a really great point there. 400 gold, 200 experience, as you mentioned. So it still means that Denial's getting more off of the map. They're farming much better at 4-0, and I think a lot of that is Pon uncontested completely on the Guan Yu, 3,700 net worth, only really behind Reverbo and just a bit behind Raven in the mid lane here. And really, you need to see Pon getting involved and setting up some kills and helping specifically this dual lane get back into it here as he's over here now aggressing King Taco, but not going to find a lot of damage there. In fact, hardly any at all. And Pon now forced back out of this lane. Really, it's just this mid game is going to be so dominated by Evolution. It's tough to see Denial getting such a bad start. The Fearless combination with a Zeus ultimate is just so much lockdown, and it allows you to build those stacks so quickly. And then you start, folding Athena into that mix, a big chalk silence, Cupid's Fields of Love. They have a lot of lockdown to go with this really high damage ultimate.
What's really important, too, is looking at bannings. I mean, we saw Freya and Thor banned out by Denial, and they're going to let characters like Chalk, Zeus, Tier all through here, and it may be to their loss. We see rotation come out, Tier and Chalk kind of banding together, hoping to huddle through the storm. Chain lane going to land there, going between Alquag. It's going to bounce to Pon. Pon with a wonderful position there. Leashes out the distance for the chain landing, pops a cavalry charge, looking for a stun. Alcohol doesn't go through. It's going to do damage. There goes the Searing Pain. Reverbo gets picked off by a Celestial Beam. Tier not done yet. Athena ultimate on the back end. Look for opportunity to pick up Pon. Good taunt there from the Athena. Bring them together. There goes the dunk. Just the justice has been brought as we see Guan Yu go down, but Tier in a lot of situations not really preferable to his health as Master Joe gets slowed by the Squall. One more hit will do it. Jeff Hinla gets to it. Finally get to raise our Jeff Hinla's here. There goes the Somersault Cloud looking for the Zeus to get the dunk. The dunk comes down, doesn't save his teammate in time. Zeus still alive somehow, some way. Does he die to the minions? The Tiger's going to get this one. No. The minions block it, but looks like Zeus is going to go down either way. It's going to be a 1 for 2. Surprisingly enough, so Denial better extends.
Oh, Cupid going so deep.
Fields of Love not going to get it. Heart Bomb didn't land either. So it looks like Al Guo is going to get out of dodge, and right there, you're going to see the veteran aspect come out from Denial. In fact, we're all tied up, Bart.
And Pain Nivion gets 2 free waves in the left side. Looks like he's going, no, he's not going to creep skip there, but he is going to go back into the lane here. Get a lot of damage onto this tier 1 in the left side lane. This is a little bit, I think, of an experience misplay from Evolution to rotate Cupid that far across the map. He's not going to be able to contest this at all. And with a god like Apollo, you can't just leave him to get free auto attacks on a tower. That passive will allow him to get this thing down to almost half health there off of 1 rotation from Cupid, and is going to be a wave ahead. Kintako, I think a little bit of a misplay there, but at the end of the day, Denial, one thing they do definitely have in their favor in this style of game is they will be able to take extended engagements much better. They have the percentage healing coming out from Wukong and the Somersault Cloud, and they have the Rost beams that are going to be able to really keep them in this, whereas on Evolution's side, it's really only Chalk that has super effective kind of combat healing, so to speak, that allows him to stay in those extended engagements. And as we saw there, he is very susceptible to burst. He did not handle the Celestial Beam very well at all. It actually hit him for nearly a true damage there. So it's going to be tough, I think, for Chalk to stay in these team fights without his heal available. And left side lane looks like we're going to have some action drive here as the Confound Shield Wall combination comes in onto Pain to Beyond. They're knocking him up a tier, and they're going to burst him down just like that. No problem. It's going to be tough for them to secure Jeff Hindla, and he's going to stand because Mesa face a pop on her here. There is the Jingle Bang onto King Taco. Do they have what it takes? Knock up. Fields of Love is going to be triggered now. Ao Kuang Ultimate. It's got to be flying soon. Mesa face, where are you at? He hasn't shot it off yet. King Taco going to smartly run back into them to try and make some time for his team to rotate in. King Raven's here. Finds the stacks on Mesa face, but not enough. That ultimate actually doesn't do very much at all. A little bit of a poor placement. Massive Show wants to continue this engagement. Athena coming in. They don't find much more damage on the back of that. A little bit of miscommunication there, I think, from Evolution. And really that ultimate from Zeus just misplaced, and now it's all in Denial's hands. They can aggress this as much as they want.
That was a wonderful pickup there on the Cupid, a good rotation in the tier as well, but I think they just stayed a little bit too long. It was surprising enough to see Cupid dash through the tornado, which basically secured his death there, and something that, may have been, in hindsight, not as perfect, but something that he was looking to buy some time for his team. Torrent in the right side, forced back this Ra, but Ra seems to be getting the better end of this, and again, we're seeing the veteran aspects from Denial kind of shine through here. Rain Dance getting popped up by Chalk, making sure he heals himself back up, but, at the same time, Denial is just more comfortable under pressure than Evolution is. Evolution had the 4-0 start. They were looking so sharp, but when it comes down to the wire and they have to make those clutch, game time decisions when the team fight is already underway, Denial has more experience with that, and you're going to see that in the engagements. Evolution stays too long or pushes too far, and honestly, that's the only thing that's hurting them right now. Right side, in the engagement in the jungle, we saw them stay too long. Zeus goes down needlessly. Again, left side, we saw them stay too long. Cupid gets picked off. Tyr kind of forced the envelope there, not able to get anything out of it. And I think if Evolution starts to get a little more patient, they may start pulling back ahead, but at the same time, Denial has got that lead right now. We're going to see him push out in the mid lane. Looks like these mid camps coming out. Alcohol will come through, going to be dodged by both of them there, although the Squall does do a little bit of damage. That slow is so powerful, and Zeus feeling the nerf on his Aegis shield, preventing him from being immune to the slows. One thing I also want to highlight before we move on with this game here is the fact that we're seeing tier 2 boots being picked up by Guan Yu, Chalk, as well as the Cupid, just getting an extra little bit off. You see a sprint activation coming out from the Apollo there, but again, because the tier 3 is so expensive, they're kind of skipping that here. Pomp on the mid lane, there's the blink, there's the cavalry charge. He turns around for the initiation. He's going to take a lot of damage from this one. The detonate's going to come through. Burst damage come out. Chalk, there goes the storm call. Does he have enough damage to take him down right there? And I think Pon made a bad decision like going back in. Again, we see some aggression coming out from Evolution. They're forcing us out. It looks like it's the end of the engagement, but again, Pon, I don't know why he turned around there.
Yeah, definitely. I think he thought that that there was an Ao Kuang ultimate there. I think a little bit of miscommunication, because with an Ao Kuang ultimate, that's a 3-man hit easy peasy. That big time stun as they were all bunched up, but wasn't able to get it in. The silence also did a lot there. Wasn't able to use Warrior's Will to try to dash out of that one. So you did see him pop beads, however, though, and I would expect to see a lot of beads available over here for Denial. In fact, you see 4 of them up and running already. So only really Jeff Hindla doesn't have a great way to get out of that. But of course, he has Somersault Cloud, which will allow him to, unless he gets bursted down during the silence, pretty much escape with impunity. So that's going to be tough to deal with. Also, look over at Evolution. Blink 3 up and running on both Master of the Show and Reverbo. Love the style of play that they have here. Just so aggressive and really taking it to Denial.
They're going to rename themselves Double Blink as they pick up not enough to match the Penta Blink here. But, you look at the combinations coming out. Chalk is able to blink and use that Storm Call for that massive silence. And that is honestly one of the best ways to start out a team fight. Is just jump in, dunk him with Storm Call, and a 3-second silence applied to as many people. 3 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but if you're looking at the contents of a team fight, 3 seconds is absolutely, completely devastating to your overall engagement. So if you get that 3-second silence off, it's a great initiation. Honestly, Reverbo may look to be a little more aggressive, but at this point he's too aggressive. Guanyu comes from the back end. Telesalts get started up, but doesn't get any damage off. There goes the slow from the Squall Tornado on top. There's a Storm Call getting the silence off on 2 people, not on the Ra though. Does he have the Searing Pain? Does he have the activation? Going for the Tiger. Good slow from the Athena. Shield walls on the ground. Guanyu dashing here, looking for opportunity. Reverbo gets out with the blink, goes backward. Shield ultimate. There goes the alcohol ultimate, finishing off Chalk, but they're not done yet. The detonate comes through and Guanyu goes down. Zeus in the back end. Somersault Cloud. He does get used there by Sun Wukong, forcing him out. He's going to jump away. It's going to be a 1-for-1 jungler for solo laner. And Denial trading evenly here is going to stay a little bit ahead at this point as the Hunters go head-to-head in the left side. King Taco pressuring this tower.
Yeah, both of those gods did go down there, have the Heartseeker, so stacks equally reset now. Master for Show going to try to aggress the blue buff here, very deep into Denial's territory. Jeff Hinless there, I don't think he can steal it, looks for a Jingo Bang, doesn't find it. Blue buff on the ground now. Lion going to pick that up on the Athena and look to fall back. Oh, there's a big taunt coming out. Rushed, he's going to get knocked up by Fearless Blue. Will he find the Fearless Red stance here? Master for Show, does he have the damage? Still trying to find it, detonate, not enough to secure the kill, and they're going to be forced to fall back. Also, what to point out here in the left side lane, King Taco doing a great job against Pain to Beyond. Certainly not a player that gets the same kind of credit that Pain does, but doing a great job against one of the better hunters in the North American scene.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, King Tiger was pushing that up right now. You look at the build, Heartseeker boots, looking over at Pom Pom, that Devourer's gloves kind of being pushed back here. But yeah, I'm surprised to see it because, Pain can easily start getting some lifesteal out of that Devourer's gloves once it starts to get stacked up to 60 stacks. So that is going to allow him to trade evenly. Blink in the mid lane. There goes the Fearless. Not going to land as we see the activation come out from Mace to the face, just completely ignoring that one. 90-second cooldown on the Purification Beads. Going to keep himself alive for the time being. Looking at the active items right now, we're going to see Tier 2 Aegis and Tier 2 Beads on the Zeus. Full penetration build with the Shoes of the Magi right into the Focused Voidstone. Apollo's going to find Athena doing the blue buff across the way. Pain going to start backing off of this one as Cupid joins in on the fun. Looking for some shots here. Preemptive Strike. Taunt comes out, pops the beads, and gets out of dodge there. That will be on cooldown. It's a Tier 3 Beads though, so 90-second cooldown has been started up. And honestly, I don't see a fight coming out in the next 90 seconds anyway, so good defensive usage there coming out from Pain to Beyond. We see the Sovereignty starting up on the Athena, but because of her rotations, she's kind of a little bit behind the gate on that one. As you see Jeff Hinla see Tier 2 Sovereignties, although the golden hand for Athena is at 1,600, 1,900 on the tier there. Right side, we see Reverbo coming out with that rain dance, but here comes a rotation from the back end from Guan Yu.
Check the left. You have Athena forced to channel an ultimate out. Pon Pon is going to try to aggress this. 4 members of Denial are over here. Jeff Hinla is not going to find the stun. Athena going to soak up this damage and going to go ahead and let Cupid fall back there. The Fields of Love are used, and it's actually a great placement, but no follow-up there. The rotation from Evolution is here, but it is a little bit too late. And Denial looks like they want to keep on with the aggression. You do have a Blink here to contend with, though. Master for Show misses his Fearless. Beads used by Pon anyway. And looks like that's going to be the end of that for the moment, at least, as Alguang has moved back to the mid lane.
It's a little bit strange there to see that, and I think that just comes down to a lack of communication or an improper communication. We saw Athena use Defender of Olympus on the Cupid to try and escape, and generally if you see an Athena ultimate come down on top, you think, oh, they want to go, let's fight. And so Cupid moves a little bit far forward, but unfortunately enough, that puts Athena in a terrible spot. Cupid was able to use Flutter, but Preemptive Strike was not available for Athena there. So because Cupid went forward instead of trying to get Athena further back, of course, Defender of Olympus is Athena's ultimate. She will, after 4 seconds, I think it's 4.6 seconds actually, charge duration, she will land down on the target that she has selected on her team. And of course, Cupid could have backed off there and put her in a better situation, but Cupid kind of moved forward looking for opportunity to get the gank, and that just kind of just secured her life there at that point in the hands of Denial. 9-6 as Athena does counter-ward the Gold Fury, making sure vision of that objective is completely free and clear. Jeff Hinla taking some harassment in the mid lane, but they will get the mid Harpies. Look at the graphs, 2,100 gold in favor of Denial and 2,700 experience. Now, you look at the fact that Evolution started this 4-0, it just comes down to the fact that Denial is just much more experienced, and when those small plays happen, Denial sees them, but Evolution doesn't.
Chalk going to get some damage into this Tier 1 on the right side. He may actually be able to take this tower. No. He won't. I'm actually a fool. He was defending his own tower. But let's take a look at the items here. Polynomicon going to come out here with the Gem of Isolation into Poly. That Gem of Isolation really allows him to harass Zeus. Zeus no longer able to cleanse slows with his number 2. So that Squall into Tornadoes combination will start really, really hurting him, as we saw in the mid lane. He's able to take that tower, in fact, with the extra aggression he's able to put out there. We haven't really seen this Blink from Chuck come into any play yet so far. I really would like to see some of those knock-up ultimates coming through. I mean, that's why he gets it. He's looking for that combination where he throws out his axe, then blinks to it before it does damage and starts channeling the ultimate, which allows it to have some CC in addition to the silence. But we haven't really seen Reverbo be that effective with it. And he's also going for this very, very kind of lean style build, going Boots into Heartseeker, then Bulwark. I think that he's a little bit squishy, and Denial is recognizing that, and they're going to actually put a lot of pressure over on this right side lane where Reverbo is trying to hold off Rush and Pon Pon right now, and it's going to be tough for him to do it. He's going to go ahead and silence out Rush, but Rush is just so fast. It really needs Athena to dash in, but she has to turn the corner. Minions body blocking. I don't think they can continue to aggress this. They cannot, so a wasted Defender of Olympus. Cupid all alone now with really horrible positioning over on the left side as the aggression is coming out from Jeff Hinla and Apollo there. They're pushing that tower in. In the meantime, Evolution just doing what they can to hold this right side. All things told, now Tier rotating over to the left as well. This is, you know, Denial's done a really nice job here of spreading the map out and forcing some awkward rotations out of Gentlemen of Evolution.
Left side looking to push off this tower here as Pain gets some damage out with that. So beautiful, forcing him out. I have a question that's burning my mind. Does Chalk ever go home? He finally goes home. He had 2,300 gold in hand, just sitting in that solo lane forever. He's going to spend it on a full bulwark or finish that one off there. Ao Guang as well as Guan Yu rotating over to the left side as the dash in comes from the fin. There goes the taunt. Confound. Fields of Love. Do they have the burst damage? That's going to go over there. Is the Somersault Cloud. Have we charged Cupid in the bad situation?
That's a big ult. That's a big ult.
It's going to hit both the beautiful spirits. Tempest and Tyr is doing the best he can to escape. The Telesalt is out of range. There goes the dunk in from the Apollo. He's going to blink away from it very, very casually there. Almost like he's just walking away from an explosion. Athena's going to try and steal away. We get the Hand of God situation. We have Hand of God's 3 on Jeff Hill as well as the Athena. Do they secure this one away? Pushing it out. Athena might go in. If she goes in too far, she may miss an opportunity to keep herself alive. The taunt comes out, getting low. Shields of Love is, or I'm sorry, Shields of Love. It's not even a thing anymore. Detonate comes out there from the Zeus as the ultimate comes out and come down. Jeff Hinla gets out of there. Tornado on top of Zeus gets picked off. The Gold Fury did end up going in the way of Denial as the Chalk Storm Call calms down. There's the Torrent. Getting out is going to be the Athena and Verbo popping that rain dance and backing away from this one. I mean, beautiful play from Denial, getting a great rotation. That Algo ultimate was right on point, and they're going to get a Gold Fury and a couple kills in the back end. I don't know why Zeus and Athena stayed as long as they did. Athena was able to get out, but Zeus stayed far too long.
Yeah, and being able to, you know, pick up Zeus and kill him, especially after he's used his ultimate, you know, it just means that they have won that team fight so handily there. And they take the Gold Fury as well. The Grass echo that, 5,000 gold, nearly 6,000, well, no, 5,500 experience as well, going the way of Denial. And they've really taken the first massive lead of this game. They're really starting to show in the items as well. Pain to Beyond. We'll have Chin's Blades up and running fairly shortly, but really it's Pon Pon, who just has had, even though he's died a few times, has had fairly uncontested farm in this jungle and has gone into a double stacking build, which means that his late game is going to be very, very, very strong. We haven't really seen this type of full damage Guan Yu in tournament play in a really long time. And it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do with it. I mean, you can see Talosalt now hitting for 70 a tick against Reverbo. That's going to chunk the Chalk, and there's not much he's going to be able to do about it. Left side lane, let's take a look at the blue buff for King Taco. Is in some trouble. It is going to be no more aggression for the moment, as Denial's going to think better of that one. I think they really want to take this tier 1, and they're going to look for it right here.
Yeah, they're pressing this one up. Looks like they're trying to grab it up, keep it on the back end. We see Athena doing the best she can, but what can she really do right now as they force this one away? Do they have it? The tower's going to go down. Looks like it will end up falling here as they rotate. Fields of Love on the ground. Rushed, forced back. The Heart Bomb's ticking up in the Somersault Cloud as Ao Guang rotates over. The Squall's going to hit the ground. Massive for show, looking for opportunity. Goes in with the ultimate. The Lawbringer has been brought on top of him. He's in a tornado, and the wind is far too much for him. Great CC chain. Tyr goes to the initiation and gets absolutely shut down. Polynomicon there on Ao Guang. Of course, the Polynomicon coming out here absolutely devastating. King Taco with a lazy back. Might get picked up. The Squall not going to land there. Jet Pin look for opportunity. Gets taunted out by the Athena. There goes the Jingu Bang on top. Doesn't have enough. Does Zeus have an ultimate? Looks like he does. If they get too greedy here, they may have an opportunity for a turnaround. Chalk and Guan Yu having their own solo lane island party across the way. Those towers are somehow still standing. And that's going to be a 4 versus 4 with Tyr going down for free.
Yeah, I mean, he started up Fearless twice after blinking in and was stunned out both times.
Right side.
Great play. Right side, yeah, you do see the dive coming out. Pon Pon in a lot of trouble. The ports are coming in, however. Have they overstayed their welcome as Evolution? Rush finds the slow onto Reverbo, procs the bulwark, misses the snipe. Nice play by the Chalk there. Rush is going to have a hard time securing that. Yeah, the blink is going to come out. Jeff Hinla rotating around on the backside. And it looks like Rush wants to continue diving this one. Not so fast, says Dermanolion. Dunk comes in from Pain of Beyond as well. They're not going to have enough to clean up Athena, but they shouldn't have enough to clean up the tower here as he continues to throw in those auto attacks. But here's Master of a Show. That's a 2-man Fearless. Do they have the follow-up? Yes, they do. Of course they do. It's going to be the Zeus ultimate. A lot of damage coming out, but they don't build stacks quite fast enough. A little bit mistimed there. They will still pick up Rush, who has really been the punching bag, it seems like, for Denial, sitting on his 4 deaths now. Similar to Pon Pon there. He did have those 2 very, very early ones. But Evo able to save their tower, but unable to really convert as many kills as they would have liked to there, I think. Ultimately, they are still down by 5,000 gold, but they've made up a little bit in experience there with some nice rotations. I just don't know if it's going to be enough at this point as Pain is starting to get really, really big, and you know, the tower advantage is starting to really play out. Pimla now the one that's in trouble. Shield Wall doing a lot of damage up into the cloud. Barely surviving that one, though, as he starts to tick back up from that Somersault Cloud, percent HP.
honestly just needed to detonate that immediately. With that Somersault Cloud activation, of course, if you have anything on the decoy, it's going to detonate through there and do absolutely nothing on that one. That was a very, very close timing that I think it's very rare to see that actually happen. Cupid left side can take this tower. Now, looking at the gold situation, it's going to start changing for the better for Evolution. You see it's down to 4,100. They were up 5K for Denial, but of course they were ahead 2 towers. Now only ahead 1 tower, so about 3,000 gold is the total difference. King Taco again with a lazy back, forced to use his ultimate, forced to use sprint. A horse will beat out the sprint on foot here as Cupid's feet are too small. There's the Warriors Will. Talu Assault that jump out. The ultimate buys some time, but King Taco yet again with the lazy back goes down in left lane. Athena not able to make it. There's a storm called the right side. It's going to slow there. There goes a storm strike. Do they have it? Rain Dance comes out. No detonate coming out there. The chain lane didn't have the distance. Right tower will go down tier by himself. Surrounded here by Rush as well as Mace to the face. There goes that activation here. The Solar Blessings on the ground. Reverbo being forced out here, but very, very tanky. Zeus has rotated over. 2 ultimates still remain for Evolution. One of those being the ultimate coming out from the Zeus. There's the chain lightning. Do they have the ultimate? Alcohol ultimate coming through. Not going to hit anyone there as each damage gets activated by RR Raven there. Reverbo forced out. Rain Dance is buying some time. Walks into a tornado. Still alive. Apollo dunks down across the sky, comes through, and Zeus is absolutely meat for Denial. And there goes the Polynomiquan hit there on the chalk, of course, and this leads to Fire Giant available. Bart. Only Athena and Tyr remain. Athena does have tier 3 Hand of the Gods, but they certainly can zone her out.
Yeah, they shouldn't have a hard time at all. Pain to be on there, as you see him just keeping them away. You know, in that right side engagement, what really went wrong there was Tyr he blew his blink in fearless combination and didn't find a way to secure any CC. So then when the chalk kind of followed up onto Apollo with the silence, they didn't have anything to really keep him in place and deal the damage to him they needed to. And so that fight just went so bad as Chalk overextended towards that tier 2 in the right side, just got so punished for it. And unfortunately, Denial has really turned this one. If you are an Evolution fan, this one is really starting to fall in the way of Denial. They're going to find a lot of towers in the back of that Fire Giant, and that's really been the name of the game so far, is that this tower push from Denial as they really spread the map out really, really well in kind of that early mid-game period right around the 20-minute mark, and just found a little bit of tower damage at a time, and now have successfully taken out all of the tier 1s and have translated that into a 7,000 gold lead.
We're going to see him pick up a rod here on Al Guang, and it's going to make things very, very different. He went for the Gem of Isolation, allowing a slow, a little bit of HP on top of it, making it a little more defensive. It also goes for the Polynomicon on top of that, and then right into the rod. The rod's going to make things very, very different for Mace to face on Al Guang here. The Gold Fear is going to be picked off by Denial. No chance of contention from Evolution as they try to rotate over, but they're not going to spot it out in time. Looking at the vision, it's very much in the way of Denial. We see Athena forced to back here. Cupid doing the blue buff might be caught out yet again. Jingle Bang going to come out and do some damage there as there goes the spin to win to force him out. The blue buff is now going to be stolen away. Cupid wanted it so bad, but Denial is just going to take that away as well. And given the fact that the map is very much in the control of Denial, they have a 1 tower advantage, but at the same time they have 8,100 gold. So if you take away the tower difference here, it's going to be 7,100 in favor of Denial. A huge, huge difference here for Evolution. And one of the biggest things about this is they don't have map control and they can't defend these tier 2 towers. They have to fight on a Phoenix. This is another 4,500 gold that Denial can just freely take unless they screw up here. They're forcing it forward, but they just need a good initiation. And with Denial buying defensive items, like you see the Height of the Urchin being picked up here by Sun Wukong, we also have a little bit of defensive items from Rush now getting that Gem of Isolation. Those slows are going to be absolutely devastating for these team fights.
Tier 2s continue to fall around the map. Only 1 remaining, and Jeff Hindla, look at that. Eye of the Urchin into Chin's Blades. This is going to turn into size as well, as he's just going to be looking for that extra bonus damage on top there. And Denial is certainly poised to take this game. They're going to have a massive gold advantage. The gods are all sitting on well over 1,500 gold a piece. They can go back and finish up these items, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and aggress the right side here now. One thing to note is that King Taco is sitting on Malice Deathbringer combination, so a lot of damage can come out from this Cupid, but I feel like it's going to take a nicely placed Fields of Love, and we haven't really seen one so far in these team fights from King Taco. That ultimate always seems to come in a little bit too late, or he's forced to use it defensively. So what's going to go on here is that Denial once again going to spread the map out. Pain to Beyond going to aggress that left side Phoenix while the team moves in. I'm sorry, in the right while the team moves into the left. And I think we're going to have a little bit of a stall out here as Denial is looking. Oh, nope. Their mana line going in there, finding the shield wall. There's a big knock-up Chalk and Tier in the back lines, but they don't have enough damage to burst anyone down. And this is where it's going to start turning for Denial. A huge ongoing ultimate doing 812 damage. Pain to Beyond comes in, jams it in with the ultimate as well. They're going to find the Mesmerize, and now you're going to see Evolution start dropping 3 down. all of their front line off the board. Only Tyr and Cupid remain, and this one is going to be going the way of Denial. I'm not sure Evolution can hold them out of the base at this point. Phoenix is going to fall mid-Phoenix. They're going to skip that thing and go right for the Titan Drive there. It looks like this one is Denial's game.
Yeah, it certainly is a great rotation. There goes the Titan to be forced out here. Hand of the Gods comes out just for a little bit extra damage on the back end. And there goes the Valkyries just ascending to the heavens in death. And Evolution, I think they're going to learn a lot from this game because you could see that they had everything right. Their picks were good. Their combos were there. But I think they just kind of either were put too much on the back foot or really just stopped focusing on what their team was built for. We didn't see as many combos as we would like to see coming out from them in the later stages of the game. I mean, Zeus notably had some pretty poor positioning in certain situations where they would like to have more. In fact, look at the damage numbers right now. Zeus is going to be far and away the most in the game, even though he was 3-4 on the losing team. 19,000 damage dealt. The second place is going to go to, of course, Ao Guang there with 17.8 and 17 flat, actually 17,000 on Rushed playing that Ra, of course. Look at the structure damage. We see a lot coming out from Guan Yu, a ton from Pain, a decent amount from Ao Guang as well, and the only person who had a decent amount there on Evolution was that Cupid. So, the fact that they were fighting head-to-head with Pain constantly split-pushing and only getting a few kills here and there really didn't bode well for Evolution. And I think it just came down to the fact that they lost sight of what their team was built for and kind of had that intimidation factor going for them. You're going against Denial. They were there at the PAX Prime Invitational. They've been around all of 2013. They were there at the end of the year tournament. They're a very strong team, and all players that are known in the community. They stream, very talented, and I think Evolution just kind of lost sight of what they were looking to do. You had the Blink on Chalk. We didn't see any Blink Stormcall activations there. We saw very few Blink activations from Tyr, although we saw a ton in the starting elements of the game. In fact, First Blood went to a Blink Tyr initiation with Fearless. They just didn't really get those combos off like they needed, and like we were talking about in the picking stage, the fact that Denial has a very safe team and Evolution has a very combo team, and without those combos, they didn't have much.
That's exactly it. I mean, kind of going back to that early game analysis, you're right. It was the safe team versus the combo team. Denial definitely had the edge in the extended engagements between the heel of Ra and the heel of Sun Wukong. And Jeff Hindley goes 4-0-11. They didn't keep Sun Wukong down even a little bit. They didn't really find any kills in that dual lane. Reverbo seemed to have a big advantage in the solo going up against Rush, but once Rush was able to safely farm the lane, he was really in no more danger of being killed by Chalk. And I think you really were right as well with that blink on the Chalk was almost a completely wasted 900 gold. We didn't really see any plays come out of that. No big-time ults in team fights with that. And really, at the end of the day, Evolution, I think you're right, just kind of missed, or lost sight of what their team was really good out there. They tried to kind of play Denial's game, right? They tried to go and catch them on those rotations where Denial, between, the transformations of Wukong, you have Slither from Ao Guang, you have Ra having very fast run speed with his passive, obviously everything Apollo brings to the table, and Pon Pon, even with the horse, able to get on the map much better than any of the gods over here on Evolution, with the exception of Athena. And given that, Denial spread the map out and just whittled them down, and I think that you see that, really no more better highlighted than almost 4,000 structure damage from Pon Pon on the Guan Yu. So a melee god able to get in there and hit those towers that often really goes to show you how much Denial was controlling this game. And they did a great job there, and it really held it down. Now, I do want to update you on the brackets from around the tournament. If you are following the SMITE Pro Twitter, it is twitter.com/SmitePro. You'll see that we had Cognitive moving on to the semifinals, as well as Snipe beating out Armada, and Dignitas takes out Unknown. And now we have Denial moving in as well. So over Evolution, of course. And so our top four is situated. It's going to be Denial, Snipe, Dignitas, and Cog NA. We will be moving on to take a look at Snipe versus Cog NA. Dry Bear, if you have any final thoughts, now would be the time.
Well, these are the top four teams in the seeding points right now. Cog in first place, Dignitas in second, third place goes to Denial, and fourth to Snipe. So these are our top four teams in the seeding charts right now as it stands coming out of week 2. So they're now guaranteed a high amount of seeding points, as 5th through 8th is the lowest, 4th notably very, very little, but of course first and second really the biggest payoff there. Second and third are actually quite close. So there's a lot of seeding points available for all these teams, and I think they're looking to shut down Cog. I think the biggest thing here is whether or not Cog makes it into the grand finals will give more hope to the other teams as far as the seeding points go forward. As of course, we're on the way, on the path to the 100K, the $100,000 tournament in March here at the end. The last weekend of March is when this will be taking place, and that's what we're working up towards. So coming up next, guys, we're going to be watching the first semifinal round of the day. It's going to be a fantastic round and something you really have to pay attention to. And as we go forward, this tournament can only get better. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Cog NA versus Snipe up next, guys. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go with your game out of the round of 4. It's going to be COG NA going against SMITE. Dry Bear. This one's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a fantastic matchup. Now, keep in mind, Cognitive is in first place right now, so they are the ones that are looking to, if they get another first place win, they'll go to 300 points total and just topping the charts far and away in the lead. They're looking to shut that down. SMITE in the same situation we're seeing with their new lineup here. Wolfie, of course, joining in, and Continentia has joined back up. Shing, of course, still there. Nick going to be laying up in the mid lane there, and Allied has rejoined SMITE yet again, so a great lineup for SMITE, but they're going up against Cognitive Gaming. We're going to see that Agni, Thanatos, Zeus, and Thor all banned out, and it's going to let Zhang Kui through the picking stage. That's a little bit scary, honestly, because he's incredibly powerful right now. Sun Wukong and Freya hovered on. Freya very powerful as well, so some strong pits being let through.
Yeah, and with those gods, being banned out here, right? I mean, Thanatos being definitely the one that you're looking at and saying that's new. But I think that's definitely a respect ban for Shing, or really just let's just keep Thanatos out of Shing's hands. Zhang Kui going to be, of course, the first mage coming onto the board there, and we've seen him banned out of all the previous rounds. So, what will Zhang Kui be really able to do here? We've seen him be very successful in the hands of Stealth before. This game, what are they going to pair him up against as Freya and Wukong going to come in for Snipe?
Yeah, we're going to find out soon. We see Tyr hovered on here. Sobek swapped to instead. 3 seconds left. Stealthy and Stealthy. Sobek and Tyr are going to be the selections here. Very, very strong pickups. Tyr, the third most picked up god in the North American region, and Sobek the second. So they're going to have some really strong selections here for this matchup. That still leaves 2 more for Snipe, though. With Freya and Sun Wukong here, they may look to pick up a Hunter here, given the fact that Cognitive has ignored that up until this point. We're going to see that, of course, that Guan Yu selection from Wolfie. Could be going to the solo lane, honestly. Wolfie does play a fantastic Guan Yu, given the fact that Tyr has also been taken away. Ao Guang hovered on. Nick does play a fantastic Ao Guang himself, so we'll see how this goes for Snipe. They have a strong damage lineup overall. Honestly, with Freya there, I expect Freya to go in the jungle, Sun Wukong to be support, and Guan Yu go in the solo lane, and Ao Guang, of course, can go into the mid lane, and they just need a good Hunter to round things off. On her would be very, very good. Apollo also would be fantastic, but we'll see what Cognitive decides to pick up in response.
Yeah, a long time since we've seen Sobek. I mean, the first time we're going to see him in this tournament, in fact. Sobek, of course, brings so much player displacement to the table. Wonderful peel. Gets mana back with his ultimate. Has great sustain. Can heal himself with Sickening Strike. Sure. All around, just a phenomenal support god. And we'll see exactly, how they utilize that Sobek pick. And you got to think Sobek and Tyr and Zhang Kui all together. A lot of slow, a lot of lockdown, a lot of burst damage. It's a very nice draft so far from Cognitive.
They're going to get Vamana and Apollo here. I honestly don't imagine them swapping this, possibly even going to a Cupid. We know Barracuda loves his Cupid play. But Barracuda, well known as one of the top, if not the top hunter in the world right now. In fact, if we go over to the Tier Monster carry rankings, Barracuda is second overall in all of SMITE, just based on statistics as far as how he plays as a carry. So definitely a very, very strong player. In response, Snipe's going to go for AMC. Allied does love his AMC. We'll see the swaps out here. Looks like this should be going through. Possibly, there goes the swap. Yep, that's what I was expecting there. Allied does, he's a big proponent for AMC. There's a lot of downsides to AMC and a lot of upsides to AMC. Regardless of what you think about Amuz and Cobb, he is a hunter through and through. So regardless, if he makes it to mid and late game, he's going to hurt, and he's going to hurt a lot. So really the only point of argument for AMC is whether or not his early game is strong enough. Now, comparatively, it may not be as strong, but with good support coming out from a Continentia on Sun Wukong, it may be very devastating with the rotations they'll have. Plus, in the jungle, you have Freya, which means if you get a Banish followed by a good swarm, burst damage coming out, it's going to be scary for characters like Apollo or possibly even Sobek, who get too far out of place. At this point, the lineups look very strong for both teams. There are weaknesses and strengths on both ends, but it's not like the previous games we've seen where there's a glaring weakness. Like last game we saw, this is a combo team, but if they don't combo, it's not going to work. Right. The team before that, they have nuance support, which, could work, but if they fall behind, it's not going to work. They don't really have a whole lot of that here. You see both teams really have a lot of strengths and weaknesses that balance each other out, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, in AMC, what he does really bring to the table is he is extremely good against other hunters. And given how the meta currently works, where you see the Guardians rotate out of that duo lane pretty early and basically stake on for multiple minutes at a time, AMC putting a hive down in front of you, absorbing one auto attack from the enemy hunter and hitting your own can really turn around that fight, especially when he brings a big-time cripple to the table. He's very good against gods with escapes like Apollo. We'll see if AMC is able to put it together for Allied, guys. In just about 3 minutes, we'll be back with your game out of the round of 4. It is COG NA going up against SMITE. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is the round of 4, and we are going to be taking a look at COG North America going up against SMITE Gaming, and we are underway here. Let's go ahead and introduce your teams. The blue team fighting out of the bottom of the minimap in the left side of your spectator UI. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Cognitive Gaming North America. They are Dare to Care and Barracuda combining for that Sobek and Apollo duo lane. In the mid, it's going to be MLC Stealth as your Zhonghui. Omega going to be holding down the solo lane as Vamana, and Anister in the jungle as Tyr, one of the premier tier junglers in the world. Over on the red team, fighting out of the top of the minimap and the right side of the spectator UI, ladies and gentlemen, it is SMITE Gaming. They are Wolfie is going to be your solo lane. Guan Yu, Allied and Incontinentia will be combining for the AMC Wukong duo lane. Sheng in the jungle is Freya, and Nick in the mid lane is Alquang. Cognitive, very aggressive here in the early game drive air. Take a look at this positioning.
It's so strange, too, because the route they take is too aggressive. I see this happen time and time again, where the invasions come and they're just so far forward, or they're just too early. Honestly, if you're going to invade like this, maybe they're just looking for a pick and getting out and just playing it safe. Obviously, the downside would be if you wait for a proper invade and it doesn't work, then you're too far away to try and recover from it. But at the same time, they're just kind of looking for something. But also, less likely to work if you do it that quickly. They're just looking for someone out of position and just backing off there. One thing to note as well is we're going to see a Tier 1 boots picked up by Wolfie, the 300 gold boost with just 6% movement speed, no stats on it whatsoever, and the mystical mark there. So looks like he just wants a little bit of movement speed in the early stages of the game, and going to finish out that mystical mark as soon as possible. Of course, as the game goes on, mystical mark becomes worse and worse and worse. As far as that passive goes, magical protection does gain naturally as people level up. And we'll see Omega gonna get 3 healing potions, 3 mana potions, mystical mark, and the hand of the gods, not electing to go for the early ward start, so we won't have that vision starting out here as we see Anister going for the blue buff as well. That will go down and go straight towards Omega. They're going to make it to the lane just in time. The pulse coming out here. I love this play by Xing. This is how junglers should be in the
left side lane. Allied in a lot of trouble. One more auto attack's going to do it. And down he will go for first blood. Barracuda. And Dare to Care. Get him out of position. AMC, no natural escapes. Wants to take the hive down. Very low movement speed. And down will go the B to the man of music.
What's this? A bee that's still alive? Take him down there. Strangely enough, and this is kind of what people have criticisms for as far as AMC goes, is the fact that he's so limited when he gets caught out, and his early game is very, very weak comparatively to other hunters here. Mega taking shots here. The pulse rating gets blocked by Anister, but it could be the end of him. No, they're going to get away from that one. Xing just putting in the numbers here as both Vamana and Tyr are forced back towards their tower. Guan Yu and Freya both going into the jungle. Freya going to try and find the back harpies. There goes the ping. They think Freya's going to mid. Look at the vision right now, Bart. 3 wards placed on the right side of the jungle, both in the mid area, and 1 down towards the blue buff. And Freya's just going to go ahead and take a harpy camp on the back end. Just takes the big one, runs away. Beautiful and very casual play there coming out. The blue buff looks like it was stolen away by the Sobek. It's still on the ground on the left side. So very aggressive plays on both ends. Cog aggressing on the left side, Snipe on the right side. The jungle is not safe anymore, ladies and gentlemen, as we do see a first blood come out there on AMC so far. But Omega on the right side being pushed out. Freya looking for opportunity to gank as Stealth also takes damage to the mid lane. Freya rotation, Pulsar Radiant, clear the path. Do they have it? No ultimates. And that baby's going to get out of there.
Yeah, that's one thing. You know, Vamana pretty tough for Freya to gank until she gets Haste and Fatalis, and then once he tries to clear the path, she pretty much just runs next to him, putting in massive amounts of damage. So Xing going to rotate now to the mid lane where Anister is going to be waiting for him, going to banish out Stealth. Xing trying to find the positioning, going to get hit by the Fearless. A slow going to come out from Zhonghui. They have a big time stun available if they want it. They're going to go ahead and take it. Xing in some trouble is going to go down. A nice hand of the gods gets the extra health from the Bumbas. Stealth going to tick down to Tornadoes. Anister now in some trouble, but Dare to Care's rotation should be enough to keep Wolfie off of him. Yes, he needs a peel. Barely in time. Jingu Bang not going to be enough for the kill. A big old what a shot by Nick! Oh my god, that was insane.
No way! That shot was wonderful. Nick gets the snipe there and giving credit to his team name. Kills off Tyr on the back end. And I think that just really comes down to the fact that Snipe really had their eye on the ball. We saw the fact that Freya was out of position, caught out, taking tons of damage. But what she did before she went down, popped the pulse and got a double slow off. And the second that slow went down, we saw the tornado land on top from Snipe, hitting both the Zhonghui as well as the tier. That damage split from the tornado, and it cooked for a little bit. And what I mean by cooked is that they're standing inside the tornado. The way the tornado works is it constantly reapplies that debuff, applying that damage over time effect over and over and over again. And it was sitting there just cooking and cooking and cooking. And when they finally left the tornado, they had the full duration to wait through. Zhonghui gets bursted down. We saw Tier go out, and Tier almost makes it. And Nick, with not only a beautiful tornado placement and a good squall, gets a wonderful Spirit's Tempest, sniping off Tier on the back end. And now we're seeing two here. Cognitive Gaming right now about 400 gold ahead in the lead, as well as a little bit of experience, not too far forward. But at this point, they're looking to get more engagements like that. Mid camps are something that they're looking to grab up as well. But I mean, Snipe, you can't take them lightly.
And that's why they're called Snipe Gaming. Oh yeah, I mean, just a magnificent play by Nick there. The Spirit Temp is just spot on. Andister got to be salty after this one. And one thing that Tier out of the jungle has a problem with is that if you shut him down early game, it's very hard for him to do very much at all. Left side lane, there's a fully channeled Sobek ultimate. That's going to do a lot of damage to Allied. Ultimate has been used by the AMC at this point. He's trying to kite the best he can. Now they're going to turn their attention in Continental. Dare to Care has to hit a pluck from long range to get any damage on the Allied. A very, very, very nice job of Snipe in this lane. I mean, what brilliant play to split up there. They get the kill into Apollo. AMC tried to re-engage there, I think, onto Dare to Care, who's now going to go down in Continental here. If he knocks him up, it doesn't even matter. The single auto attack, and just a wonderful play from Snipe there in the solo and the duo lane. That split was just so smart, and they're able to pick up both the Apollo and the Sobek for just the AMC.
Again, we're going to see the issue that comes out from Amuz and Cobb, the fact that as soon as he was plucked, he has no way to position himself, so he's either forced to completely retreat, and what I mean by this is he has to walk directly towards his tower and not stick around for the long haul because he just doesn't have that ability to jump out in a pinch, and at the same time, he decides that, you know, he's going to go for option number 2, stick around and try and win out with the engagement, but he just didn't have the damage numbers. I mean, the Stinger came out, he had that opportunity, burst down, the Swarm was there, he had a good hive almost the entire fight, but with the burst damage from Sobek, it all came through, and AMC gets picked off. Now keep in mind, Dare to Care made a very key decision. He decided to go for AMC, and he got the kill, but it turns out that Sun Wukong's going to come from the backside and be able to pick up that kill there. So a 2-for-1 for Snipe in the left side, and just comes down to the fact that, you know, it could have gone a lot worse considering the fact that AMC is very, very immobile. But again, we talked about that picking stage. Regardless of what you think of AMC, he is still a hunter, and if he gets farmed, he's still going to hurt a lot in the late stages of the game. That always that he has that going for him, which is nice, of course. Mr. Kamark almost completed for both Guan Yu as well as the Omega, playing Vamon on the right side of the map at this point in the time of the game. 30 gold in the lead for Snipe, so pretty much dead even across the board. We have a very fantastic semi-final round underway.
Yeah, this one is just off to a great start so far. I mean, we've seen already some massive plays, and, you know, as you're kind of mentioning about AMC, you know, does have a hard time if he gets repositioned in a fight, but one thing he does, he has a pretty good kit to just turn and burn, and that's basically what he's forced to do, is just turn around and dump everything that he has and hope that it's enough. Wukong does bring some decent peel, right, with the knockup and the stun to be able to just basically buy time for that AMC to put out as much damage as possible, and he brings the dots to the table as well, so buying time is quite a good thing. Shing's Freya here, you know, not doing particularly well. 0-1, you know, is going to be a little bit late to this Fatalis time. He won't have the boots finish either for some time. But they are going to secure this right side XP camp, as it's going to go easily in favor of Snipe Cog. A little bit late on that one. Andister trying to find an angle here, but I think he learned his lesson versus Nick earlier in this game. That mid lane engagement went so well in favor of Snipe. Taking a look at our grass drive here, it is fairly even. Only about 300 gold and 200 experience separating the teams. Dead even through 7 minutes here in the round of 4.
It's basically just going to come down to the early starts here, so that's basically what we're looking at. The mid camp's going to be paying off for the gold difference. Of course, that small 100, 200, 300 gold difference is basically just those mid camps. One thing I do want to mention yet again is the people that are following the current meta action. Right side, Omega gets jumped on. Pulse Radiant combination comes through, burst damage. Activates ultimate, cancels his ultimate. I don't know what that was. A huge oversight or possibly a misclick from Omega. I don't know what that was. He popped his ultimate and immediately canceled it there, and will fall down in the right lane. Keep in mind that Freya still had Valkyrie's discretion. Wolfie activating that cavalry charge, going to be able to burn that one down as well. Omega was guaranteed, so it may not have made a difference in the end, but my God, what an interesting play coming out from Omega. Maybe just popping for the CC immunity and trying to get out there, maybe look for opportunity to go up into the ultimate, have the CC immunity, cancel it, and go right and clear the path if he had it available. Very, very interesting activation there, and a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, you know, he likely was looking for clear the path, I think. I mean, you have to think. He must have either it was a misplay.
He was on cooldown.
He thought, yeah, he must have thought, like, oh, I have this cooldown again or something. You know, it had to be a misplay there. I mean, misclick potentially, but I think at the caliber of these players, it's unlikely that it was a misclick. Probably just a more of a misplay, just kind of expecting to have some cooldown that he didn't have. Had to be the answer there. Trying to turn around and they burned them in the tower. Maybe they thought a port was coming in. Left side lane, Dare to Carry in some trouble. Ally putting out a lot of damage. B-Swarm going to miss for the moment. Now it's Ally trying to juke away from Barracuda, but Barracuda is an expert at hitting those in-hand attacks, and he will do so no problem. And Continental so beautiful, not off cooldown. So very, very close. They know where Incon is, though. Barracuda going to clear the wave, and Continental going to bird away just fine, but not before AMC does go down yet again. And looking at Allied's build here, that early Heartseeker rush is not panning out for him, sitting on 3 deaths already.
Wow, great play by Barracuda there, and you know, honestly, I wish we could roll it back just to see exactly what happened there. He's actually going to go ahead and get a kill here on the Sun Wukong, goes for the dash, does he have it? The minions are tanking it up, one shot, dead to the heart there. Barracuda finds the way in and gets Incontinentia again. How is this guy so good at Hunter? I don't understand it. He hits every single shot, and I think, you know, Dare to Care was caught out there. He dropped down to about 400 HP, forced back in the left side lane, and if you know, Barracuda played that any differently, Dare to Terror could have died. We saw the rotation come out. He serenades, first of all, he does damage to Incontinentia. Then he serenades Incontinentia, dashes forward and shuts down Allied from forcing it out. Then gets enough damage on Allied to kill him off as Incontinentia tries to scramble to get the kill on Dare to Care, but too far away, couldn't get it, and then rotates back and gets Incontinentia. So, I mean, Barracuda proving to himself to be one of the best hunters in the world as he makes a beautiful and honestly a poor play by Dare to Care into a double kill.
So, I gotta ask the question. Coming from the EU scene as the primary EU caster, Game Hunter or Barracuda?
Game Hunter has a bigger god pool. Barracuda has a better hunter play.
Apollo.
I still gotta give it to Barracuda. Game Hunter plays it better in decision making, but Barracuda is better technically.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, Barracuda just doesn't miss enhance. Right side lane. MLC Omega in some troubles. Wolfie's going to dive him here. Trying to kite around the tower is Wolfie. Doing a fair job of it, but is going to get knocked out. But here comes Anderson. Can he lock down Wolfie? He can, and the Babby is just too tanky. Dry Bear can't take down the Vamana just like that. Wolfie overestimating that Guan Yu damage.
Right now, 10 minutes and just over 30 seconds in the game, dead even goal. The experience difference is in favor of Cognitive Gaming right now. Does make a little bit of a difference. You see the level 2 ultimate starting to be picked up here by Cog. Snipe still sitting at level 10, and Continental, Shing, and Allied all waiting on that one. Allied's going to go for that tier 2 Aussie. Again, we see that tier 2 boots build coming out from pretty much everyone, considering the fact that it's 1,000 gold for combat boots and then 1,100 more for the finish off the Warrior Tabi or Ninja Tabi. So a big difference there between the boots, and generally just going for the stats. We're going to see on the right side, actually on the left side, Charge Break coming out there. The Cat's going to hit Dare to Care in the face. There goes the move to slow him down. The Stinger's going to miss from Allied. Now taking some harassment, going after some hits there. Barracuda just doesn't miss. I don't know how he does it. He just doesn't miss any of those shots. That can take some damage out there. And we're going to see, unfortunately enough for Snipe, Nick's going to go for the very old Warlock Sash build for Ao Guang, which is going to slow his damage uptake very much.
I love this build, though. Like, gotta be one of my favorite Ao Guang builds. The Warlock Sash into, like, the Void Stone, Breastplate of Valor, then Ethereal Staff, and then a Tahuti ends up being, like, 600+ magical power and just massive amounts of tankiness out of the Ao Guang. So it's a little bit curious, I guess. Well, you know, it's because I think they're running pretty lean here. Guan Yu in the bruiser role, you know, you have Sun Wukong as your guardian, so you don't really have a true guardian on the map right now. It's allow him to soak up some hits and maybe make some space for Freya in the team fights. And that ultimate's still going to do plenty of damage. Dare to Care, in fact, going to eat the brunt of that, but no follow-up. Nick nearly gets a kill there.
My God, forcing that one out. Sobek going to get so far back. He's going to tier 2 to back here. He does not want to get sniped anymore. Tier left side to get this movement speed buff as Nick forces down the mid lane, looking to take this tower out. Sovereignty almost done for Incontinentia. It is done for Dare to Care as he goes home and finally finishes that one off. Right side, Omega forced out here. Does he have teleport 3? He does. It should be off cooldown. If it's going back, it's more than likely he has it available. Honestly, solo laners don't leave unless they have that teleport available. Vamana can make his way back over to this lane, or is he going to walk? He's waiting for the cooldown. There it goes, just came off cooldown. Shing and Wolfie forcing this one out. The wave's going to clear out. There's an Armored Umbrella to force that one. The Mystical Mark has been completed. Going to tick down on those minions here. Fatalis almost done for Shing. And honestly, I would like to see him finish off the standard Fatalis. Usually a more popular pick than the Hasten Fatalis, given the fact that it gives you movement speed. Charge Spray in the jungle, not going to. There goes the Recall Demons. The Fearless combination into Nick, and Nick is going to go down there. Even with the Warlock Sash, it's not enough. Barracuda left side. Look for the Tiger to come through. Not going to hit. The Honey's on the ground. There's the knockup. Gets the moves away. He's going to be just fine as the Jingle Bang does some damage there.
Look at Shane in the mid.
Valkyrie's discretion. She's up in the air. The card on top. Exorcism to come through, and that's going to be enough. Fearless comes on top, and that's going to be a 2-for-0 exchange. The towers are exposed.
Yeah, towers are going to be aggressed now in the mid lane. Looks like Snipe wants to prevent. Nope. Cog says, forget that. Let's go take a Gold Fury here. They know it's only Wukong, Guan, and AMC available here. They don't have that big burst damage, so they won't be able to really effectively take them off of this Gold Fury initiation. It's going to take a lot of damage. Anister going deep against Allied here. Going to zone out the AMC completely. It looks like Snipe takes that Gold Fury. In fact, though, they're able to steal it away. I think it's a big play by Wolfie there that takes it. Yes, indeed, they do steal that. And Continentia going to have his decoy pay for his life there. Now it's going to be Barracuda trying to chase him down to the back line, but the Anister Blinken's going to do it, so they lose 2 members to pick up Gold Fury. Effectively, it is, it's going to be a little bit of an advantage for them. Nick, yeah, I think he wants to, but he's going to save that to make sure that this tower can't be pushed in instead of going for the kills there. But all things told, a wonderful play there by Snipe. They get in there, they disrupt that Gold Fury timing. It is going to be made back up by Kagane. You see they only net lose about maybe 200 gold there, but at the end of the day, it's a very nice play by Snipe. It keeps them very contentious through the end of the early game here as they move into the mid game, and it's going to hopefully get Al Kwong. Let's see, he's sitting on only 600 gold in hand, but once he gets to that next about 1,000 or 2,000, he's able to get what hopefully will be maybe a damage item up and running here. If not, probably a Void Stone will be the next item coming out, and really able to help control the pace of this game from that mid lane position. Get those kind of rotations out to the side lane, put some pressure on Vamana, or even make some room for his AMC to get some farm.
It's surprising enough to see that that rotation come out, and honestly, I think that came down to Dare to Care just not being ready to grab that up. You can see the Hand of the Gods available on Cognitive Gaming is going to be tier 1 across the board. So this really is just 100% of the blame going to Dare to Care. They're not able to pick up that tier 3 Hand of the Gods when they were ready for it. And of course, you see Incontinentia coming out with that tier 3 Hand of the Gods, which for those of you who don't play Smite or don't see the actives enough, the tier 1 does 480 true damage, whereas across the way, the tier 3 Hand of the Gods executes the Gold Fury at 25% HP. So due to their itemization choices there and their support tank not picking up the Hand of the Gods early enough, they're going to lose the Gold Fury. It's going to go in the way of Snipe, although they did bring the Gold Graph back in their favor, about 1,200 by the follow-up there. Tower situation is still even. No towers have fallen just yet in this game. A lot of rotations and more focus on the Gold Fury and kills, as well as Barracuda is going to find Incontinentia in the jungle here, missing 3 attacks in a row. I don't think we'll ever see that again. Junkoi in the mid lane going to push up towards the mid tower. We do see Shin going for the Hasten Fatalis instead of Santa Fatalis, and now going directly into Demonic Grip, the item that gives magic power and of course penetration on top of everything else, as well as that little attack speed boost. Nick going to look to farm a little bit more, because if he doesn't have that extra damage, Warlock's Dash not going to pay out. The Continentia forced out with the ultimate, dashing forward. Barracuda wants the kill. The Vanish comes through, not going to get it. Snipe is forced out here. There goes the kill. The up in the air. Look for the Apollo. Doesn't get it. He gets it. Shin goes down, and now Nick by himself questioning what's going on here. Surrounded. Do they go for it? Into tower, Anister, Barracuda, Dare to Care, MLC Stealth. Do they want the kill on Nick? He's going for the tornadoes on the ground. Jingle Bang comes out, MLC Stealth. Does he have purification? He does. Dunks out. Ultimate comes through and hits nobody. And Tail Whip to death is that. The charge prey almost hitting the bird.
That was so close.
Just missing. And that's going to be a huge rotation from Kong.
And now Wolfie has thought about rotating to the mid lane. He's going to let Omega get to the tower with a full creep wave here. This could be the tower going down. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Yes, uses hands on the back line. Omega going to be able to go into the Sleeping Giant form. Doesn't even need it. Tower goes down. 2 towers down. Now 4 Cog and A. Almost a 5,000 gold advantage, but the experience is really what's separating the teams. 12k in favor of Snipe. Big time plays. MLC Stealth moving into his Mail of Renewal. The MLC Snipe Zhangque build is in full effect. Focus Void Stone in the Mail of Renewal. If you don't know what this item does, once he finishes it, anytime he gets a kill or assist, it's going to regen 10% of his health and mana. And when you're Zhangque and already naturally tanky from your passive, this makes him an almost impossible target to kill. Omega going to be going for the No Boots build, Witchstone, and Heartseeker in the solo lane. The itemization very smart so far from Kagane. Outside of that one misplay from Dare to Care using Hand of the Gods, only at rank 1. All around the board, this has been a very, very nice game, well executed by Cog and A. And it's also worth pointing out that this is Dare to Care's first week back after 2 weeks off due to a player suspension. He is replacing Eonic now as the primary duo lane guardian for Barracuda, and a little bit of misplay could be attributed to that time off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see a lot of rotations here. I think it comes down to picks as well as MLC Stealth gets banished in mid lane. There goes a good slow. The pulse rated combination going to miss 2 shots. Actually, Alcohol Ultimate coming out completely out of left field there, or I guess actually right field, not hitting anything. Completely dodged there by Stealth as he just walks away from that engagement. Of course, that Mail of Renewal not helping him against the double magic, but it's going to help him a lot with the Guan Yu, with the Sun Wukong, and of course the AMC, and also give him some CDR HP. And of course that heal when he does get a kill or an assist, which helps him a ton since he'll be in the fight a majority of the times, considering the fact that he is Zhong Kui, who likes to get close up and personal. At this point, we're sitting at 18 minutes and 30 seconds in this match, 4,600 gold in favor of COG, 12,000 experience, which honestly at this point is incredibly valuable. You're going to see Ao Guang say at 17 versus the 17 on Anister, Omega, 18 on Barracuda, 18 on Stealth, 14 on the support. And honestly, the supports are quite close. In fact, the fact that Dare to Care is the same level as Xing in the jungle, that is a huge difference in experience, and it's going to hurt Snipe a lot. 13-5 right now, absolutely in control of this match is Cognitive Gaming, and they really need to start picking it up. But with AMC so far behind, and Guan Yu not able to get in there and get the damage he needs, and Nick going for that defensive build with Warlock Sash, they need him to have damage right now, and even with that Warlock Sash, he's still killable.
And another thing to point out in terms of the XP disparity is a big one is Barracuda at 18 and Allied at 15. Having that massive advantage on your hunter means that the Guardian can roam really with impunity, and it's going to be really hard for AMC to stay in the lane. We even talked about AMC really being the 1v1 hunter specialist in a way with the hives and what he's able to do with the dot damage and really able to poke effectively, but not when he's 3 levels behind an Apollo who has a finished Malice. And, kind of throughout the tournament coverage today, we're talking about Heartseeker Malice builds on Apollo are pretty risky and generally aren't going to give you the same kind of damage output as you would with something more conservative or even going for lifesteal, unless you are Barracuda and you hit 8 out of 10 auto attacks. And when you're able to do that, those 200 damage crits really, really make a massive difference in here. We're going to see him basically aggressing this side tower. He's going to get knocked up by Incontinential, but just not enough to hold down the Apollo, who dashes out and mezzes out that Guardian there. And now you're going to see Allied actually recalling. Omega's rotated all the way across the map, and it looks like Kagane is going to go ahead and push this thing right on through.
We see Goldfury started up here by COG. You see the rotations come out. We see them all going home. And this time, Tier 3 Hand of Gods is picked up by Dare to Carry. He's not going to make that fatal mistake as he did last time, where he just waits for it. There goes activation. He's going to hog it. No, they're just going to finish this one off and save the hog, I suppose, in case they get a fire giant. Blink in comes. Tyrell actually misses the Fearless as they blink come out from the Freya as well, able to get out of dodge as quickly as possible. We're going to see the rotation come out. Big baby up in the sky. Completely wasted as well. That's going to be a free ultimate from from the baby to go back down. And that's now on cooldown. Of course, the Stinger came out from AMC as well. Left side tower is at a breath's distance from being destroyed here. Barracuda should just walk in and destroy this one as soon as the minions do show up. There goes that tower to go down. That's going to make their 6,900 gold turn into 7,900. So about 8,000 in the lead for the gold difference, 14.8 in the experience difference. They got the gold. Fury, the Fire Giant is available. So if Snipe missteps for any reason, it could turn into a Fire Giant or possibly even a Phoenix if they're not careful. 21 minutes into this match, Cognitive Gaming is looking so sharp. And honestly, if you're Snipe, you don't really have a whole lot of options.
Yeah, it's Xing. Xing has to get that back in this game. Demonic Grip Palace finished on to Freya with the pen boots. There's a lot of pen in this build. She can do a lot of damage, and it's really going to be almost entirely up to her finding picks, I think, at this point. Needs to start really hammering into some of these gods, keep them down. She should have a fairly easy time killing Anister, only sitting on physical protection. MLC Stealth's going to be a tough target to take down, but, and even Barracuda has the tools. So it's really needs to start finding Anister in the jungle or even pick up kills on a Dare to Care. But I think that's easier said than done. And it seems like that's the only god that right now is positioned to really help the team for Snipe. As you mentioned, Nick with Warlock Sash is going to be fairly tanky, but not necessarily the highest damage output that he possibly could have. Wolfie, of course, on the Guan Yu going fairly tanky there as well. And Allied on AMC is going to have a very hard time of really putting out damage in these team fights. Without an advantage, AMC has to play very, very cautiously, as we've noted a few times during this game. No really built-in escapes for him. So, as Kagane continues to try to flex her muscles and can really control. Speaking of control, Nick going to be forced to beads out Anister's Fearless there as the red buff comes back up, and it looks like Cog wants to really contest that red buff. Incontinentia dashing in as the Lion, going to get a knock up on the Barracuda. There's a Fearless coming in on the back line. There's an ultimate coming through from Alquan, but it doesn't do that much damage. Nick going to be forced to use his Aegis as well. Xing in the air doing the damage that he can, but Nick is getting quite low. Now AMC going to join the fight. Xing trying to stay relevant, but the release demon's just doing way too much damage to him there. In fact, the whole team takes a tremendous amount of damage. Anister will fall, but not after controlling the team fight very heavily. Derek starting to get low. Wolfie doing the damage. Barracuda gonna dunk in, jams it in onto Allied, knocking him up in there. Now it's Incon trying to get away. Bird form activated. Wolfie in the middle of several gods. He's gonna have a hard time doing this. Gonna try to find maybe a kill on the Derek here, but is gonna fall before he uses the stun, and that's a 4-man wipe for 1 in favor of Cog in it.
I just like watching Barracuda the way he positions himself in these team fights. We saw him, he knew that the cavalry charge was going to come out from Guan Yu, positioned himself to a point where, okay, I'm going to back this way, make him commit a full direction, and then I'm going to moves right through him, and he's too far away, and of course the team bursts him down there. And Snipe honestly had a good engagement. They really did. Their start was perfect, but at the same time, you're going up against Cog, and really what came down to was just pound for pound, Cog is going to win in open fights because they're so far ahead. They're 8,300 gold in the lead, 18,000 experience. Those levels pay off more than anything right now. And we're going to see a surrender vote. Honestly, this had to be just frustration or emotion. They're not out of the running. They certainly had an opportunity to take this. With only 3 towers down, they're going to lose Fire Giant. That wasn't the end of the game. This had to be just frustration.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's just throwing in the towel, not really wanting to maybe break the team up over an argument around whether or not they should suspend the game or something like that. I mean, I agree. It was definitely looking dire for them. 8,000 gold in the hole, 17,000 experience. Really, the experience, as we mentioned, being the bigger piece of it. But players were starting to get towards level 20. That experience advantage wasn't going to continue to grow. And with a big turnaround fight, if they overextended with Fire Giant, that could have still potentially turned in favor of Snipe Gaming. However, unlikely. I think that they're looking at the itemization they have here. They have Warlock Sash on Ao Guang. That's really not going to translate into massive damage until much, much later in the game. And I think they just didn't feel like they could hold out that long. And really, I think Wolfie's Guan Yu just didn't bring much to the table this game. The weakening curse is a little bit suspect here. Like, it really only is going to shut. There's not a lot of healing on this team, so it's really only shutting down Sobek and Vamana. So I think that's a little bit of a misitemization there that didn't really do much. I think they were looking for a lot more kills on the Vamana than they actually got.
Sure, I mean, with Zhang Kui's ultimate no longer healing himself, he really relies heavily on that exorcism. You can see him, just very low numbers of healing if we were able to see it in-game. Of course, it doesn't report this self-healing after the match is done. You see Guan Yu at 910. I mean, honestly, there wasn't a whole lot of healing to counteract here, and he may have even been better to go for the other crippling curse there that allows him to slow attack speed, which would have stopped characters like Barracuda, who, leverages that passive so heavily that slowed attack speed makes a big difference, especially when you're considering someone like Barracuda. I want to go back to the AMC pick here, and honestly, it didn't pay off at all in any fashion here for Snipe. They had the rotations here. There's a couple reasons for the way the game went for them. Number one, again, I know some people are fans of the Warlock Sash start for Ao Guang. I'm a huge Ao Guang player myself. I play him in League and ranked all the time. I think it is a good start for some situations, but in majority it's not going to pay off because it's so slow. The meta right now is so fast that you're not going to be able to pick it up and stack those up in time, and it makes you tanky, but by the time that they're able to jump on you, you're going to die either way, and your team is really relying on you for that damage. We saw the Alcohol Ultimate coming through. Honestly, there was one fight where Barracuda was caught out. We saw the Spirit Attempts come through, and it did about 550 damage, and Barracuda just kept fighting. He didn't even care a whole lot because of that Warlock Sash. It's more of a defensive brawler item. It left him just kind of, I guess, a little lacking, or maybe something left to be desired there with the damage output from Ao Guang. Given the fact that Freya takes a little bit longer to pick up there. Right about now is when she starts being incredibly powerful when that demonic grip does get finished off. Guan Yu, of course, did go for Mystical Mark. They just didn't have any damage. They were relying pretty much. If you look at the build for Snipe right now, Ao Guang went with Void Stone as well as Warlock Slash. His damage is limited. Freya was just about to take off with that demonic grip done. We see Guan Yu going for Mystical Mark as well as the Height of the Urchin, and of course Sun Wukong going directly into defensive. They're relying all on AMC, who was 0-5-3, 9,200 gold farm, the least in the entire game. And the problem is when you're AMC and you get caught out, where do you go? You don't go anywhere. And when all of your damage is put on the shoulders of the B, and Cog realizes that, they're just going to go grab him by the shoulder, throw him into the dirt, kill him, and all of a sudden the whole team fight changes in their favor. They're going to get Gold Furies, they're going to get Towers, they're going to get Fire Giant buffs, and honestly, you knew that was in their mind. Daredecare saved his Hand of the Gods Tier 3 on the Gold Fury because he knew if they got a good team fight and initiation, they're going to go right to Fire Giant, and that's when we saw the surrender. Snipe says, you know what, we're too far behind. We don't have the damage that we need. Everything's too split across, and Cog just playing so well. I mean, I think they have so much talent. Anister in the jungle, Barracuda never missing a shot ever since the dawn of time, and his positioning is very well played out. We see Sobek getting some good charges there, and of course Junkwei almost unkillable at this point, especially with that male renewal. I think COG is really proving why they're in first place right now.
Yeah, and you know, another kind of aspect of now kind of looking at it after the fact of why SMITE likely gave this one up is Vamana hit his core, and when Vamana hits his core build, there is no winning. Like once he gets Hasten Fatalis, once he gets Hasten Fatalis up with his protection and damage items, you really have a hard time controlling him. And they're looking at what they have here, which is an Amusing Cobb that's going to have no tools to get away from that. And basically, at that point, Omega just runs into the fight, finds the bee, and just goes and has a nice little river dance on his face until he does go down. So ultimately, that game does go in favor of COG NA. They will move on to the finals. In the meantime, Dignitas did pick up a win over Denial as well. So we're going to have a COG NA going up against Team Dignitas finals here. It is going to be a best-of-3 finals, and we will be bringing that to you live in just a couple of minutes. Thank you all so much for tuning in. This is the path to $100,000, week number 3, going to the finals. COG NA versus Dignitas. Dry Bear, any final thoughts?
Well, looking at the game that was played between Dignitas and Denial, we're going to see Lassus going to the jungle with Frey. Of course, the game before that, he did go Kali into the jungle. Unfortunately, we did miss that game itself. We did see Ponpon pick up Thanatos in that game, 2, 6, and 2 across the way. Looking at the damage numbers, we're going to see actually the most in the game is going to be Lassus in the jungle with Freya. A very, very strong build there, and able to get that Polynomicon hit. The best 5-0 and 10 on Ao Guang, 8-0 and 5 Zapman on Apollo, of course. So they got kind of the characters they all wanted. Everything worked out for them, and it seems like everything was in their favor, and we'll see how that changes going to the next stage. So keep in mind the bans that come out here. Freya seems to be a high propensity target for both teams here, so we'll see if that gets banned out or not. We do know Kali is on the table for Dignitas. I'm excited to see if that comes out in the grand finals as well. We're going to the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 3. Stick around.
We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Be sure to follow twitter.com/SmitePro for all of your updates from around the tournament for today and tomorrow and all of your esports needs here from Hi-Res Studios. We appreciate your patronage of our stream, and we'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes with the finals.
Job.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the finals. Cog NA going up against Dignitas. Dry Bear, really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, me too. I mean, looking at the points right now, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that everyone is caught up to date on how things are working. Because as we go into the grand finals, everything is incredibly important. We're going to see Cog in first place, Dignitas in second place, and we're going into a grand finals between these two teams. And it's really important to keep track of, how things would change. Now, first place for winning one of these weekly tournaments is 100 points. Second place is 60. Now, Dignitas, if they win, they'll go up to 200, and Cog will go to 260. So regardless, Cog secures first place because they made it to the grand final. So they're set. However, that clears the gap a little bit better for Dignitas. Now, conversely, if Cog gets first place again, they go to 300 total points, whereas Dignitas goes to 160, just over half the total. So Cog is slowly becoming a dynasty here if they keep winning like this, and Dignitas is looking to take them down, although we do have a best-of-3 matchup. And I'm hoping to see we actually see a game 3 here today, and possibly some fun picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really, this one's going to be big-time picks and bans is where you should be looking. That's going to be where a lot of the action is. I mean, it's going to be some great games, but these picks and bans are going to be really, really interesting to see what these teams are prioritizing. Will we see that Freya be a super high priority pick? Will it be Vamana finally getting some bans, as he does have an extremely high win rate in tournament play? He does very, very well for himself and is a very dominant solo later. So, it's really, really interesting. It's good to see, kind of the rise of the baby again. And, between these two teams, you have to give the edge to Kagane right now. They've had Dignitas' number certainly for about the last month, and they're doing very, very well for themselves since their changeover from Team Exertus to Cognitive Gaming North America. And they have been the dominant team in the North American region, no buts about it. And that is all coming from, they're kind of rallying behind the Barracuda play. I mean, he just shuts down that duo lane. So
He's so good.
Will we see Lassus being put into the duo lane role to go up against Barracuda? Will they keep Zapman there? Will we see some more switching coming out from Dignitas? I think that maybe if they can secure themselves an Athena jungle and try to control the pace of the game, they'll do pretty well against the more aggressive style of jungling of Andister, who usually likes to go for those more feast or famine style picks in the jungle like Tyr. All things told, this one is going to be a real slobber knocker.
Yeah, back to your original point about the baby. He is the first god in 2014 to get a penta in tournament play. We saw last weekend Zalia in the preliminary round got a penta kill on Vamana, absolutely devastating. And that's the kind of play you can expect from certain players. Now, of course, it is more credit to Zalia as well, as he is a fantastic player, one of the best in the entire world. So, at the same time, you have to balance that out with a little bit of reason. But at the same time, we're watching this best-of-3 matchup. It's going to be game 1 coming up between Cog and Dignitas. And, I think Lass is his best suit in the jungle. I think he's probably fundamentally and mechanically one of the best junglers we have in SMITE right now. I mean, the way he plays, the way he moves, the way he thinks is very, very top tier, and far and away away from a lot of the other junglers. The way he decides to play the game itself. So I'd like to see him stay in the jungle. I think some better picks possibly, some along the lines of like Freya, Kali. We're gonna see Augie banned out immediately by Cog, not wasting any time here. Junquator in response there by Dignitas. Now back over to Cog, not just going for those big middle lane picks. Of course, Agni and Zhang Play are banned out pretty much every single game we've seen. In fact, they have been banned out every single game we've seen up on this stream today. Dedicare has an opportunity to ban something. He's taking his time on this one, so I think they want to be very careful with the ban they select.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I wouldn't be surprised to see Guan Yu banned out here, just given how much Dignitas likes to prioritize that god. Potentially Freya taken out of the pool again. It is going to be the Guan Yu. So now it's up to Dignitas to ban out Zeus. If they don't, it's going to Stealth, and Stealth is incredibly potent with Zeus. So I would be absolutely floored to not see Zeus banned out here. That would mean that Dignitas definitely knows something that I don't, and we all know that I know everything now. We'll see, exactly what they go. Will it be Freya banned out? Wow, that was a nice one. Will it be Freya banned out, or will it be Zeus? They're going to ban out Apollo. Wow, they don't want Apollo in Barracuda's hands. That's going to be his first pick, Zeus, and that's going to be...
It's not that surprising. I mean, he's so good. I mean, and honestly, what can you really ban out? Because Barracuda can play Cupid. He can play Apollo. He can play Honor. He can play everybody. He can play Neith. Now, Apollo probably his best character. Cupid around pretty close, actually. Very, very effective play from Cupid overall. This is going to change the picking stage. Athena would be a good first pick. They're going to go straight for Freya, and they're going to give that to Andister, of course, but they're also going to remove it from the hands of Lassus. Lassus plays a fantastic jungle Freya, and it's going to force some different picks here. And it's only Zadman had the opportunity to grab something up. It's looking like a tier hovered on here, and one more selection. They may want to grab up a Hunter, maybe even pick up a Cupid and shut down Barracuda overall. The Zeus does make it through, and honestly makes it through the first pick as well, and goes straight to Dignitas.
So, tiered Zeus, a combination that we've talked about before, being very potent. Obviously, the Fearless knock, will juggle combo in that Zeus ultimate is very, very strong. But Freya, currently the one top priority pick in this game over Zeus. I mean, the renaissance of Freya in the last 6 weeks in the North American scene has just been she's gone from being like a kind of a flavor jungle pick to a dominant hunter to now just the overall top pick in the game. So
Sure.
it's a very, very interesting the path that she's taken from Mana being hovered over here for Omega over on COG NA. What will they choose for the Andister jungle? Of course, it's Freya. What are they going to choose for the mid here is really the better question, and it's not going to be Alguang. They're going to leave him on the table. They know that Zeus has already been secured. Smart stuff. Pick up some Wukong for your duo lane. Don't want to give that up to Dignitas.
That's right. You lock in that pick there. Good mobility, good damage output, and good clear with the Jingle Bang, of course. The best in Shadowkeep, you have the opportunity to pick something up here. Now, Zapman has selected Zeus, and this could be going to Anatoly for the soul lane, so they could still be selecting a mid lane. Hubwa would actually be a very strong pickup here as well. Tyr, Zeus, Athena, and Cupid all coming together. They're going to take Cupid out of the hands of Barracuda, and Barracuda, Apollo and Cupid are probably his best picks, and when you go down to the third and fourth pick, notably less effective. So I like the fact that they banned Apollo and picked up Cupid. That's going to put Barracuda in a weaker position, and as we've seen time and time again, Barracuda needs to be in a weak position if you're going to win the game, because this man is very difficult to stop. Alguang going to be hovered on here for COG, and we'll see Omega going to pick this up for Stealth. His teammate, of course, Neath, going to be his selection as his third pick. Like I said, on her Neath, going to be the ones that follow up with that one. AMC Shibalanki not really on the table, especially for a player like Barracuda, who likes his high mobility, high damage output, good utility. Lassus has an opportunity. Is it going to be a Kali? Honestly, wouldn't be all that bad. Loki gets hovered on here and pick up characters. Honestly, I love Loki against Freya. The interaction there, Vanish, Aim Strike, Assassinate. If it's enough damage, if you get her down to about 20%, 50%, even if she goes up into the air with Valkyrie's Discretion, the damage over time effect from Vanish will kill her, and Freya has a very difficult time against Loki.
Yeah, but Loki does not do well against Wukong and Vamana. That's the other side of it. Nor does he really do great against Neath. The World Weaver Ultimate can do really, really well against Loki if it's called out early enough. But I think Dignitas has drafted the superior lineup here. Tyr, Zeus, Loki combining for mass amounts of damage. Cupid, Athena, such a safe and high burst damage lane. I think this one is in Dignitas' court here for them to be able to win this game. COG NA, they're going to need a big-time snowball from Freya to really control the mid-game with any kind of power. And you know, I do want to make the point that Barracuda's Neath is really good. This is where he actually came onto the scene. We saw him the first time we ever casted a game with Barracuda on Exertus. He was playing Neath and completely shut a game down. Now, it wasn't a performance like we've seen from his Cupid, certainly, but you know, really, really wrecked. I think it was... I don't remember the player, but it was a player that kind of had a signature Neath, and Barracuda really went to work on him. So his Neath is certainly no slouch. We'll see if he's able to translate that into a victory here for COG NA as they go up against Team Dignitas here. Game number 1 in a best-of-3 finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is the path to $100,000 week number 3. COG NA versus Dignitas. Game number 1 coming up next. Welcome back. It is the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Cognitive Gaming North America going up against Team Dignitas. Let's get this one underway. It is the first game in a best-of-3 series. They are the blue team, fighting out of the bottom of the minimap and the left side of your spectator UI. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Cognitive Gaming North America. They are MLC Stealth holding down the mid lane as Alquang. Omega going to be the solo lane. Vamana, Dare to Care, and Barracuda combining for your dual lane, and Andister in the jungle as Freya. Their opponents are the red team out of the top side of the minimap, the right side of your spectator UI. It is Team Dignitas. They are Zapman and Shadowq combining for the Cupid Athena duo lane, the best in the mid as Zeus, Anatoly solo lane as Tyr, and your jungle will be Lassus on the Loki.
Strong starts here from both teams. You see nothing really out of the ordinary. In fact, they're both going to start exactly the same way, down to the T here. Heartseeker start on the Hunters. We see the Vampiric Shroud boot start on both mages. We see the Mystical Mark on the solos, Eye of Providence, Hand of the Gods, as well as Watcher's Gift on the support. And of course the pot, Hand of the Gods, Bumba's Mask start for the jungle. So everything is completely mirrored here. You can see that we're in the grand finals. Everything is 100% efficient, and these teams are not wasting any time. No big invasions, although good ward placement from both teams. Dignitas going to get one down by the blue buff, and we see Cognitive Gaming getting a ward down up towards the mid camp there on the opposite side. Surprisingly enough, we're going to see Zeus helping out with the side area here. Instead of going for the mid camps on the left side, they're just going to go ahead and ignore that, and we're going to see them go for the movement speed buff and just help out with that one. Zeus is going to get a little bit of a lead in that, but lose out as he makes his way to the mid camp. Looks like Dignitas is actually ahead here as it does level out, now go in favor of Cognitive Gaming, so pretty even across the board. Neith and Wukong very slow here since they had to duo the mid camp instead of trio it. So now they're just doing the blue buff. They're going to make it back into the lane as Cupid tries to clear this out as fast as he possibly can, but it looks like we have a very standard start as everyone heads to the lane.
Yeah, you know, the burst XP that Dignitas gets right away there is a little bit better, but ultimately that's going to go in favor of Kagane as they are able to go around and secure the rest of their jungle, and then while picking up those two early mid camps. And you know, it's kind of a trade-off. Dignitas did get that full entire first wave, so they're pretty much even in gold, but they are down about 800 experience on the back of missing those two mid games.
We see mid lane rotation coming out from Loki and jumping right into the mid lane. We see junglers kind of pushing that timing a lot more effectively. Generally, you see junglers either stay in the solo lane and push it up, or go back and pick up the Harpies at around 125. But this time around, we see Loki immediately leave the solo lane and go right for the mid lane. Showing up in the mid lane at about 1 minute for the jungler is very, very early, but generally gets some good pressure out, trying to just coming in and catching Alquang out of position there, getting a little bit of harassment off, forcing him to use a healing potion, and now he is out of that one. One difference here, we're going to see Aegis Amulet pick up here for the Zeus, and then Purification Beads for the Alquang. Does not want to get stunned out by the Loki. And one of the biggest interactions there is Zeus able to Aegis after popping its ultimate if someone jumps on him, and then waiting for that duration to be able to detonate afterwards with that 3 charge detonate. A very, very effective combination. And honestly, each statement is usually kind of standard on Zeus, and we're going to see him play today. Now, honestly, given the fact that Zeus is always banned, I think he's banned so much that we rarely see a good Zeus when he comes out. I think more often than not, if a Zeus makes it through, that team loses because they're so, rusty on their Zeus play because they never get to play him. But the best, definitely a very strong mid laner, has been playing mid since he was born, I think. Now he's coming out and playing here.
This wasn't very long ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
So mid lane camps on the right side being contested here. Left side going to go the way of Dare to Care Sun Wukong. It looks like Lassus will be able to go ahead and secure those for Dignitas on the right. Shadowq actually going to steal those away from Dare to Care there. Nice play by the Athena, rotating in, finding the confound. Dare to Care trying to run that a little bit lean, not use the Hand of the Gods. Thought he had that secured, but Shadowq dashes in, confounds, and uses the Hand of the Gods of her own to pick that up. Right side lane, Anatoly and Omega having a little bit of a slap fight there. Anatoly currently winning as we look over, up by some experience there. Omega going to clear that wave out. He's going to hit 5 as well, and Anatoly up just a little bit in HP. That, you know, basically Vamana will lose this for the first about 6-7 levels, and then it should be dead even from anything after that as they both work towards those mystical marks.
Alquang back in the mid lane as the charge lightning's coming through here to bounce between and clear this wave out. Freya's going to come and help out just a bit, help out with her buddy the Noodle. Left side we see Dare to Care as well as Barracuda on Neith, forcing this out and going back towards the tower. Shadowq still level 4 as well as Zapman. So this looks like Cog is very much in the lead on this left side of the map. Loki now going to start up the damage buff, and we haven't really seen any really big rotations from either team at this point. It's been kind of conservative. 0-0, no first blood just yet. The gold has completely evened out. It's slightly slightly in the favor of Dignitas, but at this point it is all nominal. Vamana on the right side waiting to pop his ultimate to clear the...
They just want an HP.
He just want to heal back up, but honestly, he could have baited something out there, or possibly just hang out. He's just going to heal himself back up with that ultimate and kind of just hang out. So now they know that's off cooldown. They could possibly call for a rotation there. Data Care forced to go up in the air, and he's going to back off this one most likely.
Yeah, Last is going to go ahead and fall back as well. Zapman here. Important to note, looking at the difference between the builds between Zapman and Barracuda, the Heartseeker Rush comes out at the same time, but Zapman is up a sprint 1, meaning that it's going to be tough for Neath to escape. That backflip is not going to be as useful as perhaps you might expect it to be. There's going to be an ult into the mid lane. Going in is Last's Anister up in the air, but as you mentioned, they have built a team that deals incredibly well with Freya. The Poison Dot from the Loki, as well as the Detonate charges from the Best, able to secure her during Valkyrie's discretion. All of that combines for the first blood, going in favor of Team Dignitas.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you get 3 charges on Freya and the vanish damage over time effect, and even if she goes up in the ultimate, she's not safe. And that's really what they've built here with Dignitas. I like the Loki pit. Like you said, Vamana and Sun Wukong are going to be very difficult for Loki to deal with, but going forward, I think they have a great way to shut down that Freya early, and they're going to get that kill. So first blood does go into Andenster in favor of Dignitas 4 minutes and 45 seconds into this match. We're going to see a very small lead going up. I mean, 1,000 gold is something to write home about, but not really something to boast to all your friends about. We're going to see Vamana on the right side going to get this blue buff as Freya trying to clear this out as quickly as he possibly can. Damage buff is available as well. Blue buff on the left side, Neath's going to get this one and go right back into lane and heal himself back up with those Unravel activations. Of course, that does have a great heal on it. Omega does finish off that teleport 3, and so does Anatoly, so it seems like everything's just right in line.
We did miss this in our analysis, of course, is that the Loki and Athena combo, those ultimates in conjunct are extremely potent, and that's what we saw, in fact, take down the Freya. If you don't understand how this works, Defender of Olympus is a channeled ultimate by Athena that she selects a friendly target, and she channels an ultimate that displaces her from her current location to them, protecting them from some damage, and then really crashing down with a big burst damage. And Loki assassinate, lets them cover ground instantly, show up behind a target, and stun them. Obviously, when used in conjunction, it is extremely potent, and has been used to great effect already in this game. Right side of the map, Omega and Anna sort of combined to steal a blue buff here. Anatoly going to go ahead and Fearless Omega out of that, clear the path. A little bit low on mana here as the baby, and they may actually be able to put something together here as Shadowq's going to come around. They'll have a Confound, Big Baby being used. Lassus is here as well. I don't think they're going to dive this one. They're going to try to wait it out. Anatoly going to go ahead and absorb that ultimate. Shadowq tried to block it out, but it shouldn't matter too much. Needs ultimate down. Baby forced to use his ultimate as well. That should have made some nice room for Anatoly to find some farm of his own.
Rotate the mid lane. Freya, does she have it? Pops the ultimate early. They're going to force it away. Looks like that AoE damage is far too much for Dignitas to deal with. They're now going to go into the mid lane here, trying to pick up these mid camps. Looks like right side's going to go to Dignitas, as well as the left side going to Cog. As they are in place, there goes the respawn. Athena looking to grab something up. There goes a Squall, and 1 shot, 2 shot, and that will go down as she dashes in anyway. Just pokes Dignitas. Just get out of here.
Throw a
get off
gel
my
on him
lawn.
anyway. Yeah, that's right.
Pushes him away from that one. Penetration picked up by Lassus. Does have those Warrior top E completed. Mystical Mark on the Mana, nearing 1,200 gold in hand for the Mana across the way. Anatoly has 1,100, so about 100 gold for the Mana across the way. Speaking of Mana, right side getting jumped on here. The rotation, the juggle, burst damage, and even characters like Vamana not safe from the lineup from Dignitas.
So now it's on the mid lane here. We have a it's a pretty stalled out matchup. Best does have the edge slightly over MC Stealth by about a little over a level. MLC Omega has gone down in the right side lane to that Lassus and Shadowq combination. The burst aim is just too strong, and now they're going to turn their attention to Dare Care, who may have overstayed his welcome. If they can find a Confound in the shield on. No, he's going to go ahead and use a Summertime Cloud to just tank up the next minion wave coming in, stall it out a little bit, gonna leap in as well. In the meantime, Andis are gonna find a kill onto the Best in the mid lane as that Freya. I actually missed that drive there. Did you catch it?
Yeah, it's just a great rotation. Honestly, Zeus was just too far forward, and I don't think they realized how much damage they were able to put out there. Spirit Stamus wasn't even needed to be used there. Right side looks like the Ox gets used immediately. That Golden Ox just moving out. Omega taking some damage here, but not a whole lot, honestly. Anatoly's not getting the best end of this because of the minions, but that guard stance cleave heals for a lot as he goes back and turns this around. Anatoly not giving up. Omega dropping down to just about 60% HP. Look at the gold graphs. We're going to see 300 gold in favor of Cognitive Gaming. Of course, 300 experience in favor 400 gold in favor of Dignitas and 400 experience in favor of Cognitive Gaming. Again, this is all nominal. These are small numbers at this point in the game. It all comes down to the next objective or a big win. Omega popping his ultimate yet again to heal himself back up and stay in the lane. Freyatis, does she have a banish? There's the slow. Does she have the irradiate? No irradiate. There's the irradiate pop activation. Does she have enough? One more shot. Goes into the ultimate. There goes the ultimate from Tyr, but it's not going to save him as Freya gets a perfect rotation. Anister proving himself right now. Mid camp's now going the way of either team as either side is evenly taken out. Loki looking for opportunity in the mid lane, not going to find it. He's going to jump over the left side, but I mean, that's just textbook Freya.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and taking a look at our graphs here, gold basically dead even. A little bit of an experience advantage going the way of Cog and A. Our poll in the chat showing that it's a 60% likelihood that Dignitas wins this, according to our chat friends. They're favoring Dignitas in this matchup. And oh wow, look at this! Look at Selspil going to go Warlocks as well after they completely dominated on Alquang. They went that in the last game. He is going to echo that build. It's going to be a Warlock Sash, but not rushed after the CDR boots. So we're getting to the stage of the game here as we approach 10 minutes where the mystical marks are finished. On the solo laners, you have the dual laners starting to get their damage items up and running after Heartseeker. This time Zapman says, fine, I'll buy boots. He's going to go Heartseeker into Aussie, then boots 1, versus Barracuda, who's going to go Heartseeker and then pick up a late Death Toll. What do you think about that?
I think it just swapped over weirdly. I don't know if he just went back, went tier 2 Heartseeker, tier 3 Heartseeker, and picked up Death Toll. I don't know if it was really worth it here. The starting items fall off very, very early. Honestly, around 4 to 5 minutes when they start falling off effectiveness, and honestly not being worth purchasing anymore. But he's going to pick that up, just get a little bit more sustain. It may be enough for him to delay his lifesteal item. I don't know. Personal choice. We have to actually talk to him about that one. It's on the verge. I don't think it's worth it, but he may have good reasoning for it. Going straight into Boots 2 there. Across the way, we're going to see Vamana and Freya rotate over. Alguang is here, but they're going to walk right through a ward. So, of course, Anatoly is privy to their actions. Loki on his way over, and Zeus is rotating as well. There goes the combo coming down. There goes the first. The Defender of Olympus does land. Taunt comes out. The decoys on the ground. Needs ultimate. Alguang ultimate comes through. Does need the ultimate hit, or does it hit? No, it hits Athena on the back end, but Blasis goes down anyway. Vamana going up into his big baby form, 2 for 1 so far. Going after Anister, dropping very low. Does he have a third charge detonate? Come out. He knows it comes up. Does it come down? There goes the lightning from above, and Freya falls down, and it totally gets smashed by the Jingle Bang. The kills are going left and right up into the ultimate, up on his cloud to think about what he just accomplished with his massive magic cudgel. And now it's going to be a 3 for 2 exchange in favor of Cognitive Gaming. That's going to put them in the lead. A small, but very modest 200 gold, but mainly 2,000 experience. And
they're going to go ahead and re-secure this blue camp for themselves. There goes the way of Omega, and that's the second time that he's taken the blue away from Anatoly's tier. So taking a look at the net worth here, 5,800 from Toly, looking at 6,200 for Omega. So this solo lane has basically been won at this point. Omega can pretty much sit back and sit on his 500, 500 gold advantage and be perfectly happy with that, and know that he's going to be hitting those items, just ever so slightly faster than his counterpart tier will be. In the right side lane, the left side lane, Cupid has pushed this wave all the way up. Barracuda's going to clear it out as well, and they're perfectly happy to just ping-pong this wave back and forth between them here. If you guys are just joining us, guys, welcome. It is 11 minutes, 30 seconds into game number 1 in a best-of-3 finals between Team Dignitas and Cognitive Gaming in North America.
Yep, that's right. And then, as far as the seeding points goes, Cognitive has been unable to lose a match. I mean, obviously, the last week they won. The week before they won. They're sitting in first place in the seeding points. They have been winning every single tournament so far. This is week 3 of the path to the $100,000 tournament, path to 100K. It's underway here, and Dignitas is looking to take down the giants that is Cognitive Gaming, but it's proven to be more difficult than they thought. We're going to see a rotation come out on the left side. Looks like Dare to Care might find Zapman here. There goes Fields of Love, Heart Bomb, Purification beats the root. The Fields of Love still hits, unfortunately. Zapman looking for opportunity. There goes right side. Looks like Alguang's going to go down in the mid lane. Zapman getting jumped on. Looks like the backflip goes the wrong way for Barracuda. The Heart Bomb is going to secure this. Athena just backs off. He knows it's going to explode, and there goes a kill on Neath. Dare to Care looking to harass Shadowkey here right side. Vamana going to get jumped on by the tier as the rotation comes out. It's going to turn out to be a 2 for 1. Loki did go down when it's all said and done, but Dignitas comes out ahead as Neath and Alguang are both traded. Stealth has completed his Warlock Sash, but again, as we saw in the last match, unless he stacks it up quickly, and honestly, he may even ignore his team and just farm. If those stacks don't get picked up quickly enough, that Warlock Sash proves to be more of a detriment.
But Warlock Sash there, I mean, not to directly counter your point, but Warlock Sash there actually converts that kill into Loki. They went for the Athena-Loki ultimate combination into the mid lane onto Alquang. He survived it enough to get out Spirit Tempest, which did hit the Loki as he was retreating. And then Anister barely survives with the Valkyrie's Discretion, is able to secure that kill because of the Spirit's Tempest. So that extra, maybe 500 HP that Stealth has now is that Warlock Sash. It's base HP of course, 300, plus maybe the 200 from the stacks that he's gotten. He's really starting to pay dividends. Okay, over left side of the mid lane, Shadow Q going to absorb a lot of the damage from Freya. Of course, she does block those in-hand attacks. Now the damage starting to come out, but the Pulse is going to wear out, and Irradiate not going to be enough to secure that kill. So Shadow Q going to evade that one fairly well. Another Neath ultimate down and use. Lass is hunting, looking for the mid camps here. Is going to go ahead and secure those. Anister is going to need to banish out this decoy. Is going to get the Harpy, and Lass is going to last at that. So Lassa says, no, I don't think so. But, I mean, we did see in the mid lane, as you were commentating on that left side, is that another very potent combination from Dignitas is that Zeus ultimate followed up with a Loki ultimate to keep someone in there. So they have a lot of tools, and Dignitas, even if they are losing this early game portion, and it's not by much, they're dead even in gold and less than 2,000 experience set for these teams, they should have the advantage in the mid game with their team fight.
We're going to head back into the jungle here to see if they can't pick this up on top. We see Loki try to steal with the blue buff, which actually was leashed away. There goes the aim strike as well as the vanish combination. Vamano's on his way over. Does he try to throw a Brolowing over the wall? He's not going to get it. Tyr's going to grab up this blue buff or just let it go. So he let it go. Sees the rotation coming out from the Freya. Not really worth it. It's more important that you remove the blue buff from the enemy team rather than try and grab it. He's going to come back after the fact that when everyone has gone and everyone has closed up shop, grab that blue buff and disappear. Freya heading the mid lane. Loki doing the exact same here as Zeus combining with that Loki decoy is going to clear out this wave quite quickly and quite handily here. Looking at itemization, we're going to see Ninja Tavi picked up here by Anatoly on that tier, looking for that extra CDR. Left side, taunt under tower. There goes a shield wall. Do they have any rotation? No Fields of Love being activated just yet. The Heart Bomb was on Data Care, which did actually get a stun after that. Freya forced to use her ultimate here. Loki does still have his if he wants to go in on that one. Looks like they're going to try and defend this mid lane as Loki rotates over. I mean, he's just in the enemy jungle. Look for the activation. There's the banished aim strike. The ultimate misses as the backflip comes out, avoiding the transformations there as Shadow Q comes down from the ultimate. Data Care under tower range yet again. Neath coming through. Does she have the root? He's going to dash out just in time. Zeus pushing up the mid lane. So again, a good backflip from Barracuda. He's so hard to shut down right there. And you can see why his awareness is just wonderful.
Yeah, but this lane is definitely being won by Dignitas. There's really no question about it. Zatman has had Barracuda's number, it seems like, has the level advantage. Dare to Care is beating Shadow Q in terms of experience, but Shadow Q has put out a lot of pressure around the map, while Zatman has not fallen off very far. So at the end of the day, I really like that Dignitas has prioritized more farm on a Zatman over what Cog has done. Barracuda a little bit behind there. So they've continued to keep this wave pretty much at the tower, and Zatman on Cupid certainly has a lot of damage. There's a big confound into Fields of Love. This is a lot of burst damage going to come out. Dare to Care in some trouble. Mess comes out on a Barracuda, but backflip comes through. However, Zatman's still able to secure that kill on a Dare to Care. Very, very nice play, landing those auto attacks as he was channeling that Somersault Cloud. Right side lane, look at right side lane. Anatoly going to be in some trouble. This time he's learned. He's going to use Lawbringer right away to get under tower range. I think in the last time he did go down this combination, he just waited to use that too long. Going to try to hold off the rest of Cog as they push in towards this tower, but I don't think he has what it takes to keep them from really going in. He's going to go get the aggro, but will that cost him his life? No ultimate available this time. Big Baby comes out. Riverdance on the tower. They're going to look to pick up Anatoly now as well. Big time banish. That is a very, very dead tier. Down he will go. Extremely well played by Cog there.
In the meantime, we saw Dignitas pick up the gold. Fury's going to put him in the lead with that tower going down. It's going to put it right back at even. So we still have an even game, ladies and gentlemen. We saw Neath priming the World Weaver to get that kill on the tier. And honestly, the voice call coming from the voice chat was just, you know what, guys? We got this kill. Don't worry about the World Weaver. Barracuda was saying, do you need it? Do you need it? Do you need it? And they're like, nah, we got this. Banish comes out, and tier goes down. So they trade. They got a tier, and they got a tower, but Dignitas ended up turning around and getting the Gold Fury. So about even exchange there across the board. So good engagement coming out from both teams. And honestly, it's going to level things out. Given the fact that, that gold is kind of just sitting in the bank for Dignitas when they decide to clear up the tower difference here, that's going to put them more in the lead than they currently are, or possibly have the opportunity to make more with it. We're going to see Sovereignty is completed here by the support tanks. This is always a good thing to look at, considering the fact that Sovereignty not only has 400 HP on it, 65 physical protection, but provides 20 magical and 20 physical to all allies around you. So a fantastic item that makes the game much different. So keep in mind that that's always the first item, or possibly the second item, depending on the itemization against the enemy team. You always want to look to see when the supports are completing those. Heartseeker picked up by tier after the boots and the mystical mark are completed, just adding more damage to his overall reserves here. Omega has finished the Heartseeker going into the Witchstone. Of course, Witchstone does provide 15% movement speed, Heartseeker 8%. So he's about, honestly, a little bit over boots with that combination there. Not necessary to pick those up for him. Deathbringer almost done by Zatman as he's finished off Executioner for the pen, Asi for the pen, the lifesteal, the attack speed. Initiation comes out. There's a banish. Freya goes into the damage output. Pulse already. Algorithm coming through. It's going to hit Lassus as well as forcing Anatoly out there. Freya ultimate coming through. Anatoly trying to get away. He's going to be found here by Omega. The Squall's not gonna land. He jumps over. Do they add the damage? Umbrella Ring's not gonna. It will get the slow and try to get the splash off the tower. It's gonna be enough, but Zeus is here. Look for the rotation. Solo Cog coming from the rotation. There's Jingle Bang on top of Zeus. Athena on the backside. Now mid lane we see Cupid and Neith going at it yet again. Right side, there's a Neith ultimate coming down. Not gonna do a whole lot. Shadowview under tower range. Dare to care, looking for opportunity. Tornadoes on the ground. Do they have the tower? Omega just has no interest in fighting anyone. He gets that tower down. It's a 1,500 gold swing for Cognitive Gaming. Look at the charts, they're up 2,000 gold already as Cupid was kept busy by Neith in the mid lane, and now Fire Giant is available. The mid camps are coming up soon. Cognitive Gaming is on the up and up.
Yeah, Cog took a very, very good fight there, find a couple of kills. Looks like Zapman is going to go deep on the stealth here, but not quite deep enough. The Fields of Love's beat it out. Now, looks like Dignitas wants to get an answer onto this mid tower here. Zapman going to tank it up for a little bit, but he's not going to be able to tank it for long. The minions are going to get blown up by Alquang. Zapman wants to stay in. He's calling for it. Best is going to stay there with him. The shot caller for Dignitas right yet again. Zapman and Best combined to secure that kill. However, the left side now, Barracuda's pushed up very, very far. Even though Zapman does have the better build here when it comes to damage output, it's not really translating into an advantage. He is sitting at 2-0. Barracuda at 0-1. Net worth is about 1,000 in favor of Zap and has gone for the much more aggressive builds with just boot 1 and sprint 1, where Barracuda has gone boots 3 and sprint 3. But it's working, right? 2-0 versus 0-1, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to carry this game. That's what we need to be looking for, is Zapman making plays as we move later on. The physical damage burst output on Dignitas between the Loki and the Cupid is really, really, really high. When you couple that with the Zeus AoE team fight, once again, I feel like Dignitas should really be grouping more at this stage in the game. They're hitting that 20-minute mark, and it should be time for them to go ahead and say, look, we have a superior team fight. Let's group up. Let's push some objectives. Let's take some Gold Furies, and let's get ourselves back in this game.
I'd like to see them trying to lane wait and look for an opportunity to bait out a pick. Now, if they ever catch Freya, if they ever catch, Neith, that would be the big pick for them. And honestly, with Loki, with Athena, with Zeus, with Cupid, they have so many ways to do that. And they got to get that pick, because if they don't, Cog's lineup is so much safer than Dignitas's that they have the opportunity to just kind of wait it out. Barracuda, very safe, and it's on Freya, very safe. And like you said, with that Warlock Sash, and this is the point where Warlock Sash starts to pay off, if you don't get shut down at any point and your team starts winning its big victories, he now has finished off that penetration, and anything he stacks on top of this now is going to help him out a lot. And honestly, he can finish off with an Ethereal Staff as well to add some extra damage to the overall pool here. And I think you're exactly right. With that Warlock Sash, he's able to prevent the burst damage coming out from the Loki and Athena. But what this does for Dignitas is it shifts their focus from Alquang to characters like Freya and Neith to get that burst off. And honestly, they're relying a lot on Freya's and Neith's damage to get these team fight victories, but the rotations coming out from Alquang is a lot. There goes Zeus getting jumped on here.
He's using the walking Aegis, Neith ultimate coming through. Yeah, there's nothing to say about that. Down only with an Anister.
Shoots it.
Yeah, it goes the delayed shot coming out there from Freya. Basically, Anister hits a brilliant banish there as Zeus is trying to fall away from them, closing in on him. Omega takes a lot of damage there from Lassus, but Lassus can't do much against the Alquang at this point. Warlock Sash, a smart item versus a Loki, prevents the real kind of 100% to 0 burst style that Loki really wants to play in. And now all around the board, Dignitas is starting to fall off a little bit here. Zapman needs to really start pulling his weight. It's going to be a Gold Fury attempt here. Only Zapman currently there. Fields of Love is out. That's going to be a nice placement there. However, they're going to eat Tornadoes to get into this fight. Dignitas starting to tick down. In comes the initiation from Cog. Omega in the backline. Gold Fury goes down in favor of Cog. Shadowview eats a Spirit Tempest as well. That means the Guardian's a little bit low in this fight. Getting Riverdance on by the Baby. Baby going to do a lot of damage there. MLC Omega picks up a kill on to the Guardian of Shadowview. Hasten Fatalis done, which means basically he is impossible to peel when he is in that Sleeping Giant form. And now Kagane is going to take a tier 1 in the mid.
They get the Gold Fury, they get 2 kills there, absolutely dominant. Zeus is just now respawning. Last is forced to run away. It's another 1,000 gold to add to the coffers of Cognitive Gaming. And, Dignitas, they need to start getting something, but where do you start? Cog is not giving them a whole lot of holes there. I think, honestly, that was a bit of a botched engagement for Dignitas and a great rotation from Cog. The Alquang, honestly, the Alquang ultimate hit Athena. That's, the next to the worst situation it could be. Either it hits nobody or hits just the tank. Of course, you'd like to hit at the squishier characters as Cupid just shreds at a Dare to Care, forcing him to bird away from that one. But they're not able to get Zeus in there for the big burst. They're not able to wait for an opportunity for Loki to get in because Cog is playing so well. And Dignitas is just, I feel like Dignitas is just not giving Cog enough credit. They're trying to go in on subpar engagements, 3 versus 4, or jump on a Gold Fury when they're not 100% prepared. And I think COG deserves all the credit in the world with how they've been playing. You have to take a very cautious approach to this, because if you don't do it perfectly, COG's going to do it perfectly themselves, and you have to watch for that counter initiation. We're going to see some defensive items being picked up here by COG. I like this opportunity. MLC Stealth going to go directly into Mail of Renewal, surprisingly enough, although this will help him a lot with more tankiness against the Loki. But again, his damage is going to be very, very limited. The fact that he went for CDR boots into Warlock Sash into Mail of Renewal and just the Focus Void Zone, his damage is honestly going to be more or less ignored in a lot of situations, but he is very, very tanky and very difficult to deal with. And if he rounds this off with possibly an Ethereal Staff or maybe a Verada Tahuti, he'll be very easily avoidable, but then his damage scales up really quickly. Last is going for penetration on that Titan's Bane. We have Bulwark of Hope 1 there being started up by Anatoly. Zapman rounding off with a very strong build here, a good amount of penetration, now going for that Rage. Just boots 1, because why not? I have the movement speed from Heartseeker, and that's about it. Neath ultimately prime, but Mana jumped on here on the right side, forcing this away. It looks like that's going to be a disengage.
Yeah, I mean, they were just giving him a little uchi-coochie underneath the ribcage there. It didn't really do much. Best in the mid lane. Got a Combat Blink out of there. So he has picked up the Combat Blink now, and it's probably a good pickup for him. He's been getting jumped on and hasn't really had a good answer to it. Normally, you see Zeus as being very difficult to dive using the ultimate and the Aegis Reflector Shield to get out of there. But here, we've seen that it's not been quite as effective, has it? As it doesn't have that run speed immunity anymore. Now, Kong brings that big slow to the table. Lassus taking some damage over here as COG is going to group up on the left side and look to push this tower. This could be a good opportunity for Dignitas to get a little bit of an advantage over Cognitive. You see Tyr pushing up this right side lane, no, that's going to force out the Vamana. So they're not going to all in this tower. They're going to go ahead and 4-man siege it. Still, Dignitas has a potential numbers advantage as Tyr is going to port in here. The port is down from Omega, but with already the Tier 1 down on the left side for Dignitas, I'm not sure this was the right time to 5-man port in Cognitive. As you can see, is perfectly happy to disengage there and let Vamana get free farm now in that right lane. So what was potentially a nice play by Dignitas, that they overextend a little bit too far, and that's going to allow more free farm for Vamana and another safe disengage for Cognitive.
25 minutes into this match, we're looking at 11-7 lead for Cognitive, 3,800 gold in the lead. The right side towers have been destroyed, as you mentioned, Bart. So it's a lot of gold. Of course, every Tier 1 tower is 1,000 gold. Every Tier 2 is 1,500. So it's a ton of gold they're able to pull away here. In fact, they're about 1,500 gold ahead in just towers overall. Zapman getting a Heart Bomb there on Barracuda, forcing it away. Now keep in mind, Neath ultimate going to be activated here. Zapman gets caught in place. Derek forces out, dashes away with a flutter, but the Freya ultimate will be the end of little baby Cupid, rotating out his Answer. There goes the Fearless from the Tier, not going to land. Needs to get some shots out. There goes the taunt. Algorn ultimately going to do some damage to the Beth. The Detonate does not come out in time, and now by himself, Shadowcube forced away. He will go down as well. A 3-4-0 exchange, and now forcing this out. Vamana gets out of dodge. No Detonate available. That ultimate was right in place. But of course, again, we have the same situation where Dignitas is just being initiated on instead of initiating, and they can't get the damage they need. You cannot be initiated on by this tanky team of Cognitive Gaming. They have to get in, get the burst, kill someone like Freya and Neath, and then start the team fight, or it's not going to work with the lineup they have.
It's tough. It's going to be very, very hard for Dignitas now. They're getting out-team fought with a superior team fight team. And they haven't really been successfully kind of taking these 4v4, 4v5 fights and letting Lassus run free. Freya's had, I mean, in the early game, we saw Lassus pressuring Freya so much, forcing out ultimates so often as the Fire Giant continues to be chipped away at by Cog. And here we just haven't seen that same kind of pressure. Now Lassus going to have that Athena ultimate coming in, looking for a target. It's going to be the Freya there, and down she goes. But that's the first time we've seen that. And Lassus is going to pay with his life. Anatoly forced out of this fight as well. Forced, in fact, uses ultimate to get out of there. And it's just too little too late. They needed this combination to be up and running much, much earlier. Now they basically are going to need to stall until the super late game where Lassus and Zapman can really, really shine. But they'll be contending with a super late game, Vamana, which is never fun to deal with. So this is a very, very difficult situation for Dignitas. Looking at the graphs, they're down by not that much gold, 5,500 gold, and not that much experience, honestly, at 12,500 at this point in the game. Not that drastic, as everyone's going to be hitting level 20 shortly, but it's not looking good for them in terms of momentum, certainly, as Cognitive is going to pick up a Gold Fury and continue to push around the map and look to pick off this Tier 1 on the left.
Tier looking for opportunity. Cupid's going to get the Harp on. Fields of Love is there. The sprint is active. Purification Beat's going to prevent that. Will prevent the stun. Looks like the sprint is going to help her get out of there. I mean, with that 6-second duration, it's just so hard to deal with that distance that can be covered there. Neath's going to rotate over. Looks like Vamana in the mid lane forced out, but he's very, very tanky, especially with that Fire Giant buff they have collected for themselves. The Gold Freeze is going to be picked up here by Cog as well. The crit's coming out 560 on my screen here as it just riddles left and right from that knee. There goes the hit. No rotation from Dignitas. This is going to be a free gold Fury. Looking at the graphs, going to shoot up to 8,000 gold in the lead for Cognitive Gaming. Now, keep in mind, Cog is in first place for the seeding points, and this bodes well for them in the first game. Going into game 2, now we're guaranteed at least a game 2 here. Dignitas is looking to go into this next matchup. Being second seed here, they got to take a win here. Dignitas knows that they want to win today. They want to take home a big W for their team, for their sponsor, and for all their fans at home. The question is, how do you go about doing it? Like you said, they have a good combo. They just have not been doing it long enough, or haven't started doing it up until now with that Loki jump on. You could see how easy it was for Loki to take out that Freya as soon as he just committed to it. I mean, just jump, boom, Freya's dead. But the follow-up was there because Cog is just so far ahead right now.
You know, they did a really good job of keeping Freya out of the early game, but now they've effectively lost. I mean, you can't. It's so hard to win against Polynomicon Tahuti Freya with her core already up and running. Like, she just does so much damage. There's mages. None of the mages are safe. None of the hunters are safe. And with a jungler as squishy as Loki, I mean, you can see how well Omega's able to zone him out. I don't see a way that Dignitas is able to win this at this point. It's going to be too hard for them to bring down Omega, and during that time, Freya's going to be putting in, 5,000 to 6,000 damage per team fight between her 1-2 and her ultimate. When you let Freya hit the Polynomicon brought Tahuti timing outside of her Fatalis Demonic Rip core, it's just really hard to deal with. And Anister is not known for being a slouch on Freya, so this is going to be the final stand for Dignitas. Can they hold out the 4-man push on the left with the baby on the right? They're forced to invest 2 people into stopping Vamana from pushing. Sleeping Giant, he has no worries. Here comes the Athena trying to hold them off. Shadowhue's in there, but the ultimate coming out from Anister, a little bit premature, forced to use it to get out of a taunt. So for now, Dignitas will hold, but the next wave coming in, it's just getting so hard for them to deal with this Fire Giant buff and all the tankiness from Cog and Egg.
Transformation comes out. Neath holds the first out. There goes Algol. Pops the action. He's just panicking to buy some time, but there goes Dare to Care. He blinks over the wall. Still alive is the best, but how much does that really matter? Freya goes down. That's a good pick for them. Dare to Care forced away. Anatoly looking for opportunity. Lawbringer comes down. Does no damage. Now looking for Barracuda. Backflip comes out. Does he have a Fearless? Gets knocked up. Loki coming in. Do they have the first damage? Aim strike. That's what they've been looking for. Tornado's on the ground. Loki's going to try and get away, but looks like Loki will end up falling and now going after Omega. Omega's going to fall. It's going to be a 3-for-2 exchange. It wasn't as clean as they thought it was going to be, but because of that combat blink and Aegis Amulet activation there from the best, he's able to get out of dodge just in time. But again, they did it with casualties, so they can't turn around and start taking things. Now keep in mind, the tower difference is 100%. All towers for Dignitas are down. They have 2 Phoenixes down, the mid Phoenix being the only one remaining. So that's going to be a 5,500 gold swell. There's 5,500 gold still sitting in towers that Dignitas can capture. But again, you're sitting 12,000 gold behind at 6,500 unanswered gold. That's just free and clear from Gold Furies, from gathering on kills and all that kind of rotation. Now also keep in mind, the Fire Giant's going to be up in 37 seconds, and Dig really, absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind has to push these lanes up before that happens, because their Minotaur, or I'm sorry, the Titan in this case, is exposed. And if these lanes start pushing down, the Fire Nation has declared war. They're pushing down the lanes, and if they leave these Phoenix minions unchecked, they may even lose the game outright for a backstab. The Fire Giant's responding in 15 seconds. Dignitas has to get this.
Totally trying to get in there, put the wards down. He's going to be spotted by Omega, so now they know exactly where he is. They're going to banish him up, and they will not have tier available for this fight as the Spirit Temple come through.
God.
Yeah, MLC is just going to go ahead and jam that one in for 1,100 damage onto the tier. He said, oh, you like to be tanky, huh? They don't have Anatoly now for this fight, which means they can't control the team at the Fire Giant, which means they have to give it up for free. No way to really properly contest this. Omega out in front saying, come at me, bros. There's very little that they can do to push through the Vamana now. And here comes Cognitive's new Fire Giant buff up and running. They're going to push all the lanes up and look for the mid-Phoenix to finish this game off.
Yeah, moving up here, we see Last is jumping on top of this one, going back towards the Phoenix. Vamana rolling up here. The Phoenix is exposed as the last one, although the right side Phoenix is going to come back up quite shortly, and they have to nurture it if they want to do anything. Turtle is the name of the game here. There goes the Fields of Love actually being interrupted there. Shadow can take damage from the Freya. Even Freya is able to burst down the Athena. Each damage they activate, but the best gets banished up in response. Pulse Irradiant is active. The best gets away just barely, or does he? That dunk comes down from Dare to Care, and he picks off the Zeus, and there goes the kill on Zapman as well. Going to Shadow Q. Shadow can get burst out. There goes the Spirit Arrow to keep him in place, and now everyone except for Loki is dead. Keep that in mind. He is dead now. Anatoly jumps up, goes for the Lawbringer. What can he really do? 5 versus 1. Give it up in chat, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Alcohol. Ultimately going to do 895 to Anatoly, but the Titan has fallen. Cog takes game 1 and is on their way to another first place win. we're going into game 2 to see if Dignitas can pull this out.
Yeah, very, very dominant performance there by Kagane. You know, Lassus and Shadow Q combined for a lot of early control onto the Freya, but just couldn't keep her down. She hits her Polynomicon and her Ratatouille, and that pretty much will seal the deal if you have a Freya. Likely why we see her banned out of games now, because she really hits those hyper carry timings harder than really anyone, maybe with the exception of Kronos or potentially Hebo, but Hebo, well, not quite as good as Freya. It doesn't have the banish or the ultimate to kind of have the same utility that Freya does at escaping some sticky situations. But Freya and Kronos both kind of hit the same timing at about 40 minutes, but they have uncontested farm that they're basically going to win the game regardless of what you do. And here, you know, we saw in those last 3 engagements, the Dignitas tried to hold Cog out of the base. You know, both Zapman and Lassus going deep, trying to finish off the Freya. They knew that was the majority of their damage, but just couldn't get back there. Too much other control on the team. Ao Guang basically ungankable past the, I don't know, maybe 25-minute mark once he got Mail Renewal 1 after the Focus Voice into Warlocks. Sun Wukong just built perfectly tanky there. Also fitting a Jotun's Wrath into this build. Once again, we see Derek Sun Wukong finding a couple of damage items and really putting together a nice build on that Guardian Sun Wukong. Just what he does so well.
He certainly does, and one thing I want to touch on as well is the fact that, you know, I think this game would have been better for Dignitas if the best went with Hubwa, went with Isis, went with pretty much, you know, any other mage here. Like we were talking about the picking stage, Zeus never gets played unless he accidentally slips through or there's a respect ban or something along those lines, and I think people are so used to Zeus just being auto-banned all the time that they're kind of rusty with the play. The Hubwall play we saw from the best earlier was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. This time around, we're going to see him play Zeus, and notably very, very weak. In fact, he got out-damaged by Zapman on Cupid and almost tied here by Loki as well as the tier, which is very uncharacteristic for Zeus, who's well known for just bringing the numbers from above. I mean, he's such a high-damage character and someone that, you know, it's difficult to try and make this judgment call here. I think Zeus may have not been the character they really wanted to put into play, and honestly didn't have the overall effectiveness that they were hoping for. We saw MLC build very, very tanky, picking up that MLC of Renewal. Of course, does have the Warlock Sash as well. Data Care, very, very tanky as well. Good rotations, good interference. And Nister got picked off a couple times. In fact, he's going to have the most amount of deaths on his team with 4 deaths overall, and the game 6, 4, and 14. But at the same time, I mean, he's doing 19.8k, the most in the entire game. And if you get too close to Freya, she's going to shred you. And like you said, it got to the point where Freya finished the Fatalis and, of course, finished the Demonic Grip there. And you're thinking, okay, that's good. Got the core Polynomicon Rod. And you're thinking, okay, this is not so great for my life anymore as the burst damage comes out. Of course, Polynomicon on the pulse, right into Irradiate, the Rod burst damage, and went straight into the Witchstone afterwards to prevent that damage output coming from the Loki. And you know, I just don't know really what to say about this besides the fact that the picks just weren't there for Dignitas, and I feel like, you know, Dignitas is playing Cog's game right now. Because of the way the picking stage is going, the early stages, the team fights, it feels like Cog's in control, and Dignitas is kind of scrambling to get ahead here, where Cog's just sitting back and playing comfortable.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Dignitas has to pick something pretty risky, I think, to win in the second game, because Cog's going to be perfectly happy to take a very, very safe team and kind of win that one out on a stall. And I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, Best's just not that experience with Zeus and tournament play. I mean, how could anyone be? He's been banned out for about the last 2 months. So, and it was Cog put them in such a tricky situation by going for that Freya, because Dig kind of has to pick Zeus because it's really a signature god for MLC stealth, and they're just not as comfortable with it. So, you know, Cog just a very smart draft and not pick Zeus. They're knowing that they had a good answer for the best Zeus. But that brings us up to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back with our continuing coverage here of the path to the $100,000 tournament at the end of March. These teams are competing for not only their lion's share of $1,000 bounty for each week, but also the seed points that allow them to come to the LAN in March. We'll see if Dignitas is able to take game number 2 away from Cog, or if Cog will close this thing out in 2 games. Stick around. We'll be right back.
That's right, guys. Keep in mind as well, we have Monster Cat providing the music for today, so big shout-outs to them. We'll cut to a brief break, and we'll be right back.
Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock.
Welcome back, SMITE fans. It is game number 2 in the $100,000 tournament series, week number 3. My name is Resbard, and I am being joined once again, and for the remainder of the day, by the one and only Dry Bear out of Southern California, the man with the forehead, the boss with the mouth, the guy with the hair, number 1 NA. How's it going, Dry Bear?
Thank you so much for that fantastic intro, Bart. Barton, the number one here, coming out, of course, from Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. He's going to be your host for today, and of course, I am your co-caster, stepping in, just kind of as we continue our search for other casters. I'm very thrilled to be here for today. We're going to be coming out here very, very strong overall. Looks like we're going to be going into Game 2. Now, keep in mind, Cognitive Gaming did win Game 1 of this matchup, and it's Bart, it's like the worst feeling in the world to go into a best-of-3 matchup and lose the first game, because you're thinking it's the wire, right? You're sitting there in Game 2. If it doesn't go your way, you have nothing to back up. And, of course, even if you win, then you have to win again even to take this series. So it's so difficult to go into this with the position that Dignitas is in. I think, if you're looking to really try to get a feel for how this is going to go, look at the picking stage. This is where it always starts. This is the root of everything. And if you get good at reading the picking stage and team comps and how respect bands go, you can easily predict a lot of how the match is going to go overall just by the way players play, and everything just kind of goes. So at the same time, I'm really excited to see whether or not Dignitas can pull this out. I would love to see a Game 3 today just because it makes things very interesting. I think that both these teams are very, very strong. As you can see, we're pulling into picks here on screen. It looks like we're going to be getting underway with bands already. Left side of your screen, of course, will be Dignitas, and the right side, of course, will be Cognitive Gaming. Dignitas will be taking first pick today, first pick, first band. So the question is, how will that change their strategy? Obviously, if you get first pick, you only get one, and that's why you're getting the top pick there. You're getting the most important pick, and then you go back over to pick 2 and 3. You get 2 picks, but you may miss out on that character you really, really wanted. So will Freya make it through? Will we see a Kali? What about Zeus? I mean, how are things going to go?
It's interesting because Dignitas almost always wants to draft out of the second position. Here they are going to take it. They lost the first game, which means they get pick of which, first pick or second pick in the next game, and they're going to take first pick here. Now, another thing that comes with the second pick is, of course, the chaos side of the map. So, maybe they like having that orange buff on the solo side more than they like having the red buff. But
sure.
And it should, in theory, that should change who you really prioritize as your jungler based on their clear times and those types of things. But taking a look at our bans, Guan Yu and Zhonghui off the board. Nova Mana band. Would not be surprised at all to see that picked up in the first round of picking from Cog NA. I mean, Omega has just been such a factor. Freya banned out, no first pick available. What will Dignitas take? I feel like they have to take Zeus again. Like, if you give it to Stealth, I feel like they lose the game.
Well, we'll see Guan Yu and Zhonghui banned out. Nothing really too surprising there. Agni and Freya, of course, and like you mentioned, going to first pick here, it makes things interesting. They're going to grab Sun Wukong, which, like you said, leaves Zeus available. Datacare and MLC Stealth have the opportunity to grab up some gods here. 40 seconds on the clock to do that. Now, you still have characters, like you said, Zeus is still available. Athena is still available. These kind of characters really make or break some kind of lineups across the board. Tyr is also available. I mean, Tyr, a very, very high pick. And we haven't really seen a big focus on Sobek today. Sobek is available as well. Thor and Tyr selected for Dignitas, and honestly, that's a very strong combo to start with, and Zeus is just going to make it through.
Yeah, we kind of neglected Thor. Thor, while being, he's just been so dominant every other week so far, and this week it's kind of like, there's Thor, but we're going to see him selected by Kagane with Tyr, so that's going to put Tyr in the solo lane for Mr. Omega, which means that you won't see the jungle Tyr of Andister. So now you don't have the threat of Vamana either. I'm not sure if I love that way that they've drafted this, although I do agree that they had to take Tyr off the board, and there's really no reason to let Thor go through. So Apollo going to be selected by Dignitas. I want to keep that away from Barracuda, and it is going to be Zeus for the best again, which was not really very successful in the last game.
Sure. Entering the stats that we played today, they've actually pushed just Tyr from third most pick to fourth most pick in the North American tournament region, but still, fourth pick, most pick god overall, very, very strong. Apollo moves up to second with the times we've seen him today. We're going to see him yet again. Zeus selected here for Dignitas. I'm sorry, still able to select 2 more Shadow Q and Lasses. Have the opportunity. What will they go with for their jungle? The jungle is really what changed their lineups overall. We saw a Kali jungle in the preliminaries, then we saw a Freya jungle, and both of those were very dominant. And then we came up with a Loki jungler, notably not as strong. Hoonbots hover on here. And Hoonbots is, man, he's such a strange character. He has some absolutely dominant matchups. He has some great matchups and some poor matchups. He's not really as equivalent across the board as some of the other junglers. And also, when you go into late game with Hoonbots, he's very reliant on his ultimate. Now, keep in mind, Lasses plays Hoonbots a good amount, and he's very good at that character, and it really comes down to using that somersault effectively for the slow, the burst damage, and the crit, managing the base attacks as well. Across the way, it looks like Cog is hovering on Aphrodite right now. With their lineup, that's going to make them very safe.
It's going to be a mid lane Aphrodite he had now. They're not that strong. Male renewal, not that good of an item. So they're going to go back for, the safer play. And that's what we would expect out of them here, right? You expect a more risky lineup out of Dig, and they're going to go for that with the Hunbots. And versus a more safe lineup, which is definitely the Outlong. One thing we do want to note is that Barracuda is going to get his hands on Cupid for the first time today, and we have seen him literally take over the entire game from the Hunter role with this god. Will he be able to do it again? I mean, the last game we saw Barracuda effectively not do much at all. I mean, he had 0 kills through about 35 minutes of that game, ended up, I think, 2-2. Will he have what it takes to take this thing down for Kagane and get them their 3rd week in a row of victories in the path to 100K, or will Dignitas take down their first week? We will find out in just about 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. It's game number 2 of the best of 3 finals. Team Dignitas going up against Cognitive Gaming North America.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Game 2 of the Grand Finals. You're watching Cognitive Gaming up against Dignitas. Cognitive Gaming is Seed 1 in the North American region for the path to 100K right now. Dignitas sitting at Seed 2, and they're looking to shut down. But the careful part about this is Cog has already won Game 1. We're going to Game 2, and Cog is set to win this if Dig can't pull it out. Let's talk about who's playing what, where they're going for what team. The bottom side of the map, the pristine side, in order on the green grass. We've got Dignitas, of course. We've got Shadow Q there on Sun Wukong in the support role, already warding up. Zatman playing Hunter on Apollo. The best on Zeus in the mid lane. Anatoly playing Ra. And Lassus in the jungle with Unbots. Across the way, your opponents for today, Cognitive Gaming. They're looking for a kill on the right side of the map. We've got MLC Stealth on, of course, Ao Guang. Dare to Care on Sobek. MLC Omega on Tyr. Andenster playing Thor, the god of thunder. And Barracuda on Little Baby Cupid. They're coming up the mid lane to clear out these mid camps and get something started up here. But looks like their invasion was not successful.
You know, I think Cognitive has yet to play a game without a baby on their team. I think they had. I think between Cupid and Vimana, I think that they're 100%. They're betting 100% for babies in the tournament series here.
What are we getting at here? What are we trying to say?
Kagane is a bunch of babies.
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Confirmed. Hashtag.
Tell them I said
it up. Do it.
Here we go as we pass the 0-second mark. Minions have spawned, and we are 3 seconds into the game. At 10 seconds, the neutral camps will spawn, and that's why you see the teams positioning around them. Looks like Dignitas is going to push Omega off of a real contest of this mid camp here. He's going to try to make it in there. Ooh, he's going to force the reset, so that's going to slow them down. Nice play by Omega, going to keep them really occupied over on this right side. And look at it, he's going to force the reset again, and Omega's just going to sit here. But now he's in a little bit of trouble as he's going to get that the stun out from. No, I'm sorry, just Chain Lightning for best. So no detonate, and Omega is going to bully them away from that camp. It's going the way of Omega, and that's going to mean that Cog is going to have the early game advantage. 200 gold, 800 XP. And they are already out to a lead. It's a small one, but Dignitas already down a game. Certainly don't want to play behind in this one.
Oh, absolutely. And a little bit strange on the right side, we're actually to see the junglers pushing up the solo lane while both solo laners are doing the mid camps there. Strangely enough, kind of a reversal of roles because we rotate over the left side. We're going to see Zatman take some harassment. Barracuda getting hit by the Ryu Jingle Bang by Sun Wukong here, forcing him back with the basic attack. Zatman getting in on there. Dare to Care is up on Sobek. We saw him play a fantastic Sobek in the semifinal round, and looking to do that same kind of performance this time. Over a minute, we are in this match between Cognitive Gaming and Dignitas. Last is taking some harassment there as MLC Omega looking for opportunity to juggle someone up. Celestial Beam on the ground. Last is too far forward. Gets the somersault slow. Does he have it? Solar Blessing on the ground. They're going to heal right back up. Of course, we do have that nice Alienware skin there. Actually, Omega taking a hit from the Sacred Monk. He gets the juggle backwards just in time. Lassus goes down. First blood goes to Cognitive Gaming due to a huge misplay. Annister forcing out the chicken there. Left side, we have another engagement going on. Looks like that. Actually, Barracuda getting very, very low. Dashes away. Do they have to? He judged forward. One shot, two shot. Misses. Does he have the last one? Gets one more shot. Wow. Those cards are going to keep Barracuda alive. And this is why he's such a fantastic Hunter player. 9 times out of 10, if you're in that situation, you die. If you're Barracuda, you live just fine.
You gotta respect the Barracuda there. I mean, as much as Zatman is such a dominant hunter and still is definitely a great example of dominant hunters in the North American scene, you got a feeling that Barracuda wouldn't have missed those in-hand attacks and would have secured that kill. And that would have really helped out Dignitas to keep Barracuda down, such an effective player, answer that kill over in the solo lane. Hopefully get Lassus able to rotate around the map a little bit more. Spirit Tempest is going to be used by Ao Guang, not going to hit anybody. Dignitas able to secure that camp fairly well, but that early game disadvantage is continuing to build. The gold lead now closer to about 500 gold, and Cox just really just continuing to outplay Dignitas, 5% here, 5% there, but it's working.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, they're pulling ahead, little by little here, 1-0. Now, always keep in mind, when you have top-tier teams like this, regardless of how the kills go, you're still going to have a very small lead, considering the fact that both teams know how to farm effectively in the jungle and in the lane. They're getting those mid-camps, they're getting the buff camps, they're getting the Harpies on the back end, and they're also clearing out the waves, so they're going to be able to keep themselves afloat. But as it's going forward, we're going to see how the rotations come out, the itemization changes. Zatman's going to finish off his Heartseeker. Barracuda, notably a little bit behind, actually has just yet to go home is really the biggest thing. Barracuda currently sitting on 1,000 gold, so 720 is what he needs to finish off the Heartseekers and make his way home now and finish that one off. Mid-camps being forced out here. Annister jumps in. Lassus jumps in here. Does he have the Fear and Wave? It looks like he does have the ultimate available. Tornado on the ground. Beautiful tornado there from Stealth, zoning out both Shadow Q as well as the best. Rotate over. Thor gonna miss. Boombots is here. Does he have an ultimate? Looks like he does not currently, as Thor blinks over the wall, does not want to deal with that business as they rotate out. Both mid-camps have been taken at this point, just waiting for them to respawn in about 40 seconds or so, just over 4 minutes when they should be respawning. Of those, the mid-camps were a little bit late on the respawn here. 2 minutes is how long they take to respawn. It's around 4:25, 4:30 is when they should come back, and both teams are gunning for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Hunbot's ultimate was down. He tried to secure a kill into Thor through Berserker Barrage, but Anister had better thoughts than that. Sort of channeling the ultimate just as Fear No Evil was coming out, and they were able to secure that. Last is tossed back to the mid lane as he was maybe trying to aggress a little bit there. Danakera going to remove him from that positioning. And now it looks like Dignitas perfectly happy to trade the side camps here. They're going to let Cognitive take this left side one. Looks like MLC mistimed his tornado just a little bit there. Those camps not going to be coming up for another couple of seconds. And it appears that Dignitas is considering aggressing on this left side, but they're a little bit too late. Best rotates back to the mid lane. Shadowq not in position as of yet to really do much against that now. The delayed timing on this right side camp means it's not back up yet, but it will be coming back up in the next 5 to 10 seconds, I believe. You see both teams rotating over there. It looks like Cog has the stronger contingent right now, and it's going to be a tough contest for Dignitas.
Charge spray is available, grabs Zeus up, Aoguang ultimate right in the face, Squall comes out, Tornado's gonna land, it's not gonna apply to the best though, there goes Zeus ultimate coming down, the detonating's gonna come, there goes the Lurky in the waters into the Tornado but doesn't get it, Hobot's ultimate forces him closer, does he have the distance? Thor does go down in the backside, there goes the detonate, activation, charge spray, does he have it? And there goes the Crocodile making boots today as a 2-0 exchange for Dignitas, they're now up on the board. They are still a little bit behind in Golden Experience, but watch the follow-up as they get the camps in the mid, as well as the rotations there on the minions that are spawning through. Aoguang forced back. I mean, it was a beautiful rotation. I think it was just a slightly, ever so slightly misplaced tornado from Aoguang, not able to get it on top of Zeus, and the Zeus ultimate was just wonderful, forcing them out. The damage output was enough to force away the Thor, and of course, Shadowq on Sun Wukong was able to go pick that up very, very easily. 5 minutes and 33 seconds into this match, we're in a great position for Dignitas to start pulling ahead, but again, we're dead even, so it really goes to show that we're watching two of the best teams in the world go head-to-head right now.
You know, it'll be interesting to see what Lassus still likes to go for here on the Hunbots. I mean, there are builds that give Hunbots 100% crit rate after proccing his passive. You know, will we see him rush a Malice for some reason, you know, or Deathbringer even, you know, stack some crit up and go for that kind of crit style in-hand build? Will it be the more traditional Lassus style jungle build on Hunbots where he's going to go for, you know, just general standard damage items in the jungle and then into like a Hydra's Lament and try to really work on that cooldown? You know, that's what's interesting here. And another thing that I do want to point out as we see Omega and Anister combined for the blue buff steal there is that Cog has dominated Dignitas' right side blue buff the entire series. They've taken that away from Anatoly so many times in the last 2 games that I feel like that's a big contributor to why Anatoly is losing these solo lanes, is that those timings are just a little bit tighter for Cognitive and they're able to secure that time and time again.
Sure, yeah, great spot for them to be in. And back to your point about Homebots, I think Alas is just going to go with what he knows. Most likely going to finish off those boots. Warrior Tabi go directly into Heartseeker, and he likes to go with the old start with the Focus Void Blade into the Jotun's Wrath. So I expect him to go down that road here, especially considering you have Tyr, Thor, and Cupid. You know, I expect to see a Heartseeker probably into a Focus Void Blade if he gets enough farm, if not into Jotun's Wrath first. But that is generally how he likes to play. Aussie has been picked up again by Zadman, going Heartseeker into Aussie this time around. Does have Sprint 1 and Purification Beads 1, and of course going to look to split push as soon as he can, but he's up against Barracuda here in the 1v1 situation. It looks like Barracuda's being forced out very heavily, even with the Heart Bomb activation, not able to get the damage that he wants there on Zadman. Sun Wukong going to rotate over here on the left side. Sobek is here as well. Aoguang getting forced out in the mid lane. Look for the Thor dog is coming down. The best going to avoid it. Purification Beads. There goes Ultimate. Aoguang ultimate to hit him. Purification Beads has already been used and cannot get away from the Thor. The blink comes out and couldn't even detonate, Bart. Oh, what do you do at that point?
You dive Zapman in as Apollo and get a kill on the Thor to answer it. Nice rotation coming from Dignitas, of course. Anytime you rotate your Hunter, it's going to leave the enemy Hunter there to get free farm. Barracuda going to find some damage on the tower. Zapman stalls just a little bit considering he's staying in the mid lane, but now he's going to be forced to rotate back. Barracuda going to get a free teleport out. No lazy backs for him. And he is going to push that wave into the tower and prevent some farm on the Zapman. However, Lassus off to a very good start here in this game, 1-1, has stolen a couple of camps, is a bit ahead of Anister. However, is actually a little behind in gold, about 500 gold behind in gold. No, I'm sorry, as Omega starts to top, but still, you know, about 450, 500 gold behind him. And Anister's going to get this Heartseeker up and running, where Lassus is still going to be working towards a probably rank 2 Void Blade, and that's going to be a nice timing for Thor to really abuse the Hunbots.
We're going to see the same build coming out here from Aoguang, Warlock Sash 1. Also see a Hide of the Urchin there on Tyr. I like the Hide of the Urchin play. There goes the Searing Pain coming up the Raw. Not going to get it in time. He was so close to stealing with that blue buff on the right side of the map. Of course, Thor and Tyr not really going to care a whole lot about that one. We see Sobek rotating in the mid lane and forcing back the Sun Wukong as well as the Zeus and the Hoon bots. Hoon bots in the jungle. Charge Spray not going to land. He avoids that one quite handily and even starts up the mid camps here. Overhand Smash. Fear No Evil. Zeus ultimate. Cupid ultimate from behind. The rotation is huge here. The Heart Bomb is going to secure it as he lands on down. Tornado as well. The best very low here. Alquang
what a
send him over the wall. How does he do these things? Zeus goes down. Thor dunks a ton. Zapman trying to get out of here. There goes the sprint activation on both characters. Hard pump, hammer, Berserker Barrage. Gets serenaded immediately and then pops the purification beats for the stun. Even with the phantasmal play from Zapman, he's still gonna go down. My God, how are these players so good at this game bar? I don't understand, but this could be a gold fury for Cognitive Gaming.
Barracuda is the positioning master. I mean, his positioning in that fight was ridiculous. Gets a field love on the backside after Lassus blows the Fear No Evil on the mid lane contest, hits a hard bomb, gets a lot of burst damage out of that, takes out the Hunbots even after he jumps over and then starts to pressure the Zeus. Zeus can't get his charges down, can't find the big time detonate, and that is going to be all she wrote for Dignitas in that fight. 5 kills to 3 in favor of Kog and A. They're sitting on a 2,500 gold lead as well as a 2,000 experience lead after that fight. Stealth building into Warlock Sash, Alquang again, and it looks like this one is going in Kog's favor for the early game.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we saw a beautiful snipe come out there from Stealth over the wall to hit the Zeus, and it was kind of a Hail Mary, but it did pay off. I also want to highlight the play from Zapman there. The second the Berserker Barrage was activated, immediately serenaded it, and of course, as the Heart Bomb was about to explode, popped the Purification Beats. There's no actual way to know if Cupid's Heart Bomb is going to be a stun or not. There's no actual indicator, so of course he's playing it safe there with the Purification Beats. In fact, it wasn't a stun, but he didn't know that. He just played it safe, and unfortunately enough, did not have the Purification Beats available to be able to avoid the Tectonic Rift from Thor, and that will be his end. So 5-3 here in favor of Cognitive Gaming. Suddenly, we have a 2,500 gold lead, a 2,300 experience lead for Cognitive Gaming at a 10-minute and 34-second mark. Everything is looking to go the way of Cog. And if you're playing on Dig, you got to be careful about this because, of course, this is game 2. Cog already won game 1. They don't want to lose out here in a 2-0 against Cog because it puts them so far ahead in the seeding points, and they're going to turn out to be a very, very strong team to beat. Shadowkey was going to try and counter ward against Sobek, but Dare to Care dares to not care in this case and just avoid the Sun Wukong and just get those wards down completely. Mid camps are coming up quite soon as Alquang rotates over, looking for opportunity to clear this through. Zeus is in the mid lane as well. There goes the Chain Lightning. Left side, Apollo jumping on Cupid. Serenade comes out. There's the flutter. Does he have the damage he needs? Barracuda's going to get out of dodge. Sobek is rotating from the backside. Thor on the right side as well. Tyr's going to defend his tower. It looks like that's going to be the end of the engagement. Charge spray on Apollo. Does he have an activation? Tries to go for Barracuda. May want to avoid the damage output from the Sobek here. Peels up with the hearts. Burst damage coming through. Didn't get out of time. Right side, we have an engagement going on as well. Does he have the charge? Both fights. The right side has disbanded, but Zapman pops ultimate. Will he be able to survive time? Heart Bomb! Does it land on him? He's up in the air. Does the Heart Bomb get him? Snipes him out there. No, just barely survives.
So close. So close.
Man.
Mid lane, there's a fight as well, though. Zemmosley still getting piled on here. They may need a ultimate coming up from Hunbots. He's going to get smacked around by Spirit Tempest, though, and that's going to mean no kill onto Stealth. In the meantime, Ra going to fall in that right side lane. All around the map, Cog when he fights. Thor is in the air. Best. Sorry, sir. You have a Thor behind you. There is a Tornado on the ground as well. He's going to go ahead and ult and take an aggressive positioning in it, but that's not going to find much. Left side lane now, Fear No Evil used by Lassus, not enough to kill Barracuda. Barracuda still sitting in the Fields of Love. Shadowkey maybe going to try to follow us up with a kill. Lassus is re-engaged, and that's going to be that as Dare to Care is out of mana, so Cog escapes yet another gank while picking up a couple around the map. 7 kills to 3 now, 12 minutes and 20 seconds into the game, and they continue to build this lead. It seems like every time we look back down on it, it's another 1,000 gold experience going their way.
Oh, the mid lane pushing up here. Tyr's going to get a free tower. Going to be down, pushed out on the right side. Actually, Sash here is finished by Alquang, able to start stacking that up and get some good defense with the health overall. Apollo makes his way over to the Gold Fury. Now, with that Gold Fury going down, 4,600 gold in favor of Cognitive Gaming, like you mentioned. I mean, it just keeps getting more and more and more. It seems like once Cog starts this climb, it's very, very difficult to slow them down because they have everything set, and they're not really, they're not leaving any room for interpretation. Barracuda is always in the right place. I mean, generally, if you want to come back to the game, you pick off the mage, you pick off the jungler, or you pick off the hunter. Well, Barracuda's never out of position. He's always in a perfect position, so how do you pick off the hunter? You don't. You look for the mage, but he's building defensive with that Warlock Sash. You can't pick that off. And you're looking for the jungler, but the jungler is Thor, who is just always moving and flying around and just very, very difficult to shut down, high mobility, as well as the stun. So, Dignitas doesn't really have any points of entry. There's no door to get through here. They just need to play safe, get a good team fight victory, and turn it into objectives, and just start playing out as they normally have been all throughout 2013. Now, Dignitas had a dynasty through 2013, and it seems like that's being replaced by COG here. Dare to Care on the left side, rotating over. Sun Wukong is rotating over with Charge Break and come through. Heart Bomb gonna land. Do they have the damage? Zatman dropping low. The Heart Bomb's gonna explode. It's not a stun though. Pops ultimate go up in the air. Do they have the Fields of Love? They do, but wait for the Fields of Love after the Heart Bomb, unfortunately enough, and he's gonna fly away from that one.
Yeah, barely getting out of there with his life is Zatman. He's going to go ahead and drop down at his tier 2 and recall back, but this is going to give an opportunity to COG to push this lane up a little bit. They will have to eat some Jingle Bang, harass from Shadow Q, and it looks like they're going to rotate their mid laner over here. Dash in from Dare to Care is going to keep Shadow Q in position. Now he's going to stun out Barracuda. The rotation coming out from Dignitas. Dashing away is Barracuda. Here comes Lassus, misses the teleport, and is not going to be able to make his way in there. So Dignitas does a nice job rotating over, but Cognitive able to escape that. Dare to Care now on the Sobek, dashing back towards the mid lane. In the meantime, Tier takes out your tier 1 in the right side, puts pressure on the tier 2, and here he is roaming with Thor now, and these are two breezers you do not want to run into in the jungle. A lot of damage, a lot of lockdown here, and this is really, you know, kind of the core of how this team is put together. A lot of just general tankiness and CC at range from these two gods.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's what's really been paying off for them this whole game. They're going to keep doing it. And, you know, how do you find a way to counter that out? I mean, you see a Doom Warp on Anatoly. He's going to pick that up after the Breast of Valor damage increase. Going to be very, very heavy. You're looking at the snipes. And you talked about the range, and I think both teams have a lot of range here. And I think that just Dignitas is having trouble finding their footing. They just don't know where to start. Their initiations are a little bit late. And it seems like every single time something starts up, Dignitas tries to start something, and they just don't have enough information. Like in that last engagement, Cupid came from behind and just absolutely shredded them from you know, a good rotation. They had no idea he was going to come from that area. They just need more information, more intel. Dare to Care is going to come from the backside. Algo ultimate just barely avoided, but Zeus is not going to avoid anything as he goes down there, unable to detonate. Thor going up in there. Sun Wukong is going to come right back down on the ground. Thor Dunk is going to come out. Lassus comes from the backside. Does he have an ultimate? Looks like he does indeed. Jumps away with the somersault. Thor's going to duck down and miss the monkey as he gets away from that tier in the backside, looking for the Ra. He's going to come from the backside of the tower. Does he try to run straight through to grab up Lassus? Apollo is here. There goes the dash in. Guard stands. Fearless is available. There goes the stun. He's so tanky. What do you really do? Tornado on the ground to zone them out. Beautiful placement by Stealth. And this is going to force him right over to the Gold Fury. Dignitas needs to get over here, but without their Zeus and no ultimate on Sun Wukong, I mean, what do? They're so far out. It's going to be another 1,500 gold here for Cognitive. Going to put them at about 6,700 here as it does go down there, 6,745. I mean, it just keeps going up and up and up, and Dignitas just can't find something.
COG just is just outplaying Dignitas here. I mean, they really are. All around the map, they've consistently spread the map out, found individual picks, and then also had the superior play during the team fights. There, I mean, you saw Anatoly, who seems a little bit off his game today, a little bit just having a hard time dealing with Omega. Omega goes really, really deep, aggresses the like backside XP camp. Raw goes there, fights with him, but that leaves the rest of the team so exposed. Then they try to collapse on the tier, and COG says, okay, fine, we go take Gold Fury as you guys invest 4 players into trying to stop a tier that you have really no chance of locking down. His passive only, CC only can, you know, I'm sorry, can only be CC'd for 1 second at a time, has a double Fearless to dash out, and ultimately is just too tanky of a target with his Hide of the Urchin and really the Jotun's Wrath. I guess giving him that cooldown and the extra mana to use Fearless here and there. You know, Mag's Blessing going to be up and running onto that Omega's tier fairly shortly as well. Algwong, Warlock Sash into Focus Voice and finish. And once again, I feel like Dignitas doesn't do a good enough job of kind of punishing MLC Stealth for going for that Warlock Sash. It seems like he is going for it for free with impunity. There's really no trade-off there for him. In the last 2 games, he's been able to pick it up and have a perfectly strong early mid game.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is that like you mentioned, there's that little weak point where he just doesn't have anything going for him. Damage or defensiveness. Zam gonna jump on. There goes the Fear No Evil into the wall. Purification means a dash immediately. Barracuda tried to get out of here. There goes the Blinking from Lassus. Does he have the damage? Thor dunking down. Rotation. The crits. Look at the damage they're able to do. Lassus goes down immediately. Barracuda surrounded here by his teammates. A beautiful wall. Oh my god, Tectonic Rift shuts him out completely. Shadow Q is going to go down to the Tornado, up into his cloud. He's not even safe in his own cloud, ladies and gentlemen. Anatoly is taken out here under tower range. Zeus unable to get in, and this was all done, Bart, without tier.
No tier. No tier, no fear coming out from COG NA there. Tier split pushing in the right side. Barracuda. He's got 8,600 player damage. That's outclassing the mages by a lot. Sitting now at 9,000 player damage. kind of on the other side, Stealth on the Alquang to get 8K. Best trying to duke it out with Dare to Care, but nope, you're going to get plucked, and that's going to mean you go down very, very quickly as the backside of that hammer hits for 430. More gold coming the way of Kagane, now up to a 10K advantage. They're going to, why not make it 11K with this tower going down? The right side going to fall as well. Hell, make it 14K for him as they continue to clear out the map, take the buffs, take the towers. Kagane once this week, and they are poised to take their 3rd victory in a row.
Omega's just playing his own RPG on the right side of the map. He's 0-0-3. There have been 13 kills, and he's a part of 3 of them. And he's just pushing towers, hanging out, clearing waves, and it's because Cog is able to win these big engagements. And more to that point, I feel like it's just Dignitas is just not in place to react to the engagements from Cog. And we saw them doing the blue buff, and they think, okay, we've got Cupid, we've got Sobek, we got this. They pop the Fear No Evil, they jump in on it, but all of a sudden they scatter. They weren't in the right place, they weren't on the right targets, they weren't focusing the same people, and so the damage was split up across everybody. And as soon as they split up, Thor dunk, jumping in with the Algong ultimate. You see a good wall. Barracuda has the ultimate. Sobek grabs him and brings him right back into the fight when they try to get out. I mean, it's just, they have so much control on Cognitive Gaming, and so much, I guess in the trump card situation, you have Thor up in the air when you need it. You have Tyr jumping in when you need it. Burst damage! There goes Zeus into Ox form. Will be the Algong ultimate. Not going to get it. There goes the hammer on the back end. My god, that Mjolnir's attunement fully maxed out with good pen, with Heartseeker, Jotun's Wrath, the Warrior Tabi as well as the Focus Void Blade. That amount of pen and damage, combined with the backswing doing double damage on top of that, that Mjolnir's attunement is absolutely shredding. And one key thing to note about that, he didn't have hammer available. He actually popped Purification Beads 3 to bring it off cooldown to get the kill there. That is the epitome of micromanaging your abilities to make sure everything is as it should be. The Fire Giant started up, Moonbots is in the area, Ra's in the area, Tyr doesn't care, he's still playing his RPG on the right side of the map, gonna push down this Phoenix here, but can they contest this or not?
It's going to be very, very tough. They're going to need a big-time play here from Zapman. He's not going to find it. Last, he gets picked up by Anderson on the backside. Kagane secures the Fire Giant. Dare to Care going to pluck Zapman out of the way. If he survives here as well, what play from Dare to Care? And now it's going to be Anatoly down to Anderson as well, as Tyr and Thor just push everyone out of that fight, pick up 2 kills in the backline completely on an island, and now they're going to aggress this Phoenix as well. That's going to be a very dead Zeus. Anderson going to get out of there with his life, however, just barely. And that is going to be a surrender for Dignitas because they have lost this game. Ladies and gentlemen, Kagane takes down the 3rd weekend in a row. Can anyone beat this team?
I don't know, because everything that they have, this is kind of how Dig was for, that 2-month period where they were unbeatable. It's just everything that was playing out in their favor, and for a lot of reasons. And I think a lot of things that you have to look at here is, number one, Ananster. He is amazing at this game. A fantastic jungler. His decision making is on par. The places he decides to go in, the picks that he has, and not only that, but his god pool. I mean, he can play so many different gods in the jungle. It's very difficult to be able to counter pick against him. It's so challenging to be able to pull this out here. Thor ended the game 11-2-6, the most farmed, actually the 2nd most farmed in the game. Of course, RPG Omega on the right side of the lane has 12.6 versus 12.5 there on Thor. Across the way, look at the damage number. We're going to see Thor dropping 12,000 himself. That is going to be the most in the game. In fact, he's only one of 2 people to cross over into the 5-digit mark, 10K there for MLC Stealth. Everyone else is under the 10K mark, of course, as this game ended very, very early at about 25 minutes game time, 27 minutes overall, including the preemption. But, at this point, I think this proves that COG is one of the best teams in the world, and for good reason. I mean, Barracuda on Hunter, fantastic player, doesn't miss anything, doesn't make mistakes, and honestly, his rotations are more akin to team fighters or team initiators rather than just damage dealers, because he comes from a perfect angle, keeps himself safe, and gets the damage out that he needs. You look at Anderson in the jungle, his rotations are wonderful, and one of the best things you can have for a jungler is big god pool. He can play as many gods as you need him to play and play them well, and that makes the jungle so much more dynamic. You can't really expect certain characters to come out strong. Stealth, of course, going to the mid lane, very safe player, but that's what you want from a mid laner. You don't want him to die a lot, you don't want him to feed a lot, you want to get the mid camps, farm up, and come out mid game strong, and that's what Stealth does, and he does it well. Dare to Care, very strong but aggressive support, which works well with his team. Omega, of course, always wins that solo lane, very, very strong and safe player. I mean, they have so much going for them, and going into this with the seeding points as they are now, this is going to put Cognitive Gaming at 300 points total, and of course 160 there for Team Dignitas. Looking over at EU before we have the tournament tomorrow, 160 is what you have over there because of the flip-flop tie, but Cog has won 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, that's another good point, is that the top points going into the land final is going to yield them the number 1 seed overall. So because they've won 3 weeks in a row at 300 points, whereas over in Europe you see 160 split as TSM and Cloud9 have split, a first place and a second place win a piece. Well, let's take this week out of the competition, right? You have a 200-point COG going up against a 160-point TSM or Cloud9 at this point. So they are currently winning all teams in terms of their total seed points. Now, it's funny that we talk about Anister having such a big God selection, because when he first came onto the scene, let's say 3 months ago, really as a permanent member of Cognitive, he basically only could play Fenrir. Like, that's all he could play. He played Fenrir in every single game, and when you saw them ban Fenrir, he would try to play Loki, try to play Huntbots, and just fail miserably. And there's been multiple games where we would say, man, if only Anister was able to really be competent with other gods. And now we've seen his tier be very strong. We've seen his Fenrir be very strong. We've seen his Thor be very strong. And he's really started to, I think, learn the game more and more and more. Always a skilled player, but now a more kind of robust player. Really just looking at the damage values for COG, Barracuda did way too much damage that match, and Anister did just lights out at 12k player damage. I mean, that's just insane that you have Thor, primarily a single target burst-style assassin, doing that much damage in this game. Berserker Barrage really the only true AoE ability outside of the Anvil of Dawn, which is not necessarily a big damage number ability. So ultimately, I think this matchup just went COG and A just outdrafted Dignitas. They forced Dignitas into that Zeus pick way too many times, and Best just clearly was not comfortable on it.
Yeah, 0-7. That was probably the biggest anchor for Dignitas, was that Zeus pick. Not only this game, but the last game as well. And this is something we see time and time again. There's a big separation between, there's a really good god, and there's a god that and can play well. And I think if the Best had played Hubwa in both these games, it would be a very different story. And obviously, the Zeus just never got off the ground. In fact, it looks like Shadow Q on Sun Wukong ended up doing the same amount of damage as the Zeus pick, which honestly, that sentence should not be strung together at any point ever in the history of SMITE, but it is going to be that case in this game here, surprisingly enough. And I think it just comes down to the fact that you play what you're best at, you play what you're good at, you play what works, instead of trying to force that out. Now, keep in mind, like you said, Stealth does play a very, very good Zeus, but at the same time, how much effort are you willing to expend getting bans and respect bans and counter picks to shut down the enemy team when you yourself can't play those characters at the same level? I think really what this game, the takeaway from this game is not only the fact that Cognitive Gaming is incredibly powerful right now, but also the fact that a Thor well played is absolutely devastating. This character is so strong, and honestly, not a whole lot has been changed about him in the history of his character. When he came out, he was actually quite weak, but recently they've also changed his posted animations, making him a little bit faster, but at this level of play, it didn't make much of a difference because these players are already animation canceling everything anyway. So Thor is pretty much the same as he's always been. It's just if you play him properly, and this has been the case of the history of Thor in general, is he has one of the biggest turnaround ultimates in the entire game. If you group up too much, Anvil of Dawn, Tectonic Rift, there's the Hammer, Berserker Barrage, and all of a sudden, a team fight you thought you were winning, you just got 3-0'd, and then the goal 3 goes down, towers go down there. A couple weak points, like we mentioned, Zeus was not able to get off the ground there. We saw Ra lose the solo lane. I mean, pretty much everyone that was supposed to win lost their lane, and of course, Lassus in the jungle not able to get off the ground as well. And I think it came down to not only was their synergy not there, they didn't have the same kind of team work and team play we expect from Team Dignitas, but also at the same time, we didn't see the level of understanding and level of intel and information gathering that we've seen from them in the past. The level of wards was a little bit low. Honestly, they got caught off guard far too many times than you expect from a team that is so well known. I mean, this team is renowned. Each one of these players has earned their spot to be in the spotlight because they're all so talented, but it seems like COG is just working that much harder.
All things told, it is Cognitive's week this week, as it was the week before, and the week before that, they are the dominant team in North America, and for good reason. Such strong play coming out from them. They are able to take down Dignitas for the second time, back-to-back weeks. They are your victors over Team Dignitas, who will take their second place finish in the tournament so far. Really, Dry Bear, what else can you say? Just a wonderful tournament today for all of the admin staff and all of the players and all of you wonderful viewers. For Dry Bear, my name is Hi Resbart, and that is going to conclude our coverage for today. You guys have been a great audience. Congratulations to Cognitive once again, and thank you to all of the players for coming out today. We had a great time bringing you this coverage, guys. Coverage will continue for the European tournament tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with the man of the plan, Dry Bear, and, of course, the one and only Dungeon Master, Brandon, who will be informing you about what his perfect Sunday is, I'm sure, quite a bit.
No, please, no. Don't forget to follow the Smite Pro Twitter channel, guys. Twitter.com/Smite Pro. That will be where you want to be for all your updates. Of course, when the tournaments have completed on Reddit, reddit.com/r/Smite, there will be updates from our esports coordinator, our esports manager, able to come out and be able to put that listing of the seed points. You can see where the teams are currently, and of course, who won in the last week. Of course, we still have one more tournament to play, like you mentioned, Bart. It's going to be starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. That will be starting up promptly in the morning, and I'm excited to see how things have changed and how things go forward, because we do have a much closer matchup in the European region versus the NA, where you see COD gaming just skyrocketing out of control there. Also, big shout out to Monster Cat Media today for all the music needs and everything that has gone forward. And that's just the end of the tournament today. I mean, thank you so much for tuning in today, and then hopefully you enjoyed the team play that we saw today, the level of commitment and engagement that we saw, and COD gaming takes it first place. Second place does go to Dignitas. Looking into the third place matchup, it looks like we're going to be having SMITE taking third place, and of course Denial taking fourth place this time around. They will get their according seeding points, and that's going to close it out for today, Bart.
We'll see you guys next week right here on the Smite Game channel. This is a 24-hour network, so there will be more wonderful entertainment coming your way right as this stream goes down. It's a little bit difficult to time exactly what happens, so you'll have more wonderful entertainment on this Saturday. Thank you guys all once again for tuning in, and that's going to do it for us. Take it away.